Well, the time at 2 minutes to 2 o'clock. It's time to say good afternoon from Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor from BBC WM, opening our commentary on time, somewhat against expectation for most of yesterday, as far as the prospects for today would be concerned. Our coverage of the third day of the day-night championship match here between Lancashire. For those of you listening in from further afield from the West Midlands, the amount of rain had in this area was nowhere near what had been forecast. It did drizzle with rain for a while this morning, but it hasn't rained here at Edgbaston for at least the last couple of hours. Staff have got everything mopped up and we are ready to go. On time for this third day. Other matches have not been so lucky throughout the week, but so far this match has yet to lose any time. And the situation is that we are resuming with Warwickshire, 259 for 7 in their first innings. That's just 14 runs behind now. 273. Andrew Umeed, who batted all day yesterday and has been in place now since Monday evening, is unbeaten with 103, and he's going to resume now and take the first ball today from Tom Bailey, and he's in the company of Jetan Patel, and their very handy partnership has got Warwickshire close. I shall introduce the rest of our commentary team. The bowl, the first ball today to Umeed, goes back in defence and plays it out onto the offside for no run. Scott Reed from BBC Radio on medium wave will be joining us in the next few moments, if they haven't done so already, and we'll be here. Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club, commentaries know of old, and Stephen Shemmelt from BBC Online will be with us in due course as well. Bailey bowls outside the off stump, a ball that moves back quite is Umeed, and he lets it go through to the wicketkeeper Alex Davis. So 103 to Umeed, 36 for Patel, and their partnership, which is currently worth 75, not only earned Warwickshire a second batting point yesterday, there is still one over this one, bonus points incidentally, as Bailey runs in again away from the pavilion, our commentary end, who need shapes as if to cut, but never really looked as though he was going to, and allows it to pass through. Throughout the day I shall be doing updates for BBC WM, BBC Commentary and Warwickshire in the same way as days. As I say, our radio listeners will come and go in due course, but we'll be here with you online throughout proceedings, which may be another full day, although the sky looks full of heavy cloud at the moment. Bailey, with the floodlights on of course, runs away from us and bowls to Umeed, who stands up straight and defends with a very straight bat back on the onside. There is, as you would expect, quite an attacking field for the time being, although not over-attacking. The Lancashire captain Stephen Croft. 2 slips are in place. 3 saving a single on the offside. There's backward point, an extra cover and a mid-off. Bailey runs in and bowls well wide of the off stump again, and Umeed doesn't need to play that. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg complete for this opening over of the day. 259 for 7. All the field is, as you'd expect, pretty well wrapped up like April, or maybe more like October. It's that sort of weather. Umeed to defend from the crease out on the offside. It's the end of the first over today, which is a May. the first maiden that Umeed has played out during the course of an innings, which is now extended to 345 over more than 7 hours of cricket. But what a fine job he's done for the team and kept them in business in this game. Just 14 runs in. We will see presumably Jimmy Anderson from the far end, the Birmingham end, in the next few moments. Scott Reed will be joining us in a moment after his update for BBC Radio Manchester. I should be providing the next few seconds before we settle into a more uninterrupted spell for a bit. Floodlights are on, of course. There are very few spectators in, but that's not really a surprise, given it's hardly a day to entice the fans in. Yes, we've started on time, which is rather against all expectations throughout yesterday. Warwickshire resuming their first innings on 259 for 7. Andrew Umeed's still there. An opening maiden from Tom Bailey, and Jetan Patel with him, and their partnership, currently worth 75, has got Warwickshire close behind. But with light rain only having fallen and stopped about 12:30, conditions are playable, and if rather dark, 14 behind at 259 for 7. And Jetan Patel gets his score moving straight away from the first ball he receives from Jimmy Anderson, firmly into the offside, and it was half stopped in the covers. He stole through for a single. 260 for 7, welcoming listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra as well as to BBC Radio Manchester. Joining us now, Mike Taylor, and in a few moments Scott Reed will be with you for the first half an hour. Not sure how much cricket there is elsewhere at the moment around the country. I'd fear not a great deal. Anderson close to the stumps, bowls to Umeed, and forces the ball out on the offside. I say forces. Hasn't done much forcing throughout the course of these innings, but the value to Warwickshire, particularly a team that have struggled so badly to make scores so far this season, is enormous. Of this innings for Umeed, now into its 8th hour. Anderson bowls again to Umeed, who's forward in defence here, bat and pad close together, and play to extra cover, where Butler is very busy in the field. Anderson operating with just one slip in this, his first over of the day, and then there's a bit of a gap around to McLaren at gully, and quite a deep set backward point. The umpire's taken that side of the field as well, certainly not to shield his eyes from the sun. Anderson bowls, and Umeed drives firmly, half stopped by Anderson with his boot and his follow through, and they will take a single for the deflection, which is, as the ball's gathered off, and they take one. Umeed's first run of the day, he's 104. And Warwickshire now just 12 runs in arrears at 261 for 7, and never in arrears is Scott Reed of BBC Radio Manchester. I shall welcome in a moment after Anderson bowls to Patel, who is looking to have turned this into the leg side. And the ball drops away to the offside. There is no run.
I'm going to do something now that I've not done for the previous 2 days.
Oh.
I've made the mistake of saying good morning twice.
Nothing kicks off a commentary, I find, like greeting people with the wrong time of day. Unless you introduce yourself by the wrong name, which I did once.
That's a good effort.
I said, hello, I'm Glyn Taylor, which of course I'm not. That's my dad. Here's Jimmy Anderson bowling to Patel, who drives off a thick inside edge and backward of square leg. It's running out towards the 2 boundary fielders, and Chandapal wins the race. Round from long leg to field, and they have had 4 in all from Anderson's first over today. And at the end of it, 263 for 7 is the Warwickshire first innings. That's 10 runs behind. And 104 from Andrew Umeed, who has not been in position here at Edgbaston quite as long as the half a dozen sets of floodlights which are looking down upon him. But for Jimmy Anderson, I gather it must rather feel like it.
I I think he was a little frustrated, was Jimmy Anderson.
I didn't know he did degrees of frustration. I got the impression he just sort of went fairly straight to the top.
There is Bailey over the wicket to Umeed, just steps across the stumps and leaves a ball that's wide and through to the keeper, and there's no run. I think he had maybe 2 or even 3 little goes and little spells at Umeed, but just couldn't. He withstood everything. He got through Anderson, McLaren, Clark, Bailey, Croft, Parry. Nobody could breach his defence yesterday. It was magnificent.
Well, I saw some rather ribald comments to begin with in his innings, but I think that rather faded away later in the day.
There's Bailey to Umeed, and there it is again. That's the first time I've seen it this morning, that solid forward defensive. I was dreaming about it last night. As he plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
He probably got up in the night every 10 minutes and played it. But look, for a team that hasn't bought has barely scraped together a batting point so far this season, this is enormously valuable. Yeah,
absolutely. It was the way he came out to bat for the final 13 overs on the first day with Trott, because as Bailey bowls and Umeed goes back, a nice shot, just steered it behind point for a run. Croft stops the ball and Umeed moves to 105 to 64 for 7. It was terrific. Porterfield got out pretty early, and then Trott came out to join him, and it was tough going. Anderson was bowling really well, and the floodlights were in full effect. It felt difficult. He survived that, and then just continued yesterday. It was a remarkable effort, and as you say, just what Warwickshire needed.
Certainly did. The first time I saw him back was at Chelsea in the game that they lost to Essex last week, on what was increasingly.
There's Bailey striding in, bowling to Jetan Patel. He just swings in a fraction, but that doesn't knock Patel off his intent to drive, and he slashed the ball through the offside in front of square, out towards the deep point boundary for 4 runs. He moves to 43 to 68 for 7.
Warwickshire collapsed horridly in the second innings there on a pitch that was showing its age by then, and Simon Harmer ran through them, but he didn't run easily through Umeed. He was rather uncomfortable in making 20 odd, but nevertheless he at least gave the impression keen to apply himself when others were coming and going, and he's obviously taken that on quite considerably in this effort.
He's 105 not out at the non-striker's end. Bailey bowls to Patel, and that's nicely driven back down the ground just for a single. Anderson's at kind of deepish mid-off. Patel moves to 44 to 6-9 for 7. I think he benefited too from the way that Patel came out to bat yesterday.
Yes, I was thinking, especially now, because now they've got virtually to parity. And not that there's shortage of time left in the game. There's plenty of time in the game. But there is no pressure on him to get things moving now, so long as Patel is there anyway.
Waits in the crease as Bailey strides in and bowls wide again, so he ignores it, just steps across the stumps, and he's watchful. He follows the ball into the gloves of Alex Davis. It completes Bailey's over. Umeed 105 and Patel on 44, 269 for 9, and edging closer to that Lancashire 273. And if Warwickshire can get a lead here, well, it could make it a very interesting couple of days.
What is the feeling from the Lancashire camp so far about the pink ball? My impression is, reading reports from around the country, that on the first couple of days, this is the first cricket I've seen in these conditions with a pink ball, is that, okay, 1 or 2 odd things have happened, but nothing especially drastic.
Don't think so. No, I've had 2 views, maybe contrasting views, which I'll come back to.
Anderson starts in again and bowls shorter of a length to Patel, but he plays it with a degree of comfort up on his toes and defends it leg side.
I've had a batsman view and a bowling view.
Okay.
I spoke to Shivnarine Chanderpaul on the first day, and Chanderpaul, having got a century and having got runs previously in the Caribbean playing with the pink ball.
Anderson strides in and bowls a bouncer which Patel ducks underneath.
In kind of typically West Indian style, he was all quite relaxed about it and not too concerned, and said, "Yeah, well, the ball's a bit pink, and yeah, maybe it's a little bit hard to get off the square a little bit, but wasn't that bothered. A ball was a ball to Shivnarine Chanderpaul. He didn't seem particularly bothered about it." Tom Bailey, the Lancashire bowler last night, not a fan.
Okay. Anderson starts in again, close to the stumps, and Patel is playing rather airily at this. It was shortish outside off stump and tempted Patel into a flap at it, and he was nowhere near it. He's gone to Davis.
He was quite polite, and he didn't. he just said, "I'm not a fan of it. I prefer the red ball."
Why was he not a fan?
He said that after 15 to 20 overs, it does nothing. It goes dead.
In starts Anderson. That was not quite as short as the previous bouncer, but Patel flexed well enough underneath it.
And he felt the fact that the ball went soft and didn't really offer anything. There's no swing, there's no reverse. Combined that with a used pitch that I think is a bit slow. Attributed to the way that Umeed batted and the slow nature of Warwickshire's run scoring yesterday.
Anderson's next delivery is full down the leg side, and Patel goes to flick it away towards fine leg, but makes no contact.
He said with that older pink ball, he felt that it's get it out the infield when it gets old, and I suppose on a pitch just like this, he said it's difficult to score quickly and to actually hit the ball firmly and get runs for it. That was his assessment of it.
I see. 269 for 7. Anderson bowls to Patel, who is on the walk forward, pushing firmly out into the offside cover. Anderson completes a maiden. 269 for 7. Warwickshire are 4 runs behind. Andy Umeed is on 105. Jetan Patel 44. And if you're recently tuning in, whether it be on BBC Radio Manchester, on medium wave at present, 5 Live Sports Extra, through the website, the app, listeners to BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire through their respective websites at all points west. What we are playing here at Edgbaston, which is something of a privilege, unexpected after having seen the forecast.
Yes, it is a surprise. As Bailey bowls and Umeed leaves, gathered by Alex Davis, no run. The forecast was bleak last night.
It was indeed.
For today.
But it really didn't rain anywhere near as much overnight. My garden floods at the first sign of... You spill the watering can the wrong way and you've got a puddle for a week normally. But I woke up this morning expecting to see that, to have to wade my way out to change the bin. And it wasn't like that at all. I thought, well, okay, it must be coming later then. and it hasn't really. It sort of drizzled a bit this morning, but you wouldn't really have got that wet in it. And it stopped about 12:30 as I was on my way here, so it really hasn't been that bad. And I looked out the window at 1 o'clock for the first time, and I didn't get the impression it had caused the ground staff a great deal of stress.
No, I think that it kind of battened down the hatches last night when I was leaving the ground at, I don't know what time it was, 10 to 11 or something.
No, probably no one wouldn't have made as many preparations as the dare say they were.
And they had all the covers on and everything as you'd expect. He's Bailey in and bowling. It's like he tied her off stump line and it just comes back in the fraction, and Davis, the keeper, has to tumble out towards his left-hand side to take the ball. No run.
Dampness on looks as though it might have got into umpire Jeremy Lloyd's knees, though, by the way he's flexing them. And Tom Bailey, sure enough, as fast bowlers do, has found a wet bit. He's put some sawdust down in the footholes for the last few moments.
You can see just a little bit of the grass churning up as he comes into bowl into Umeed. He gets forward and drives it back down the pitch and stopped by Bailey off with his own bowling, and there's no run.
Presumably because of the weather forecast, and frankly because it isn't a great day for cricket spectating, not because the cricket won't be engrossing. I suspect it probably will be, but it's not a day for sitting out in the cold. From our position here in the pavilion, you can't see how many people have taken shelter in the pavilion, which can...
There's Bailey over the wicket bowling, and Umeed presses defensively forward, maybe a little inside edge out towards the leg side. Butler comes round from mid-wicket to field, no run.
So I suspect most of the spectators who are here are probably somewhere behind glass in this building, which you could accommodate a lot of people doing that. But there are very few out in the areas that we can see, the uncovered areas at the moment. And those who are wrapped up, not if it's like early season, but if it's like after the end of the season.
Bailey bowling, that's a good ball, and he presses forward. He's not often beaten, but I suspect on that occasion he is. And the ball nestles into the gloves of Davis. He practices a forward defensive and wanders out towards square leg. There's no run. Yes, it's thin, the crowd today.
It is.
It's good numbers on the first day, for the opening session, and then for the afternoon session. But then when it got to the final session, it thinned out there.
Well, a lot of people might well have made other plans for today, I should think.
There's Bailey, final ball of the over, and Umeed ignores it. Remains unbeaten on 105. Patel 44. Warwickshire 269 for 7.
If you had anything to do today, you'd have set up to do all your washing or whatever today. I'd got a bag full of work brought with me to do on the assumption I wouldn't be accommodated. It's far more fun doing this. That can all wait.
There's a few delays actually up and down the country, just looking at...
That's probably one of the reasons we're bothering the good folks of Sports Extra, I dare say.
Yeah, that game between New Zealand and South Africa at Derby, that's been delayed. There's a delay between Hampshire and Somerset.
Here's Anderson setting about a new over to Patel. Ball's full and straight, and Patel defends a little on the walk up to mid-on, no run.
And there's a delay in Leeds, a game involving Yorkshire and Surrey. No play before tea in that game. And also nothing up in the northeast. Durham against Worcestershire, start delay due to rain. Nothing in Cardiff, start delay due to rain. Nothing in Northampton.
Is there anywhere else actually playing at all? Anderson runs in and bowls to Patel, who thought about nibbling up perhaps at a shortish ball, but he was well advised not to, and in the end had nothing to do with it.
There's nothing in Nottingham, and there's nothing at Hove between Sussex and Gloucestershire. So
we were the first choice then.
I think we might be the only game that's... Oh no, they're playing at Chelmsford, Middlesex against Essex.
Oh, okay.
Essex 120 without loss. What's Alistair Cook got? 70 not out.
Anderson bowls. Patel does play this, guides it carefully and in control of it down to McLaren, and they take 1. Patel to 45, to 70 for 7, just 3 behind now. Warwickshire. Riches untold, I suspect, when Keith Barker fell at 184 yesterday. And they were still at the thick end of 100 behind at that point.
Yes, I think Lancashire felt as though that was an opportunity slipped. Yeah, Tom Bailey described it as honours even, and felt that a couple of drop catches may have put it Lancashire's way.
Anderson bowls to Umeed, who leaves with the bat high above his head, and allows it to go through to the keeper. Nick Cook is on the move from behind the stumps at the far end. He was making an odd gesture as if he was shaking up one of those paint cans that you're about to spray on a dent on the car. And I'm not quite sure what he was telling Jimmy Anderson with that, and then went to look at where Anderson was running. As he starts in again, and once more Umeed is allowing a ball slightly closer to the off, so it might have left that on length. And it goes through to Alex Davis. A well-practiced leave from Umeed.
In fact, the news from Derby is the game that between South Africa and New Zealand has been abandoned, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the folks at Derby.
Both take a point each.
Anderson approaches Umeed, who guides the ball carefully with a minimum of movement. He defended off the back foot, but hardly moved the bat at all in just placing it in the right spot to push it square on the offside. 115 overs of Warwickshire's first innings now complete, and they are still going Just 3 runs behind now at 270 for 7. Umeed 105 and Patel 45.
Yeah, just go back to that Barker dismissal when he fell and Warwickshire still a decent way behind Lancashire. Jetan Patel came out and was really busy. Just came out, got on with it. I think he kind of got Umeed going a little bit further too. I think he quite enjoyed having able to accelerate it so he could just do his thing, and they complemented each other really well last night. It was a terrific partnership. It was just what was required, because Warwickshire, I think yesterday at times, were in danger of not really get chipping away at wickets. The run rate was slow, and there was a long way behind Lancashire and didn't look like getting close to them anytime quickly. As Bailey starts a fresh over, it's an inside edge from Jetan Patel, which has gone down to fine leg for a single, moves to 46, 271 for 7. And then Patel came out and things were nice and bubbly and bouncy, and Warwickshire now are right in the game. So I think it's perfect. This innings from Jetan Patel could be quite, obviously the century from Umeed, but the way that Patel's come out to bat could be quite pivotal in the game.
Just the job. Yeah, you can get that. A young batsman doesn't want to give his wicket away, perfectly understandably.
He's belly over the wicket, pushes it full but wide again. It's a terrific lead this time, a lead above the head, and spins back round to watch the ball disappear into the gloves of Alex Davis, and there's no run.
Not that there's anything wrong with him taking his time over. He's always been invaluable to the team. Yet, especially if others are out of form, and alas for Warwickshire, so many others aren't in the best form, he can end up not making it very much headway at all. But Patel got a quick 70-odd last week at Chelmsford in the first innings, so in a bit of nick.
Tom Bailey for Lancashire bowling, and pushed full of length but wide of off stump, completely ignored by Umeed. He has not been tempted into anything wide, really. He's only had to play when either he's been forced to or wants to.
He looks like a man who resists the chocolates until the day after Boxing Day.
Yes, he just have that open box of chocolates in front of him.
But he never used to have, is that one of those chocolate scents? So,
I'll just leave it.
Yeah, have it tomorrow.
The 2 slips waiting as Bailey bowls. Well, this actually has flicked the pad. He's just shuffled half a step across his crease, and the ball deflects off the pad. Sends the appeal from Tom Bailey, but nothing from Davis or the 2 slip fielders. 271 for 7. Just a couple of runs behind now, Warwickshire, and they've still got 3 wickets remaining. Chance to try and get themselves a lead on first innings. Maybe put Lancashire under a bit of pressure later on. Bailey, pavilion end, over the wicket again. Umeed goes right back, plays a nice defensive shot, pushed into the covers, and there is no run.
I am assured by our friend Kevin Howells, who was in fine fettle when I saw him in Chelmsford last week, the first time in a long while, that we were indeed the commentary of Last Resort. I always thought the Last Resort was Filey. No, I'm joking. It was my first family holiday. I can remember it was Filey. I enjoyed it. We've been there.
I've never
far
been
side
there.
of Scarborough, as I remember.
Right.
Remember a donkey ride.
So I was about to ask you, whereabouts is it?
It was rather splendid.
Bailey in and Umeed leaving, and gathered by Davis. It's the end of the over. 271 for 7, Umeed 105, Patel on 46.
Proper old-fashioned holiday camp. That's my first holiday. I can remember that was fine.
So it was like a Butlins.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, okay. I couldn't tell you which one of those. May have been another one, but it was certainly one of those. One of my earliest memories, sitting on a donkey. One of our colleagues had just walked in at this point, and we're thinking, "What? It can't really. It's only half an hour in." He sort of meant donkeys. Stephen Sherman and Phil Britt will come and talk about cricket probably in a bit. Spoil things entirely. I should have an update for BBC Coventry and Warwickshire and BBC WM in the fullness of time, and then I shall leave you in peace for a bit. Anderson has been wishing that Andy Moore would leave him in peace. He's preparing to launch himself again from the Birmingham end, this time at Patel, who's made 46. Just 1 slip now, and he bowls short to Patel, who stands up straight and defends out on the offside. There's a slip. There are 2 men reasonably close in now on the drive. One on the offside, short extra cover, Butler, and there's also a short mid-wicket. That suggests to me something. I don't think they're likely to get somebody out. They don't think the ball is likely to move and find the edge, but they do think of a slowish pitch that Patel might miss time. Anderson bowls another bouncer. He's third in 2 overs to Patel, and it easily flies over Patel's head.
Yeah, both sides have operated with at least 2 fielders close in. In fact, at times there's been 3, a couple tight in on the onside and a very short extra cover. And Warwickshire, to begin with, put that field in place right at the start of Lancashire's innings, and eventually Umeed, it was a pretty poor shot. He drove straight to Ian Bell, and everyone's had similar fields since.
Anderson bowls. That was short and had to be played by Patel. Neck. And guided it down with, sounded like might even have been the handle of the bat. Down into the onside, and there's no run. Scott's on his way. I dare say to go and talk to the folk of Manchester, because I can't get enough of him. And Phil Britt is going to move in alongside me, and then when I've done my radio updates, I'll allow Stefan to come in. Forward comes Patel and defends out in the offside against Anderson. And there's no run. 271 for 7. Just 2 runs, the gap between the teams now. Anderson, his 31st over, so if he has been required to prove his fitness in this game to anybody, would seem to be doing it. Ball on Patel's pads, and he pushes this away slightly in the air to begin with, towards the short mid-wicket fielder Bailey, who fielded it, but it was certainly on at least the first bounce, if not the second. It's been moments since we started playing at 2 o'clock where it looks like it might get slightly brighter, but it really is by faint degrees, and it's gone darker again. Floodlights obviously on. A very, very tall bouncer indeed from Anderson, and Patel barely needed to get underneath that. So it's the end of another maiden. 31 over 7 maidens, 2 for 60 now, Anderson in all. And Warwickshire are just 2 runs behind at 271 for 7 as I welcome Phil Britt. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Michael. Afternoon, everybody. It's a bit gloomy overhead, but at least we're getting some cricket, which is a lot more than can be said around the country.
Yes.
Pretty disappointing that
Scott was just running through the...
Yeah, it's easy just to say who is playing. I think there's only us and the match at
Chelmsford, yes.
It's Bailey, Tom Bailey, in from the pavilion end and bowls to Andrew Umeed, who has continued his dour resistance. I think we can make an awful lot out of the amount of time which he spent at the wicket, but in terms of getting Warwickshire to within 2 runs of the Lancashire total, which is something they've not been able to do very much at all this season in terms of challenging the opposition totals. It's been absolutely invaluable, and
good job he has.
Fantastic performance of concentration. He's in this one. He runs away to backward point. Again, just reaching for that outside the off stump, not looking entirely convincing with that shot, but in the end gets away with it. There's no run. 271 for 7. It looks fairly bright over to the city.
That's not usually the way the weather comes from, although it seems as though it might be sort of swirling about, didn't it, this weather front?
I think we just forget all in. Just as long as it's dry, it will play. That's the one good thing with this, that there's no bad light. This next one is cut away, late, almost like a late cut from Umeed. It's running and lost across the outfield. It's getting down to it's going to be pulled up just inside, but Umeed comes back for 3. He waited and just dabbed at it, just a little bit Ian Bell-like to go back and cut the ball away down through the third slip area, down to the vacant third man position. It's a long old chase, and just pulled it up inside the ropes. 3 more to Umeed, 108, and Warwickshire slip into the lead, 274.
Forgive me just interrupting you for a few moments to update our local radio listeners. We have played for half an hour in light that probably wouldn't be playable without the floodlights on, as they are Warwickshire have crept into the lead now at 274 for 7, 1 run in front. Andrew Umeed is still in place, still cemented at the crease, 108 not out, have been batting since Monday evening, with great value for Warwickshire, and Jetan Patel has now accompanied him. They have added 90 runs to take Warwickshire not only close but now just in front, and any lead they can chip out could be of great value in a modest scoring game. 274 for 7, Warwickshire lead by 1.
And it's your first time at Edgbaston this season, right? You've not been able to say that very often.
Well, no. I should do another update for BBC Commentary in Warwickshire in a few moments, and then I'll let Stefan come in and join you. He's away on the leg side. Yes, and the situation here is that not only are we playing, which had not been expected, but Warwickshire are continuing, if not exactly to flourish, then at least to make forward progress. They've moved into the lead here by 1 run at 274 for 7. Jetan Patel, and he's been a very good partner for Andrew Umeed, who's extended his long stay at the crease now to 108 and hasn't looked in any trouble so far. His long innings now well into its 8th hour, so that's been of huge value to Warwickshire. It's steered them through to a couple of batting points, and now to currently worth 1 run, but they'll all count. 274 for 7. It is the end of the over, so I am going to make way with a reminder that we're with BBC, listeners on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio Manchester, and throughout the various auspices of the BBC websites and so on. And I'll see you in a bit. Phil, leave you with Stefan.
So thanks, Mike. He'll be back in half an hour or so as James Anderson prepares to bowl from the Birmingham end to Andrew Umeed, 108. They had, certainly words from one of the two yesterday, as this one is outside the off stump, and James Anderson has another good long stare before turning round and marching back. Yes, I think James Anderson probably wasn't complimenting Andrew Umeed too much on his forward defensive shot, but certainly there was a few words passed during the course of the day. He turns at the top of his run and on his way again. Umeed waits, bat held high, and Anderson in and bowls, and Umeed just drops the bat on that one and watches it bounce away into the offside, where Lily, who's on the field for the injured Umeed, does the fielding. And it's 274 for 7. Stefan.
Got a question for you, Phil.
Yes, sir.
What have the following got in common?
Is this a trick question?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
No, I'll ask you after this delivery.
All right. Here's Anderson bowls, and Umeed goes back and cuts this one away, but straight to cover point, and there's no run. Right, I'm all agog.
The death of Paddington Bear creator Michael Bond.
Mm-hmm.
England women playing an entire World Cup match against Pakistan. England's under-21s going out of the European Championship. What have they all got in common?
Well, I know 2 of them happen on the same day. Anderson in bowls and there's no run. Playing an entire match against Pakistan, didn't they? No, there wasn't Pakistan. They played. Yes, it was yesterday.
Pakistan. What have those 3 things got in common?
I don't know.
They've all happened since Andrew Umeed began batting on Monday evening. It only struck me that when Mike used the description that Andy Umeed, makes you realise how long ago that was.
Yes. Here's Anderson in bowls, and Umeed goes back and cuts this one away through the covers. This runs here for Umeed. In fact, it may well be 4 of them. Yes, it is. It crosses the ropes, and he goes back and tucks that one away nicely into the offside. So Umeed moves on to 112 and Warwickshire on to 278 for 7. I didn't know that Michael Bond had died. That's the 7th 4 in Umeed's 112.
And Umeed, having batted on 3 days, there's a reasonable chance he'll bat tomorrow. He could bat on every day of this match.
Anderson into him, bowls Umeed down the leg side. I think he might have come off the pad. It's running down to fine leg. He'll get a couple of runs. Just looking to see if the leg is being raised and tapped. Yes, it is. 2 leg buys, and Warwickshire moved to 280 for 7. And Umeed remains on 112. Yes, it's been a long old innings. He came, as you say, he came to the wicket on Monday night. He batted all day yesterday, and it was that period on Monday night was the one we were looking at, because we weren't entirely sure what James Anderson would get with the pink ball. There was a bit of movement, a bit of wobble, but not a huge amount. Warwickshire lost that early wicket with William Porterfield, but I thought Umeed batted well on that period. Warwickshire lost another wicket on Monday night. It could have been a real problem for them.
Well, Tom Bailey will continue from the pavilion end, as he has done since play resumed at 2 o'clock. He's bowling to Jetan Patel, short outside the off stump. Patel flashes aerially, and the pink ball flies down to third man. They take a single, 281 for 7. We've been on air throughout this game on BBC Radio Lancashire's medium wave frequencies and on the BBC Sport website. We've had a little flash of time on Sports Extra. If you're new to this contest, Lancashire made 273, mainly under 117 by Shivnarine Chanderpaul, 3 wickets each for Keith Barker and George Panay, the Warwickshire seamer, 19-year-old on first-class debut. Andrew Umeed, who's made 112 not out in Warwickshire's 281 for 7. He's facing now and defending into the offside. He's been dropped twice, both by Alex Davis, the Lancashire wicketkeeper. He was dropped on 19 and 40. Jordan Clark and James Anderson respectively, both pretty tough chances to Alex Davis. Both times he was diving away to his Patel, not out at the non-strikers end on 47. He's also had 9 and 29 dropped by Stephen Croft and Shivnarine Chanderpaul. So Lancashire potentially creating their own problems. Bailey again, he has done umpteen times, just defends into the offside with sort of half a stride forward.
It is, isn't it? It's not quite often. It's just a short step and almost like a dead bat to run it away into the offside. But it's been effective in this game. Just going back to those, I suppose of all those chances, the one which probably was the most straightforward was the one that Chanderpaul put down in the third session of the day yesterday.
Yeah, that was the last of the 4. He was at mid-on. It was certainly the simplest of those chances. 2 slips wait as Bailey's in again to Umeed, and once more it's just that little half stride forward. There's no huge lunge down the track. There's no head leading and the bat and pad following. It's just a half step, almost like a man just stepping over a crack in the pavement rather than taking a big lunge over.
I think it's hugely frustrating as a bowler, because the number of times you must think, I've got it through, and that little step suddenly he plays it very late as well, so the bowler always thinks he's got a chance.
Fair-haired Bailey, and again outside the off stump, far too wide for a man with Andrew Umeed's patience to be interested in playing. The field, 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 men saving square leg and a long leg. Crowd noticeably smaller than it has been over the first 2 days. I think that may be something to do with the weather forecast. The floodlights are on, very grey overhead. It's a blanket of grey Aston and the city in front of us. Bailey in again to completely over. That's short, and Umeed just goes back onto his stump, stands onto his tiptoes, plays into the taken end of the over, 281 for 7. Warwickshire, they lead Lancashire by 8 runs. Remember, Warwickshire are the bottom side in the top flight of the county championship of the season. Lancashire began this round of matches in 2nd place, and at the moment Warwickshire with a first innings lead of 8 runs. They've still got 3 wickets in hand. We're only 40 minutes into the first session of the 3rd day for what could be a very interesting game. As a neutral, which I am, I would like to see Warwickshire chase about 220 from 2 sessions tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a nice assessment of the game. Let's just hope we don't lose a chunk of it through the weather, because it has actually, in the last 10 minutes, darkened up overhead again. It's looking probably as gloomy as at any time. That crowd, I reckon I could get just... We can't see what's in the members area below us, but looking out to the Birmingham end of the ground, and I still think we'd still have a bit of room. There really are not very many people here at all.
Big house, have you, Phil?
Well, it's bigger. It's big enough to take that many. Yeah. Here comes Anderson from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and Patel driving it away. Not where he was looking. He was looking to play it away through extra cover. It squirts away through mid-wicket, and they will come back for 3, which will bring Patel's half century, his second in consecutive games, and it gets a big round of applause from. Actually, the crowd down below us is much bigger, so we'll take. They're not all coming into my lounge. It's much fewer. It's actually Ryan McLaren, not James Anderson. There was a bowling change, so we were too busy looking at the crowd to see that McLaren had swapped over.
Just talking about how many people we can fit into your lounge, Phil. I was just in the members area, and again, noticeably fewer people in that first 2 days.
McLaren out to Umeed. He's in bowls. Umeed watches this wide outside the off stump, just offers no shot, just watches it carefully, gets bat right out of the way, and there's no run.
A couple of other observations from the members area. If you want to play a board game, there's a selection behind the bar, about 8 of them. Scrabble.
Yep.
If you fancy, I think that must be past the time when it's raining.
When it's wet. Yep.
Or when Andrew Umeed. And my other observation is that applesauce should never be eaten with a main course.
Why is that?
I'll tell you after this delivery.
There's McLaren's in and bowls on that side of the off stump. Our applesauce is really good here.
Look, I'm not knocking the quality.
They told me. I don't like it personally.
I was going to say, I'm not knocking the quality of the applesauce, but in I'm 32 years old with pork for the first time. I won't be doing it again.
Oh, well, that's the one you should have it with.
I know, it just seems like a dessert with your mains. So there you are with your pork, your potatoes, your vegetables, gravy, and then applesauce, which tastes like it's just come from an apple. How would you mix the two?
So you're having a pudding. As in comes McLaren, turned away by Umeed to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's always been one of those which is supposed to bring out the flavour in the meat by having the sweetness, so you have that offsetting comparison whilst you're to the palate. So as somebody doesn't eat it anyway.
Roast pork is absolutely perfect how it is without adding mushed up fruit.
You should have had the lunch I had, which was much better. Jacket potato and beans, so they can't do much with that. In comes McLaren and bowls, and this is outside the off stump, and again no shot offered by Umeed, who continues to be very stoic in terms of his innings.
Hashtag BBC Cricket if you want to get involved in the applesauce debate.
Well, you did well, because when I looked, I was looking to see that they perhaps hadn't got the pork out when I went through. I must go back and have another look. I can't believe it's the first time you've ever had it.
Honestly.
Oh, right. Ryan McLaren, last ball of his first over of the day. He's in to Umeed, who he goes back and across and just plays it out to Joss Butler out in the covers. End of another over. 284 for 7, Warwickshire. Remember, that's in reply to Lancashire's 273. So these two have extended the lead on to 11. And that's Patel's second half century of the season, following the 71 he got in the last match down at Chelmsford against Essex, where he was the top scorer in the Warwickshire innings.
If you're tuning in expecting to hear the Women's World Cup, you're going to be disappointed. The game between South Africa and New Zealand at Derby was abandoned without a ball being bowled because of persistent rain. So 1 point each for each of those sides. That's probably a good result for England. As far as the county championship goes, we've only got play here in Division 1 and at Chelmsford. Essex are 144 without loss, replying to Middlesex's 246. I don't think there was any play there at all yesterday, and there's no Division 2. They've had 11 deliveries at Hove, Sussex's game against Gloucestershire, but they've since returned to the pavilion. Gloucestershire 36 without loss in reply to Sussex's 358 for 9 declared.
Can I just say that while we were celebrating Jetan Patel's 50, that shot also brought up the 100 partnership for this 8th wicket, which I omitted to mention.
You're not missing anything in terms of the action, because there's a change in the bowling. We're going to see the left arm spin of Stephen Parry, It gives me a chance to remind you that on 5 Live this evening from 7 o'clock, it's 5 Live track conversation with Mo Farah and Usain Bolt, and after that from 8:30 tennis, the top 10 Wimbledon moments. Wimbledon next week, Phil.
I know, yes. Looking forward to that. It's also Tour de France starting on Saturday. I look forward to that too.
So Parry, left arm round the wicket, 4 on his back, slip in place. Patel down the track, stumped! Well, Patel, he tried to launch the ball over mid-on, and he just yorked himself, really. He came a little bit too close. He didn't give himself a chance to look at Parry. He was down the track to the very first delivery, and the ball got sort of tangled up in his feet, and it was a very good take by Alex Davis, who had the bails off in a flash. Patel didn't even have and try and lunge his way back into the crease. So Jetan Patel goes for 50. It's a first wicket for Stephen Parry. Warwickshire are 284 for 8. That's a lead of 11 runs.
Yeah, strange dismissal in the end there, because it was full. It was into Patel's legs, and he sort of came jumping down the track, trying to hit it, as you say, across really, I suppose, deep cow is where it was going, cow corner. But in the end, ended up completely beaten by it, and out of his ground. It was one of the more simple stumpings. As long as Davis took the ball cleanly, then there was no hope at all of Patel remaking his ground.
Yeah, the difficulty for Davis was actually the taking of the ball, because he would have been unsighted in the way that Patel advanced down the track. Especially if the ball passed between the bat, the inside edge of the bat, and the pads of Patel, Davis would have been unsighted. So that's where the difficulty of the ball. He had all the time in the world to remove the bails, and after making a couple of errors yesterday, dropping 2 very difficult chances, he's made amends with a very smart stumping. It's the end of the 8th wicket partnership of exactly between Jetan Patel and Andrew Umeed, and it brings to the crease George Panay, the 19-year-old on first class day, 3 for 41 in the Lancashire first innings, and now we're going to get a look at him with the bat.
Yep, I've not seen him bat at all, so I can offer nothing on it in terms of his ability with the bat, so I'm moving into uncharted territory. Just to say that Patel's innings, 86 balls, 6 boundaries in that 86, and he certainly gave good support.
He probably scored more freely than anyone else in the match.
Yes, I think that's true.
The other interesting thing at the 4 that wicket is just taken a little look at Hasib Hamid, who has been off the field since, I think, the end of the second session last night. Aaron Lilly has been fielding. We told that Hamid had a cut on his hand.
It was a webbing, wasn't it?
Yeah. And he's just jogged out. He had his whites on, but he had a Lancashire tracksuit top. He had some strapping on his left hand. It looked to be between the middle finger and the 4th finger on his left hand. Had a big smile on his face, but he didn't certainly look like he wouldn't be fielding anytime soon. Anyway, slip and a short leg in for Panay. And he prods onto the front foot in defence. Lancashire are crowding the new man. They've got a point, a cover, a mid-off, and a short extra cover who's catching just on a little strip of green matting protecting a wicket. On the leg side there's a mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, and a square leg. Parry hops and skips in, such a shorter delivery, and Panay just forces it up to that man at short cover. So he's still looking for his first run in first class cricket, in championship cricket. 284 for 8 Warwickshire. They lead by 11 runs. Parry throws his arms into the air. It's a straight delivery, and again Panay, very solid, firm defensive stroke. We've got wickets covered on either playing on the left. As I said, the matting is green. On the right, where short mid wicket is standing, it's beachy coloured. It looks like he's standing again, beating Panay with one that just turns a little. That was quicker, it was a touch shorter. It just turned past the outside edge. One delivery in Parry's first over of the day to come. It's already been a successful one. That stumping of Jetan Patel for 50. So Parry's got red trim on his Lancashire shirt, and he's in again, and that's Panay. This time defends around the front pad. It's probably the most convincing defensive stroke he's played. The end of the over, a successful one for Stephen Parry and for Lancashire. Warwickshire 284 for 8. Parry has 17 overs.
Nice tidy over there from Parry to open up with, and get the wicket as well off the very first ball, which will pass the stage, long past the stage of bonus points, or thoughts of that. Both sides taking 2 from this innings, Warwickshire 2 batting and Lancashire 2 bowling points, but there's still these 2 wickets to mop up, when Lancashire would like to get this over fairly quickly now if they can, and get back out and establish a lead whilst the weather's good, and then hopefully tomorrow, I think the forecast is reasonable for tomorrow, we'll get an exciting finish to this game.
Jerry Payton has tweeted, how about cranberry sauce with turkey?
Oh, I can't stand that. Can't stand it. Here's McLaren on his way. He's in and bowls, and this is has Umeed up on his toes and just angling the bat down into the backward point area. Stephen Croft does the fielding, and there's no run.
Again, it's just mixing your dessert with your mains.
Well, I don't even think the cranberry tastes like dessert. I've never ever understood the appeal of cranberry.
Yeah, the hunt for an acceptable sweet to go with your main course continues. I'm not convinced we're going to find one.
Mint sauce and lamb.
Nope.
Is McLaren in bowls, and that one is ducked underneath, and it goes through to Alex Davis. Now I could just eat the mint sauce, and it doesn't matter about the lamb.
Again, never had. Don't think I've ever had mint sauce.
Haven't you?
Mint's for cleaning your teeth, and maybe ice cream.
Go out, take out of the garden and cut it, and it's very nice. 284 for 8. That's Umeed on 112 weights. There's McLaren into him and bowls, and Umeed is solidly playing this one back down the wicket, rapidly approaching his 400th delivery. He's got that in the sights.
He's also approaching carrying his bat.
Yes,
something we should start considering of all the people who've done that through.
I can give you the list. I've got it next door. I've got.
Is it lengthy?
It's Warwickshire players. I think there's about 20 of them. It's McLaren, Ian, Umeed. Again, it's in defence. I think the last one who did it was Ian Westwood, actually, who was with us on yesterday. Who came in to talk to us yesterday. Who announced his retirement on Monday. And then Nick Knight did it a couple of times in a 6-week period. Both with a double century.
Something about left-handers.
Yeah. Umeed waits, and McLaren into him and bowls, and he goes back up on his toes and just runs it away off the open face of the bat to Lilly, who's at a sort of deep point position, almost as if he's waiting for that shot, but they amble through for the single. Just leaves Panayi 1 ball to face from McLaren. Panayi yet to get off the mark. It's 285 for 8. Warwickshire have extended the lead to just 12. Ryan McLaren having a little chat, moving Stephen Parry a bit squarer he was at backward square leg, but he's gone now to a more orthodox square leg position. In comes McLaren and bowls to Panayi, who steps a little bit away and plays it away from the body, but out of the middle of the bat, up to mid-off. It's the end of another over. Panayi yet to score 113 to Umeed and 285 for 8.
Some fella called Cook has made a century for Essex against Middlesex. 100 from 135 balls with 17 boundaries. Apparently it's his third of the season, and no doubt selectors with England's first test match against South Africa coming up next week. Of course you'll be able to hear every ball of that on Test Match Special on Sports Extra, live commentary, live coverage on the BBC Sport website and the app, in-play highlights.
He's had a terrific start to the season as well, hasn't he? And
he can play.
It's made a huge. This I think must be about his last championship game. For Essex.
Well be.
Yeah.
Stephen Parry once more, left arm round the wicket to Andrew Umeed, forcing into the offside, fielding done at cover. there's evidence around the ground of the rain that the rain that fell overnight, as the dark-haired Parry turns again and skips away from us, and Umeed, just Yorkers, and appeal from is gone! Andrew Umeed's long vigil is over. It was a very full delivery from Stephen Parry that must have hit Andrew Umeed on the full, on the front foot. He gets a handshake from George Panay as he makes his way off. Andrew Umeed, LBW to Stephen Parry. And 13, Warwickshire are 285 for 9. They lead. Andrew Umeed's long vigil is over. He misses out on the opportunity to carry his bat through a completed first-class innings.
Yes, it was strange. It was a looping full delivery, and he just played round it. Really, it was you couldn't say he was yorked or anything like that. He just played round the ball. It was one of those where he did that little half step, and the half step took the foot in, and it's been a really good innings from Umeed, and it's certainly not been the most attractive, but it's done a terrific job for Warwickshire, and in terms of the game, it's kept Warwickshire really in it. There's nothing much between the sides at the moment, just the 12 runs. It's not a huge lead, but it gives them something, and at one stage Warwickshire looked like they might have a sizable deficit, and I think they can owe it, the fact that they're in this position, to very much to Umeed's resilience and to Jetan Patel. I'm going to make way because Mike Taylor has got to come and update the local radio, so I'll speak with you later on.
To be honest, I wasn't too excited about that appeal at first, because I thought that Umeed had actually hit it, and I can't tell by his reaction as he walked off if he was just disappointed to be out or disappointed with the decision, but it's certainly, the ball scooted away into the offside like it may have been a willowy contact. Delivery from Parry. And if Umeed did miss it, well, there was no real reason for him to do so after he'd spent so long at the crease. Boyd Rankin is the new batsman, the left-hander. Warwickshire number 11. The field has changed. Parry has taken 2 wickets in 2. Slip and a short leg for Rankin. Parry now over the wicket, and Rankin just prods forward to defend his first delivery. Andrew Umeed faced 392 balls. He was at the crease and 95 minutes. 7 fours. Parry again to Rankin. Jabs the ball back to the bowler. 7 fours, no sixes, a strike rate of 28.
I'm glad you pointed out there were no sixes. But it's a tremendous effort, and well played him.
Parry continues, hopping and skipping into Rankin, who calmly just pushes the ball towards short leg. No, never a suggestion that there would be a chance. So Warwickshire have their last pair at the crease. They lead by 12. And we're set up for a wonderful final 2 days of this championship match. Parry in, Rankin. That is from the number 11. Tossed up by Parry, and Rankin with a little bit of stand and deliver, really, just bunted it back, straight back past the stumps, just on the onside. And this outfield, which has been pretty sluggish throughout the match, was made to look, well, as fast as a sheet of glass by the way that Boyd Rankin had powered that one down the ground. He's off the mark with a boundary. Warwickshire 289.
Have that a proper spank, didn't he, Boyd? Goodness me. He's always looked like the sort of chap who could walk out with, like he could do some fearful damage with that bat. His size, he's one of those who always makes the bat look tiny, isn't it? It looks like he's going to sort of strike it on something and set fire to a candle.
Well, look, Boyd Rankin is big enough that he could do damage to whatever he wants, let alone a cricket ball with a cricket bat.
Anybody who's ever met him would know he's just not the kind of guy. He looks like he thought he was the kind of guy who'd reuse a stamp rather than throw it away. I shall update local radio listeners in just a few moments after Anderson bowls, and he doesn't take the final wicket because Panay, standing and up in the crease and trying to force it into the offside, gets a thick outside edge which seemed to go to Stephen Croft's right at slip, and he fumbled the chance. Off McLaren, I beg your pardon, not Anderson. McLaren, if you're quite right in correcting me. An exciting way you did it, like Lionel Blair back in the old days, and give us a clue. But no, it's McLaren is the unlucky bowler. 289 for 9. And he tries again and bowls a bouncer, which Panay ducks underneath.
It's at least the 6th catch that Lancashire have put down. Umeed had 2 lives, Jetan Patel had 2 lives, Jonathan Trott was dropped by James Anderson at second slip around about this time yesterday, maybe a touch earlier. That feels like a lifetime ago. So Lancashire rather, they're going to give up a narrow first innings lead, and they may well reflect on some drop catches that could have had them in a much better position.
Warwickshire leading by 16 as Panay's forward, bat and pad together, still seeking his first run and pushes up on the onside. Shall update our listeners to BBC WM in the next few moments with the news of that fall of Umeed's wicket. If he'd have batted much longer, they might have considered building a statue to him outside, but it probably wouldn't have lasted as long. Warwickshire's first innings continues at the moment for 289 for 9. They lead by 16. Andrew Umeed has finally been dislodged by Lancashire after 8¼ hours batting, going back to Monday evening, going back to Stephen Parry, and has gone for 113, an invaluable contribution. But also taking the wicket of Jetan Patel, missing a flick through the leg side. In a stand worth exactly 100 with Umeed, which is of huge value to the Bears because it's given them a very valuable first innings lead. They lead by 16 at 289 for 9. And by one more now as Panay scores his first run and pushes the ball away off the back foot through the offside, so he survives a chance in that over, which in fact there's still one is there? Yes, still one to come. Miss Counting the Balls doing that update. 290 for 9, Panay 1 and ranking 4.
It's delightfully poised, isn't it? I always think that the team batting second, and hence the team that will have to bat last, for the game to be in the balance after one innings, that the team batting second has to have a small lead, maybe a touch bigger than this, but in the context of the game, it's probably not going to be the highest scoring match. So if Warwickshire could get this to 300, lead of 25, 30, set up for a cracker over the next 2 days.
There's a certain psychological value in the fact, as you pointed out already, they might not have had a lead. In fact, they might well have been facing quite a chunky deficit. And Lancashire would probably trot it off thinking, well, there's no way out. 15 or 20 behind, however many it is. Shouldn't be any at all. Here's McLaren bowling, completing this over to Rankin, who drives firmly out on the offside. Recover. It's the end of the over. 290 for 9. Warwickshire lead by 17. Even although I hesitate to say it, given you never quite know what can happen, it was only the number 11 they have dropped an eye, or the number 10 in that over. But even now, the Lancashire might be fielders well, after all this time, of course, we should finally have gone off now. We still haven't. I got the impression that's what's the sort of thing Stephen Croft was thinking as he kicked the ground after shelling that chance. A deficit of 17. Small but potentially preciously formed. That's not quite the phrase, is it? But you know what I mean. Well, you would know what I mean. So I wasn't quite introducing Scott Reed there, although I might have been.
Here comes Patel in and bowls, and Panay goes back and drives up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I made hard work of that, didn't I?
I quite liked it.
Did you?
Yeah. Small but preciously formed.
It sounded better in my head.
It sounded great hearing it out loud. Parry to Panay, and again he's forward and plays it back towards the bowler.
The last time you ever do. Water's in the works, I think.
It's the floodlights and the pink ball doing strange things.
Don't take much.
Parry to Panay. It's a good shot. Gets a run here. He's hit it up to Croft, who's at mid-off, and then picks up and throws right arm in towards the bowler's end. And he's got through for a very sneaky single there, George Panay. He moves to 291 for 9. It brings Boyd Ranking on strike.
I do think there might be something in it, though. It's not an enormous lead in terms of runs, but at the moment. But Lancashire will be a bit grumpy, won't they, walking off? Because we should actually be ahead, really, if we'd caught all the catches, probably have a lead of 50 at least, which, you'd be a bit fed up.
And as Parry skips in, left arm over the wicket to Rankin, who turns the ball with a wristy shot out to mid-wicket. There's no run. I think Lancashire looked a little bit grumpy for large parts of last night, to be truthful, with those drop chances that were put down, and they just couldn't find a way past Umeed's defence. As Parry hits the pads of Rankin as he looks to try and flick it out towards the leg side. Solitary appeal really from Stephen Parry. Nothing from the keeper of the slip field. That's Jimmy Anderson at slip, and there's a backward square leg. There's a short straight mid on. There's a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-off, a short cover and a point. Parry in and balls, and Rankin goes back and works the ball off the pads, but only finds Jetan Patel at backward square leg. And that is the end of the over. 291 for 9. Panay on 2 and Rankin on 4.
On the other hand, of course, Warwickshire, if they do end up with a first innings lead of, say, 20, will be going out for the third innings of this game in quite a different frame of mind, because up until now in the main this season, first innings leads have been something that happens to other people. So not only that, but to get it in these circumstances and rather up against it, and with, you rally round a younger player, Andrew Umeed, they should be feeling quite good about life, and with every incentive to really go for it this afternoon. As McLaren is starting a new over from the Birmingham end, and concedes another run here. He pokes it rather injudiciously away into the offside, but finds a gap in the covers to pick up a single. It's the first time I've seen Panay bat, and he's not the least organised tail ender I've ever seen. He's in ahead of Boyd Rankin, which is not in itself the greatest of recommendations. Boyd was at 10 last week at Chelmsford, ahead of Sonny Singh. But he looks okay, Panay, and he's got 3. Rankin has 4 after that rather handsome drive down the ground off Parry a few moments ago. Short leg now in as McLaren bowls a bouncer to Boyd Rankin, who didn't have to duck all that much, which tells you how short it was, because he's nearer 7 feet than 6, Boyd Rankin.
It'll be your first glimpse at George Panay bowling in the not too distant future. He bowled well in the first innings. I was speaking to Ashley Giles last night, and he was impressed about the way he bowled. Got the impression he might get a decent run in the team as well. That's what seemed to be the message coming from the dressing room downstairs.
292 for 9. McLaren bowls, and Rankin, he's found a gap here. To get probably 4 runs to third man. It was a thick outside edge. There is a slip, a gully, and then 2 men sort of are in the backward point area. So there's a ring of fielders there, and he somehow managed to find an angle to split the lot of them. And they weren't at all amused. 296 for 9.
He has done well to find a route in between those fielders, hasn't he? They're all quietly, packed in tightly just behind square on the offside, and he's probably picked out about a 3 or 4 yard gap, which is the one that he had to find if he was to try and beat those fielders.
It is an unusual field now, and I think that maybe tells you something about the slowness of the pitch and the softness of the ball. They don't think they're going to get much going to the orthodox slip positions. In fact, Butler, one of them is going back to third man now. It's not Butler, it's Parry, in fact, has gone out of that group. Butler's gone a bit squarer as Rankin comes forward in defence.
Yeah, that's been the nature of the pitch for the couple of days, really. It's been field placings where we've seen 2 short covers or 2 short mid wickets, and it's kind of umbrella field all within the batsman's eyes, similar to what we've got now. It's both sides seem to switch to this fielding strategy pretty early on.
There's a slip, a gully, a quite deep set point, short leg, and a man at short extra cover as from round the wicket, McLaren to the left-handed Rankin wide of the off stump. Warwickshire lead now by 23. There's also a third man mid-off, who's quite straight. The mid-on is quite a way round towards mid-wicket, and there's a long leg. which I think is Chanderpaul, so it's rather inaptly named long leg, arguably. As McLaren going right out to the return crease, bowls round the wicket to Rankin, who defends, and another over ends. It is a shade lighter if you're looking at the grey shades on your paint colour chart, which happily we haven't had any of those in our house for a while. The only problem is, you see, we haven't had decorating. We haven't done decorating for a while, which means you're quite close to doing it again, which is... That never brightens the day, does it?
You're not a keen decorator then?
No, hello to all the decorators. If you're listening to this while decorating, then good for you. Good for you. What a shame there's any cricket being played rather than be hanging off the end of a paintbrush. 296 for 9.
There's not much cricket being played, full stop. There's only here and Chelmsford where there's any current cricket. I've seen that match abandoned at Derby and between New Zealand and South Africa and the Women's World Cup, and everywhere else in the County Championship, no play at all. Parry starts a fresh over, left arm around the wicket, and Panay stretches forward, bat in front of his pad, and just pokes the ball down into the offside. There's a short cover. It's Jimmy Anderson, and there is no run. In fact, it's Dane Villas as Anderson settles in at slip. This is nudged just off the pad by Panay behind square leg and jogs through for 1. Extends his score to 4. And Warwickshire 297 for 9. So creeping up towards 300 and just slowly edging a fraction further forward and beyond the Lancashire's 273. Parry off maybe 6 or 7 paces. In and bowled. It was short and whipped through the onside by Rankin, but stopped just behind square, close in on the leg side by Chanderpaul.
I hadn't been to Chelmsford for years and years until I went last week. Oh, it was warm.
Oh, nice.
Oh, gosh, it was warm.
Parry over the wicket, a little floater towards Rankin. I can just nudge it into the leg side and calls Panay through for a very quick single. Takes him to 298 for 9.
I hadn't been there for about 15 years. It hasn't changed much. I mean, I'm pretty sure Chelmsford have been there since the Romans, so it doesn't change all that quick. But it was rather pleasant to drive around the Essex countryside. I rather enjoyed it.
Parry to Panay defends, and there is no run.
We were staying in Brentwood, and when I got back to the office, when I was seeing people in the office the day after, I'll tell you in a moment.
Parry, last ball of his over, his 20th, and Panay's forward and defending, no run, 298 for 9. Panay 4 and Rankin on 9.
I suspect you're going to laugh at me now.
Would I?
And you folks decorating, you'll be laughing at me as well. Because the first question I asked was, there was Chelmsford, there was the digs in Brentwood. So it was alright, never been to Brentwood before. And the first thing I got asked, and it'll be the first thing that apparently all you culture vultures out there will be asking, which I was completely clueless, was, did you see any of the people from Towie? And I said, what's that? And, you know, the cultural references in our office have changed a bit. When I first started, you could go and talk about the same things, but now they're all younger. And round the wicket comes McLaren, bowls first ball looking it over to Rankin. This last wicket better not fall now, so I'm going to get this wind out. Because now I've been hanging around BBC WM for a surprising amount of time, so I still haven't worked out. I should have turned my pass off years ago. I've now got, and 1 or 2 other colleagues on the sport department with me, who's of age with me, we have a different set of cultural references to the people in the office, because, you refer to sort of pop groups of the late 80s, and they don't know what you're talking about. Round the wicket comes comes McLaren, forward comes Rankin, pushes away into the offside. So, you used to be able to say, well, that sounds like that old Haircut 100 record. And
you get a few blank looks. Like the one I'm giving you now.
Yeah, don't. You're just as bad. And I bet Chemmelt is probably as well, who's talking to him later on.
So you weren't familiar with the work of
Well, not as familiar as I am now, because I immediately searched it online straight away, as one does. Rankin turns away into the leg side, and they go for a short single, and they do get it. The throw, I think, struck Panay as he was going through, I think. Might have done. It seemed to deflect away, but anyway, it was a pretty wild. It ended up being a pretty wild throw. As if it had hit Panay, maybe it didn't. It wasn't very good. But anyway, they get a run, and it's 299 for 9. Well, that was even a thing in itself, so I had to look it up on the internet to see what it was, which of course when we were kids you used to have to go to the library and look up what it was, or look in the TV Times, which we only had at Christmas. That's what most people did. You only had the Radio Times and TV Times at Christmas. And then people in the office go and say, well, what's the TV Times? And you say,
you've got to start all over again.
Start again. Well, it's like when I try and say to my kids that we used to have to go stand up and press the buttons on the telly. Anyway, it's 299 for 9, and this is a bouncer that Panay ducks underneath from McLaren. The field is sort of creeping closer all the time. In these various inventive positions. So they're all sort of staying where they are, but moving a bit nearer, like they're being drawn in. I've stopped now. It's all right.
I was quite enjoying that.
Yeah. Too kind. You can come again. Lead of 26. McLaren approaches from the city end. Panay drives and gets a thick edge in the air, but past Anderson ahead of his 4. Down to third man. Applause ringing out of the pavilion, not from McLaren, who's adopted his thinker pose, hand on the chin, and he's giving the benefit of his wisdom for anybody who's looking. 303 for 9. Warwickshire don't get a third batting point because the time for scoring bonus points expired some while ago, but nevertheless, they extend the first innings lead to 30 now, which is still in the handy brackets. First innings leads under 50 are officially handy if you look it up in the book.
And then 50 to 70 is about, he's kind of...
It's significant.
Yeah. 100 plus match winning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Potentially match winning. This is guided a bit more firmly by Panay. It was in the air between two fielders now at goal. Hard though, because that wasn't an edge. He came out the middle of the bat, and Bailey threw himself to his, and it went like sort of, you can't really describe a pink ball. It was going like try to find, can you? But it went tremendously fast, and down to third man for 4, and Panay's got 12 now, which is pleasing McLaren not at all, because he had him dropped on naught, and it's 307 for 9 at the end of the over.
But Brentwood's quite a distance from Chelmsford, isn't it?
It is.
He quite fancied the drive in every day as opposed just to staying somewhere.
Well, that's look, I don't organise these things.
Oh,
it's just when it happens. I have people who do that.
Your staff do that.
Yeah, absolutely. But now you see, because again, I was doing half the match with young Wilford, like this one, and on the first day, it had taken him a couple of hours to do the 12 miles back from Chelmsford to Brentwood.
Oh dear.
So I didn't want to fall into that trap, so I sort of went for various little wander around Chelmsford for a bit.
Stephen Parry starts a fresh over, bringing Rankin forward, just pushes into the offside, jogs through for 1, moves to 11, 308 for 9.
So I wondered aloud on the commentary with our friends from BBC Essex whether you could, given it was that really, really hot day in the middle of last week, whether one could drive to the seaside, given it was also the longest day, in time to get an ice cream on a seafront after hanging around and doing an interview. Chelmsford, but there wasn't.
Oh. Parry round the wicket to Panay, who ignores it, strides forward, lifts the bat up to about shoulder height, nestles into the gloves of Alex Davis, hands it back to the bowler, and Parry wanders back to his mark. Turns and in again. He taps his bat a couple of times pretty quickly, and Parry's in, and this beats him. That's a nice ball from Parry. Just goes past Panay's bat and gathered by the keeper.
That was well flighted, wasn't it? Nicely bowled by Parry. It's been a good little spell. He's picked up a couple of cheap wickets so far.
2 for 28. The slow left arm of Stephen Parry. I'm sure Jetan Patel watching on from the dressing rooms. Forward comes Panay, defensively into the offside, no run. Just sent a couple that Parry's got to turn. Not a great deal of turn for the spin bowlers in this game so far. This pink ball, maybe not a fan of the spinner. Is in and bowling, and it's driven through the offside. It's straight to extra cover. Panay remains on 12.
Starting to play some quite pleasant strokes now. There's a very straight mid-off, and Parry coming left arm round the wicket. If a catch comes by the way, he's almost going to obscure it in his follow-through.
Into Panay. Tucks the ball out to the onside, and Aaron Lilly, 12th man for Lancashire, stops the ball low down to his left. End of Parry's 21st over. Warwickshire 308 for 9. These two ticking along quite nicely. 11 to Rankin and 12 to Panay.
23 runs added for the last wicket, which is really, you couldn't exactly say turning the screw on Lancashire with a lead of only 35, but Lancashire will be pretty impatient to get off now. It's been 130 overs since Monday night. There's a lot in Championship cricket, and although they've finally seen the back of Andrew Umeed, the agony be extended just a little bit here by Rankin and Panay. Rankin getting ready to start a new over from the bustling McLaren, and he just about avoids a ball that was angled across him, shortish, going down the leg side. It looked as though he was going to feather a glove onto it on its way through to Davis, but he didn't quite. And wicketkeeper holds down the leg side. 308 for 9. The light, I really don't think would be playable now in sort of normal circumstances. It's one of those, even with the lights on. If you'd started with the lights on, you'd probably be all right in a red ball game. Rankin comes forward and pushes away into the offside. But if it was one of those where you didn't have lights, like we didn't used to, there's one for you younger folks. We had cricket games without floodlights. I don't think you'd be playing, would you, in this light? I'm not sure you'd have played at all in this session in this light.
No.
The days I've sat here, having paid to come in light better than this, and read the paper. Forward comes Rankin, defends end the offside. There's no run.
It has been a feature of this game the last couple of days that when it's got to the final session, it has genuinely felt like a day-night game. We've seen one or two of our colleagues up and down the country, posting pictures on Twitter of it looking quite like a nice summer night, and maybe the floodlights not having much effect, but that's not been the case the previous 2 days. It's been genuine day-night cricket. I've brought an extra element to it, definitely.
Round the wicket, McLaren, and short again outside off stump, this time to Rankin, who guides it carefully on the. I think further north, up in Chesterley Street, obviously it gets darker a bit later. I think it's barely seemed like it's twilight at all at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I must have had kind of a bit of cloud around, and that's made it darker earlier.
Well, 200 mile further north nearly. Round the wicket comes Rankin, comes McLaren, and Rankin plays a good shot here, plays it square on the offside, and in control of it all the way, guided it past Parry, and he gets 4 out to the backward point boundary. 15 to Rankin. 9 now.
For a moment we had a third game which was underway, a game at Hove, but they're off again. Rain started, so Gloucestershire had just resumed their first innings, but they've quickly gone off again. So there's only this fixture here and the one at Chelmsford where there's any play so far today.
McLaren bowls, and Rankin is, I say he's forward, he's barely moving at all. He's just sort of leaning into a defensive stroke, and it's another over has ticked by, and Warwickshire's lead now up to 39 at 312 for 9. So it really is accumulating handily for them.
Essex 184 without loss, and Alistair Cook still going nicely, 111 not out. Nick Brown on 69.
The way the fixtures have fallen, with Cook only playing in the international games he plays in these days, it's worked out rather nicely for us, isn't it, to have him available for half of the championship season. I bet that hasn't happened since he was a kid. He would have played half the championship games, I suppose, wouldn't he?
Yeah, Cook in the team, and then Wagner with the ball, and now Amir, and then backed up by Harmer, the spinner. You can see why they've had a good start to the season as Parry starts. Ball's full to Panay, and Panay hits it back down the pitch and stopped by Parry off his own bowling. 312 for 9. Anderson settles in at first slip. Keeper crouches down. Forward comes the batsman. Defends. It rolls along the ground to Villas at short straight mid off, and there's no run. Hands it back to Parry. Turns and is in past the umpire, round the wicket once more and defending again. Nicely played. Front foot defensive push into the offside. No run.
Our friend Kevin Hell says, are you okay to keep going during the innings break? You were sure you were going to get one soon, Kevin.
Just over half an hour until tea. This is whipped through the onside by Panay, stopped at mid-wicket by Aaron Lilly, and there's no run. See Jordan Clark limbering up in the distance, had a deepish extra cover, might well be into the attack as Parry pushes this one much quicker, a little flatter, and it's driven down into the ground, one bounce, and runs up to McLaren and into the offside. Again, there's no run. And Parry for the final time of his 22nd over, looking for this final wicket, and played nicely and calmly through the onside, just worked off the pads by Panay, and it's the end of the over. 312 for 9.
Yes, I have a couple of radio updates. I think Scott's going to go and do one of updating listeners to BBC local radio in the West Midlands area in a few moments, and Phil and Stefan will come and join us as well in due course. 312 for 9. Yes, Warwickshire continuing to extend their first innings now to 312 for 9, and a last wicket partnership just stretched now for beyond half. Lancashire still further, Boyd Rankin and George Panay together, and they have taken the score on since the eventual batted for 8 1/4 hours in making 113, a tremendous effort, his second first-class 100, until he was finally winkled. Parry. He's got both wickets to fall today. Jetan Patel stumped for 50, but Warwickshire building a small but very useful first innings lead, now worth 39 at 312 for 9. That's BBC Coventry and Warwickshire listeners taken care of. I'll do the same for BBC WM in a few moments, and then we will continue anyway for listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Radio Manchester as Rankin guides the first ball of a new over off a bit of a thick edge down to third man for 4 runs. It was at catchable height through where a second slip would have been, but they only had one, so it's another 4 to Boyd Rankin, and lead of 43. They'll like this now, Stefan.
Yeah, they will, and severely helped by at least 6 Lancashire dropped catches. And George Panay was dropped without scoring. Well, now this partnership worth maths I can't even do.
I'll do it in a moment. I shall sort of talk through this over as well. I'll add another update, and then I shall ask Phil to come in and join you. With the news that Sports Extra want you to keep going if the wicket falls, by the way. So if it does, then you can maybe spend 10 minutes talking through Andrew Umeed's range of leaves, which were shown to full extent during his 392 ball 8 1/4 hour stay. 316 for 9. This team may just keep batting all the way, you never know. His Rankin's forward, he gets his 20th run, pushing it out square on the offside, and it's 317 for 9. Yes, Warwickshire still extending their first innings now, very usefully indeed, to 317 for 9 at the moment, with George Panay having taken advantage. Before he'd scored, he's made 12, and Boyd Rankin has accumulated 20. So Warwickshire building on the fine work of Jetan Patel and Andrew Umeed, who completed a century stand earlier. Umeed's 113, the mainstay of the innings, by a very useful 44 at 317 for 9. So I shall finish the end of this over. I shall get out of the way then for Phil to come and join you, Stefan. I shall ring our friends at BBC Commentary in Warwickshire and ask us if they can take Fat Larry's band out of our headphones. Good tune. To tell you about Panay standing up straight and hammering a square cut off Jordan Clark away through the covers for 4 good runs to go to 16 out of 321 for 9.
Yeah, Stephen Croft, the Lancashire captain's just jogged up to Jordan Clark after he's bowled a pretty rank long hop outside the off stump. I'm not really sure what a captain can say in this situation other than don't bowl rank long hops.
Yeah. Yes, that was a bit friendly, wasn't it? But number 10 or 11 or not, he gave that a fair clatter. He's got 16 now, Panay. And he's waiting now for Clark, who bowls. Oh, he's knocked his off stump out comprehensively, so that has wrapped it up. And it was a very good. It was full and straight and fast and knocked a stump way out of the ground. So there goes Panay. His innings ends at 16. And Warwickshire all out for 321. Beaten with 20. And 321, so that's a lead of 48. So that really is very useful indeed, and a last wicket partnership of 36. So that's been of great value indeed to Warwickshire. The last man out, Panay bowled by Clark for 16, 321 all out. I feel quite bad at this point, but I'm going to get it. Are you going to all right to come in, Phil, and have a chat with Stefan? Because there's actually quite a lot it strikes me to talk about, and you two have the pleasure of seeing all of that innings, which started on Monday night. So you can use on that, and then we're going into what now looks like being a very interesting spell. Phil Britt will sum up the Warwickshire innings to tell you, which will very quickly use up 10 minutes. Which is only 485 less than Andrew Umeed batted for.
Well, I'll start by going through the card. It seems like an age ago that Warwickshire went out to face the new ball on a dark, gloomy, floodlit Monday. And William Porterfield was trapped LBW by James Anderson for just 1. Warwickshire were 3 for 1 responding to Lancashire's 273, and you thought, here we go, Warwickshire's fragile batting could be in for it again. Not any of it. Andrew Umeed and Jonathan Trott, they added 74 for the second wicket. They batted well before Trott was LBW to Jordan Clark for 56. Then another wobble. Ian Bell in Clark's very next over was caught behind by Alex Davis without scoring. Sam Hain brilliantly caught and bowled by 10, and that was 103 for 4. Warwickshire still 170 behind, but by then Andrew Umeed really had dropped anchor, and he Tim Ambrose and then Ricky Clark. Ambrose was caught at slip by Dane Villas off the bowling of Jordan Clark. Ricky Clark came in. He from 102 deliveries before Tom Bailey took the second new ball. He bowled Ricky Clark from the very next delivery. Keith Barker was trapped LBW without scoring. Through all this, Andrew Umeed was still at the other end, stoically defending, waiting, immovable really, and he was sort of spurred to life by he had exactly 100 for the 8th wicket. That partnership spanned last evening and tonight. 2 lives. He was dropped on 19 by wicketkeeper Alex Davis off the ball. Put him down on 49 off the bowling of James Anderson. Patel had lives too. 29 by Shivnarine Chanderpaul. He made exactly 50 before being the first wicket to fall today. He was stumped by Alex Davis, Stephen Parry, and then Andrew Umeed's long vigil came to an end. He was LBW to Parry for 113, but it still didn't end there for Warwickshire. George Panay on his first class debut, Boyd Rankin, the number 11. Panay was dropped without the last pair to move the score from 285 to 321 before Panay's stumps were uprooted by Jordan Clark. He went for 16. Boyd Rankin left 20 not out. James Anderson, looking to prove his fitness after that groin injury. England's first test match against South Africa. 32 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 64. It's fair to say that he moved the pink ball more than anyone else, but that says more about the skill of James Anderson than it does about the pink. Anyway, Tom Bailey, his new ball partner, 30 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 75. Ryan McLaren, 0 for 68. Jordan Clark, probably the pick of the bowlers really, 22.4 overs, 3 for 81. Stephen Parry, arguably underused. He bowled 22 overs. It only cost 28 runs. He took 2 wickets. At times, Umeed and Ricky Clark were shotless in the face of the left-arm spinner. And 3 overs of Captain Stephen Croft's off-spin, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 3. So the situation here at Edgbaston is that Warwickshire have taken a first innings lead over Lancashire of 48 runs. You're listening on BBC Radio 5 Live, Sports Extra, or maybe sport website, BBC WM Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire, where you'll also find us on the medium wave frequency. And I'll say to Phil Britt, what do you make of all that?
I think Warwickshire will be pretty happy with the way that actually went. In light of some of the batting performances they've had this season, I think building it around Umeed's long innings, 392 deliveries. They got good support. First of all, Jonathan Trott earlier in the innings I thought batted really well, and gave them what looked to be a reasonable start. Along with Umeed, they were going along nicely. Ian Bell had a little nibble outside the off stump. A little bit worrying there that Ian still can't really click into getting big scores, which you'd expect for a player of his quality. He's still only got the 1 century in Championship cricket since he took over the captaincy at the beginning of last season, and that was in the very first match against Hampshire at the GS Bowl last season. But still looking for his first Championship century this year. And Sam Hayne, who came in, he only got 10, but there were signs there that Hayne is beginning to pick up the form of 2 years ago in red ball cricket. He's expressed it in white ball cricket. A good catch to get rid of, a good return catch, athletic catch from James Anderson, got rid of Hayne for 10. But for one of the few times this season you began to see the back part of the Warwickshire batting. They were always renowned as having a side which batted right the way through the order, and regularly the last 5 wickets have outscored the front 5. Feature Richard Wilford was talking about yesterday on there, and again in this match when the 5th wicket fell, 135 for 5. It would have been very easy with the way that Warwickshire have played this year to see them tumbling out, getting down, giving Lancashire the best part of a 100-run lead, but no, they dug in. Tim Ambrose, Ricky Clark did the job. Yes, Keith Barker, who's added very useful runs this season, he failed this time, but Jetan Patel picked up his second half century in consecutive games to follow the 71 he got at Chelmsford last week against Essex. And then with Panay, who's been, I think, a real bonus. You give somebody a debut, obviously they've got to have the talent to get into the first team. He bowled very well, and he showed and demonstrated a certain aptitude with the bat. He faced 35 balls, he hit 3 boundaries. It was 16, which in itself doesn't sound a lot, but for a man coming at number 10, he then, with Boyd Rankin, they just took Warwickshire on, adding 36 for the last wicket, took them into a lead of 48, and that will just give them something that if they could pick up a wicket at the beginning of the innings, they will suddenly feel that instead of playing second fiddle, which they've done for most of the season. Remember, this is a side which has been beaten 4 times by an innings this year, Warwickshire. They've drawn 2 games. They've got no real form. For the first time this season, perhaps other than in the Somerset game, which was badly affected by rain, they have a chance of competing. And I think we're in for 2 very, very good days cricket now. With sides, not a huge amount between them, but it will now be very much on how Warwickshire can bowl. George Panay is on a hat-trick, of course. He wrapped up the first innings with consecutive deliveries, and he's going to be taking the new ball. So, the batsman coming out, Alex Davis.
And Josh Buttler opening the batting for Lancashire. So that means that Hasib Hamid, who was off the field for most of last night and certainly all of this morning, has not taken his place at the top of the order. He would be allowed to because he had an external injury. He split the webbing on his hand. So there'd be no sort of suggestion that he would have to bat down the order because of time spent off the field. So the reason he's not opening the batting is because he is not fit to do so. And remember, this was his last opportunity to impress the selectors before the squad for the first test against South Africa is named on Sunday morning. And so with that being the case, and if Hamid isn't coming in, I have to say that his position in the England team is looking pretty much in doubt. He may not even be fit to take his place for England, let alone be selected on form alone. Anyway, here comes slips and a gully go down into Alex Davis, who defends. There's no hat-trick here. So Lancashire, just beginning their second innings, they are 48 runs behind Warwickshire. If you're expecting to hear commentary women in the Women's World Cup, that game in Derby was abandoned without a ball being bowled. Around the country there is only, and at Chelmsford, Essex are 197 without loss in reply to Middlesex's 246, unbeaten century for Alistair Cook. Who else? As George Panay, 33 on his back, dark-haired, into the right-handed stump, and Davis crabs across to defend the ball back up the pitch. The field, 2 slips and a gully, a point, a cover, a short mid-off that's almost been omnipresent throughout this match, employed by both sides. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. The floodlights are beaming down, as they have been throughout the game, really. The grey cloud necessitates into action much earlier in the day. I'm just wondering when Josh Buttler may have opened the batting in first class cricket. I can think of one example. Panay in again outside the off stump. Davis leaves the ball alone, so Lancashire remain a 0 without loss in their second innings. He opened the batting for England in a test match on their tour of the UAE when they were playing against Pakistan. It was the first test when England was set a target, and Buttler he opened the batting with Moeen Ali, I believe.
It was that chase, wasn't it? They went to send them out.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is one time he's opened the batting in first class cricket, but I can't imagine there's been leaning on his bat at the non-strikers end as Panay is in swinger to Alex Davis, who drives through the vacant mid-off region. Lancashire are underway, 1 without loss, trying to wipe out that first innings deficit of 48 runs.
Well, he didn't really. He'll want to have time at the crease as well. He just faced 20 deliveries in the first innings, and he looked, in all honesty, a little bit out of touch. And the shot he was out to, in the end, he was LBW to Jetan Patel, having a real sort of wipe across the line. Which I think was largely frustration of the fact he hadn't been able to get the ball away. So giving him the opportunity here of spending some real quality time at the crease. He's just going through some stretching exercises ahead of receiving the first ball, his first ball from Panay.
So Buttler it is, 3 taps of the bat and then a raise. He waits for Panay, 2 slips and a gully. Buttler down the track actually, and just clips this ball towards long leg for a single. So he's underway, he'll feel better about that. Lancashire 2 without loss. There's 1 delivery of the first over.
Yeah, just a nice friendly first ball from George Panay, but onto drifting full length delivery onto his pads, which he was able to just nip away without just a little flick of the wrists, and the ball went down to long leg.
So Panay, right arm over to complete the first over of the Lancashire second innings outside the off stump. That's bounced on Davis. He's not a tall man, Alex Davis. He had to make himself as tall as possible to ride the bounce. It hit the bat high up on the shoulder, and it trickled away into the offside. So the end of the first over, a good one from George Panay. Lancashire are 2 without loss.
Just a little tricky period leading first interval of the day. Effectively the lunch interval. As Lancashire will need to negotiate, they don't want to be in a position where they've lost any wickets before wiping out the arrears of 48, but they'll also be aware that the Warwickshire bowlers will have this probably about 5 overs at them before the break, and then the ball still new will come back out afterwards and be able to have a second go, whilst the batsmen have to once again just re-establish themselves. So Keith Barker bowling from the Birmingham end, and he'll be on his way to Jos Buttler. He's in and bowls, and Buttler is wrapped on the pad border, pitching outside leg stump. There was an appeal from the slip cordon, but again not really from the bowler, who got up and walked away, and he's just picks the ball up as it's thrown back to him, but they're looking to play it away through the onside, but not able to. 2 for no wicket as Barker comes in and bowls, and Butler is going after this one. No foot movement at all. His ball was pitched a little bit short outside the off stump, going across the right-hander, and Butler threw everything at that, trying to cut the ball away down square on the offside, but he did it with the bat just playing away from the body, and the feet were completely firmly entrenched, and he gets away with it as the ball goes through to Tim Ambrose, but not the sort of shot you would normally be expecting to see in the second over of an innings, and Butler there, his timing not quite right on that one as Barker into him. This is down the leg side, and well taken by Tim Ambrose, Butler again not able to get bat onto as it goes, pitches and just moves away off the seam, and leaves Butler as it goes past his legs.
Scott Reed has just been in to inform us that it wasn't just in the in that Test match where Jos Buttler opened the batting. He's also opened the batting in first class cricket for Lancashire before, so I'm just going to dig out the details of that.
In the meantime, Barker continues and in, and Butler is wrapped on the pad. Now that's a better shot, but again, that's just again looking down on it. It might just have been pitching outside leg stump. It could have been a fraction high as well, I think, that one. But again, not out is the reply. But certainly in this opening over, Jos Buttler not looking entirely comfortable here.
He actually opened the batting in the last game, the last first class match that he played for Lancashire.
Right, that's Barker into him and bowls, and this one is he's gone. He never looked comfortable, and just as we were saying, Barker strikes, Butler really all over the place with that one, trying to play the ball away in the air, and was taken by Porterfield at short mid wicket, and Butler walks off for one. He's really had a poor game, which will be probably his final first class game before the perhaps before the test. We're not sure whether he'll be picked in the test side, in actual fact. Just thinking about that and correcting myself, but Butler goes for one to follow the 2 he got in the first innings. Pink ball cricket for Butler. Certainly he's not gained a great deal from the trial.
No, I think it was pretty unlikely that Jos Buttler would have had to open the batting. Hasib Umeed actually coming out at number 3, which is incredibly curious.
That was a definite ploy.
If he was, it must have been.
Yeah, that was a ploy.
If Hamid was not fit to open, why is he coming out at number 3? It must have been. I can't think of any reason why Butler opened Hamid. Was tactical. Anyway, Jos Buttler. He probably it was a very unlikely that Butler would have been picked in the first test, and he would have needed a big score here to force the hand of the selectors. Now, did he choose to open the batting? Was he asked to? Because I can't imagine that he's done him any favours.
I don't think he's done him. I think, having seen his batting in both innings, and I've only seen him this one game, but both times there's been absolutely no discipline at all in the batting. Barker continues his last ball of his opening over. He's in and bowls to the new batsman, who is Umeed, who was immediately off the mark with a boundary. Played away beautifully through extra cover. Lovely looking shot, and he's on his way. 4 runs to him. It's 6 for 1. Barker strikes, and we have Lancashire's regular opening batsman now at the crease with Alex Davis. Very strange, very strange. Hasib Umeed is, we assumed, was unfit to bat, so would go down the order, but I think, have to say, Stefan, I think we got it wrong.
I can't for the life of me figure out the tactical sense of Jos Buttler opening the batting in front of Hasib Umeed. Time is not an issue in this game. Buttler was batting at 3 anyway. He could have been in second ball.
Yep.
I'm absolutely baffled. And if Hasib Umeed wasn't fit to open the batting, why was he fit to bat at number 3? Anyway, George Panay, new over to Alex Davis outside the off stump, left alone. The ball through to the black wicket-keeping gloves of Tim Ambrose. Lancashire 6 for 1. They trail Warwickshire. They've got their regular opening partnership of Alex Davis and Hasib Umeed at the crease. And Jos Buttler he's almost been sacrificed at the top of the order, having been caught at short mid-wicket by William Porterfield off the left-arm over bowling of Keith Barker for only 1. 2 slips in place, short mid-off, short mid-wicket. George Panay, dark-haired, short sleeves. Davis goes back onto his stumps again and again has to ride the bounce as it rears up to him from just back of a length. There's no run.
He never looked settled either, did he? It didn't look like he knew quite what the role was going to be. Was he going to go out to sort of a pinch hit type role? Was he going to... But Barker, he's hit him a couple of times on the pads. He had that one shot where he tried to hammer it away through the offside and just threw everything at it, and was lucky he didn't get a top edge through to the keeper. And then playing that shot through mid-wicket, which was uncontrolled.
Panay in past the umpire, full ball to Davis down the leg side. Davis gets nothing on it. He might think that he's missed out there.
Yeah, I think he has. I think Panay got away with that one.
There are 6 minutes to go until, is it lunch, is it tea? It's the first interval, we know that for certain. So Lancashire are just in this tricky period where they don't have a great deal to gain. They've already lost Jos Buttler.
Well, it's worked. The way things have worked out, it's perfect for Warwickshire. I think that they have taken a slight advantage in this game for the first time.
Panay sets off on his way from us at the pavilion end, down the leg side again, but Davis, straight delivery really, that he turned up to mid-on. What makes it even more curious is that, let's say that Lancashire had a good start. I mean, I thought that Jos Buttler was probably batting too high at number 3 anyway. Let's say that Lancashire had a good start, and at some point they felt that they needed to press on in order to set up the chance. Who better to come in at, say, number 5 or 6 than Jos Buttler? Panay's got 33 on his back. He's into Davis, who again turns the ball into the onside. And throughout this game, in the first innings as well, Jos Buttler looked like a man who'd just come off the back of 3 2020 internationals.
Yes, yeah, definitely in the first innings, and then again, that's going out there. There was no time to look at the ball. There was it was really throwing the bat at it right from the word go. It's almost like a man who's got a train to catch, and I can bat for 2 overs and I've got to go.
Panay to complete the over, scurrying in, again a straight delivery onto the hips of Davis, who turns it to the man at short mid-wicket. There's almost no one else in the game in that over than Panay. William Porterfield, the short mid-wicket fielder. It's the end of the 3rd over. Lancashire are 6 for 1. They've lost Jos Buttler for just 1. These curious circumstances. Hasib Hamid batting at number 3. And Warwickshire, the County Championships Division 1's bottom side, may well feel that this is an excellent opportunity for them to record their first win of the season.
Yep, I agree. It's gone pretty dark overhead at the moment as we approach the first interval, and Keith Barker starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this has Hamid playing this down in front of him, just down into the ground. Hamid wearing the same number, 23, as we saw Andrew Umeed for most of the Warwickshire innings. So getting a bit familiar with 23 on the bat, and he'll be hoping, Hasib Hamid, that he can actually replicate what Andrew Umeed did in terms of runs as Barker into him and bowls, and this brings him forward and defensively playing this one from the crease, and Ian Bell does the fielding at short mid-off. There's 2 slips, there's no gully, 2 slips, a cover point, an extra cover, a short mid-off, there's a mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket, a deeper mid-wicket stroke square leg, a man back at mid-on, and there's a long leg. That's the field as Barker turns. You can see the shadows off the floodlights really standing out as he comes in and bowls and outside the off stump and through to Tim Ambrose. It's 4 o'clock, it's June in this, and it really has got the feeling of a November afternoon about it in terms of the weather and the overcast conditions. People have got coats on. I'm just looking at the cameraman out on the balcony down below us. He's got a thick anorak on and a hood, and he's sort of moving as though just keeping the circulation going. Everybody well wrapped up. It's a pretty chilly afternoon here as Barker in bowls, and that one pitches, just comes back a little and shapes in just outside Hamid's off stump. Good judgment by the right-hander. He gets away with that, but that was one which Barker just brought back at him a little. 6 for 1, Hamid stays on 4.
Change of ends, isn't it, for Keith Barker?
Yeah, Barker normally bowls from down below us and from the pavilion end, but very occasionally you see him bowling up at the Birmingham end, which he comes in and bowls from this time, and outside the off stump. This one goes on again, pitching wider outside the off stump and continues, takes the line through to the Ambrose. No shot offered by Hamid.
If Hasib Hamid was being smart, he'd undo and retie his shoelaces, he'd get down the pitch to do some gardening, he'd adjust whatever he can adjust to make sure that this is the last over before the interval. Delivery left in the over.
Barker's come around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and he's hit on the pad, and big shout. I think that was going across him, probably missing leg, coming down to miss the leg stump. It's not out anyway. It's the end of a good over from Barker. He's taken 1 for 4. Lancashire remain on 6 for 1, and we are going to get another over.
Well, if Lancashire suffer further losses in this over, you would have to say that's poor cricket from Hamid and Davis, really. Just on the LBW appeal, it's very difficult permanently in-swingers to the right-hander to get an LBW decision when he comes round the wicket. The right-hander would either get himself out, be drifting down the leg side. George Panay starts a new over, running away from us and into Alex Davis. Full, and Davis clips through mid. Might get 4, but the outfield is slow. As a chase for Jetan Patel, and I think Patel's going to win it. He is. He goes out towards the empty Hollis stand, and Alex turn and come back for a 3rd run. So Lancashire move on to 9 for 1. Alex Davis has 4. Mike Taylor's coming alongside me. What have you made of all that, Mike?
Yeah. Film for a few moments of local radio update in a few moments while we come up to the break. I like this move to give Panay the new ball. I thought that was a really handy move.
What about the Joss Butler Hasib Hamid conundrum?
I assumed that when Hanib didn't come out and bat that we wouldn't see him till number 7 or something like that. So because he had a finger injury, I was told.
We think he split his web, and he certainly had his hand bandaged earlier on when he emerged to do some 12th man duties. Anyway, he's waiting for George Panay now. 2 slips go down outside the drifting, and Hamid just raises the bat and makes sure that no willow or glove is in the way of the ball. Warwickshire are crowding Hamid in this final over before the interval. Silly mid-off, that's the position where Hamid was caught in the first innings. Keith Barker is at silly mid-on, and there's a short mid-wicket as well. Floodlights beam down, there's a white sheet that was used to cover the outfield. That's of the ground. Panay's running towards it now. It's into Hamid's hips. That's bounced actually, and Hamid has to take the bottom hand off the bat. The ball goes to where maybe leg gully would have been, and Hamid takes a single. He gets himself out of the firing line. For 1, Lancashire, they trail by 38 runs, and there are 3 deliveries left in the session.
I wouldn't be enough of an expert to know what sort of an injury is that allows you to bat at 3 but not at 2. Or why otherwise Josh Butler would open the batting. It doesn't make a lot of obvious sense.
Alex Davis taps the bat twice and then raises it. Again, it's a short ball from Panay that Davis just gets up tall and rides the bounce. If anything, you could say that George Panay too short in these first 2 overs and 4 deliveries that he's delivered. He naturally swings the ball into the right-hander. He's got just a little bit of an open-chested action. He's not really giving it chance to swing, and there's certainly no catches in place for any short deliveries. They're all either on the drive or looking for the edge, so yard or 2 fuller required from young George Panay, who's in past the umpire again. Alex Davis. This time he turns it round the corner. He'll look for 2, but turns it down. Some good fielding by Boyd Rankin down there at long.
Forgive me butting in, Stefan, just to update our radio listeners. We're about to reach the first interval of the day, the so-called lunch interval, and Warwickshire on top in this game with having 48, with a very useful last wicket partnership of 36 between George Panay and Boyd Rankin, adding to the excellent work of Andrew Umeed, who made a they've now picked up an early wicket. Josh Butler flicking a loose stroke at Keith Barker and caught at mid-wicket by 1. So in the final over before the break, George Panay given the new ball bowled spiritedly, and Lancashire 7 for 1 and trail by 37. And that was a good ball just to finish off there, Stephen.
Are there any more updates to come, Mike?
No, that is the end of our updates. So just do you want to just round up that session for us, and then for Sports Extra listeners, I think Scott Reedy's taking care of BBC Radio Manchester listeners for the moment. Sports Extra listeners will be joining Kevin Hells at Headingley in just a second.
So Warwickshire, they began the day 9 for 7. Andrew Umeed, who completed a century last evening, was in the company of Jetan Patel. You're just hearing the applause of the Warwickshire members as the players make their way off the field by the situation of this match. As I said, Warwickshire 259 for 7. They were eventually bowled out for 321. Jetan Patel made exactly stumped by Alex Davis off the bowling of Stephen Parry. In the next over, Andrew Umeed's long vigil eventually came to Parry. He faced 392 deliveries for his 113, 494 minutes at the crease. Lancashire may have thought, you know what, we've got rid of Umeed, we're finally through them. Not a bit of it. The final wicket pair of George Panay and Boyd Rankin, 36, aided by the fact that Panay was dropped without scoring. He eventually was bowled by Jordan Clark for 16. That left Boyd Rankin not out. Warwickshire's 321 meant they had a first innings lead of 48 runs. Curiously, Hasib Hamid did not open the batting for Lancashire. We thought it was because of in the field. We certainly saw him this morning with his left hand heavily strapped. Alex Davis were the men who walked out to open the innings. Davis, the regular opener, Butler in the Lancashire side for this game, promoted from number 3. In the second over of the innings, he clipped Keith Barker to William Porterfield at short mid-wicket for 1, and then Hasib Hamid emerged. We're not sure if he wasn't quite fit enough to open the batting, but if that was the case, why was he fit enough to bat at 3? We're not sure if it was a It would be a very odd one in the first session of the third day of the match. As it is, Lancashire end the first session of this third day 11 for 1. They still trail by 37. Alex Davis has Umeed has 5. George Panay's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7 runs. 1 for 4 from his 2 overs. If you're listening online or on BBC Radio Lancashire's medium wave frequencies, or maybe even 5 Live Sports Extra, we're going to take a little break, and we will be back just before the start of the second session.
If you'll forgive me, buddy, Sports Extra listeners say we're going to go back throughout the lunch interval by Kevin Howells. Warwickshire looking very handily placed. Lancashire went to the lunch break at 11 for 1. They'll be resuming their second innings in about 10 minutes' time. Warwickshire claimed the wicket of Josh Buttler, the England batsman, unexpectedly coming out to open, with Hasib Hamid going down to number 3 with injury, but Buttler was dismissed in the second over of the innings, flick driving Keith Barker to mid-wicket for just 1. George Panay was given the new ball, a useful and bowled briskly and on target with it in the short spell before the break. Earlier, Andrew Umeed extended his century to 113 over 8¼ hours before he was 9th out at 285. He had Patel for the 9th wicket, and then 36 more were added by Panay and Boyd Rankin to build up Warwickshire's lead. They're very well placed here. Lancashire still 37 behind at 11 for 1. We've had an uninterrupted first session today, which was very much contrary to the forecast yesterday, and Warwickshire have made the best use of it and are now handily placed for when the teams resume in around 5 minutes. Lancashire will come out at 11 for 1 in their second innings. That's still 37 behind. Of the makeshift opener Josh Buttler, the England player flick driving casually at Keith Barker in just the second over and being caught at mid-wicket. Earlier, Warwickshire extended their first innings lead to 48, built on Andrew Umeed's painstaking century. He eventually 13 over 8¼ hours before being 9th out, going back to the spinner Stephen Parry and LBW. 100 with Jetan Patel for the 8th wicket. Patel made 50, and then Panay and Boyd Rankin, the last pair, added a further 36 to catch. So Warwickshire, rarely in the Championship this season, are in the ascendant and have an opportunity to push on there this evening. Lancashire 11 for 1 when they resume.
No, they wouldn't let me out. I went to go, but they said, no, you can't go out. 2 weeks. I said, so I'm going to do more damage on my shoes than 15 stone cricketers are in Scotland. Anyway, I didn't label it.
So that was the reason I know.
I just walked around number 7.
Yeah, I was nice. Oh, right, yeah.
Right, okay. The contract starts with last week. Basket, 30 degrees.
Thank you. Doing anything for next year.
Short mid-wicket, we don't
Defending from that. Try hard.
But even worse shot than we played in the first innings. I've got mine listed.
Yeah. And we took this in.
Last over was 2020.
It's new this time, Mark. Live.
Hi there. How are you? All right. How you doing?
Top ball. 30 seconds, Forge. You've got 30 seconds, then we're going off air. So we'll wrap it quick. So make sure I get a little bit more next hour.
Well, the applause there you can hear is for the Warwickshire team, and indeed for the umpires. It was good practice to applaud the umpires out. For the start of the second session of this third day between Warwickshire and Lancashire. So let me introduce for listeners online, first of all, that this is the resumption of our coverage. Listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Radio Manchester will be with us in due course. For those of you listening on the BBC Sport app, through the BBC Sport website, if you've come to us through BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire's websites, through the Edgbaston website, I think you can still find us that way. Or however, and through whichever device we are coming to interrupt your afternoon, if it is indeed afternoon, wherever you are. It used to be so simple, Stefan Shemmelt, when we just used to be on the wireless. And now wireless means something different, then you see you've already opened up a new can of worms. It's Mike Taylor with you and Stefan Shemmelt to start things off on... well, I'd love to tell you it was a wonderful sunny day here, but we have at least had already 2 hours more cricket than most people thought we were going to get given the forecast yesterday, which I think explains why it's a much smaller crowd. But most of them are sheltering inside, and who can blame them? But Warwickshire will be glad that we have played.
Yeah, Warwickshire's morning, they managed to take a first innings lead of 48 runs, and then they removed Lancashire opener Joss Butler. More on that as we have it. As Keith Barker coming in from the Birmingham ends into Alex Davis, who drives into the offside to the point fielder, and there's no run. If you weren't with us this morning, or this afternoon as it was really, Warwickshire bowled out for 321, Andrew Umeed 113, Jetan Patel 50, George Panay 16 and Boyd Rankin 20 not out. And then we saw the curious sight of Joss Butler wandering out to open the batting with Alex. Hamid's got a hand injury, he's probably not fit to open. When Butler went for only 1, Hamid came out at number 3. Barker in again, left arm over to Davis, defends into the offside. So then we're left wondering, well, if Hasib Hamid's not fit to open, why on earth is he fit to bat at number 3? We're now getting the suggestion that Butler was promoted to open for tactical reasons. They didn't pay off, and those tactical reasons remain rather baffling. He's back in the hutch. Hamid is at the non-striker's end on 5 not out. Alex Davis also has 5. He waits with his bat raised. That's on to there. Lancashire remain 11 for 1.
What might those technical reasons have been? I'm just thinking through some of the possibilities, and I don't pretend to have a clue whether any of them are right. Could it be that we've heard this tale, and I think Scott was mentioning it here, and I saw George DeBell in his write-up on Cricket Info suggesting the same. These balls tend to go soft quite quickly, which in say 15-20 overs really suit the stroke maker like Butler.
Barker comes round the wicket to Davis, who defends up to mid-on. But even then, I'm just putting the counter to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can think of plenty.
Firstly, I think Butler's too high at number 3 for Lancashire anyway. I can see why he would bat at number 3, because if he was chasing a spot as a test match batsman only, then in the top 4 is where he should be batting for Lancashire. But surely he's better suited at number 6 anyway. Barker again round the wicket, Davis defends from the crease. And so, if Lancashire had batted well, Butler could have been facing the second new ball.
Yeah, well, he could have. I was saying there's no shortage of arguments against that, but nevertheless I wondered whether that might be a ploy. That, suppose he comes in at, let's say, 40 for 1 in 15 overs. And the ball is about to be going soft, so he's not going to get much value for his shot. So that seems like rather an obscure reason to do it, and expose conditions that are quite possibly not going to be very easy to bat in.
Barker's back over the wicket, 2 slips, crouch, it's outside the off stump, no movement back into the right-hander from that delivery. End of the over from Barker. He begins the second session with a maiden. Lancashire are 11 for 1. They trail by 37 runs.
Well, I always think, well, when you've got a batsman who would have been number 3 anyway, expose him to the new ball or not, because if you're batting at 3, then you have to be prepared to be exposed to the new ball, because you could face the second ball with it, couldn't you? So, I'm not sure that necessarily holds any water. Then you think, well, okay, maybe there's a thought, well, pushing as high up the order as possible. So if Lancashire want to look at the point of view, this is a game we want to win. We're in the championship chase with Essex. Essex is going well again. We want to win to try and keep up, because, to be honest, Warwickshire have been the easiest meet going so far. Miss out on Essex beaten last week. We want to match it, so we've got to make the running in this game, and the biggest statement you can make to make the running is to promote Josh Butler. Maybe. Panay starts his first over of the session from the pavilion end, running in strongly and bowling to the right-handed Hamid, who defends onto the onside. So that one is a possibility, but then again, if he was down to bat at 6, as you were saying, then yeah, okay, he needs promotion up the order. He was getting batting at 3 anyway. Seems a bit of a luxury. I don't know. Anyway, I am absolutely guessing, as you can tell. Panay bowls, and the ball curves in late as it passes Hamid, who plays no stroke, just through to Ambrose. The fielder 2 slips, and not surprisingly have their hands in their pockets. I can put my hands in my pockets in a minute, and I'm in here. We haven't even opened the window today. There's a backward point. Well, in fact, he's barely backward. He's standing right next to the umpire, square of the wicket. Deepish set extra cover. Belly's very straight at mid-off, only about 18 yards from the bat, right next to where Panay lets go of the ball, in fact, as he bowls full outside off stump to Hamid, who defends. At mid-on, Porterfield is fairly close in at short mid-wicket. Then there's a more orthodox mid-wicket, that is Patel. And long leg, who I think is Rankin, which gives me another chance to go at my rather feeble joke about Chanderpaul having been at long leg earlier on, so that Rankin is far more apt to be so named. And here is Panay, bowls again full and right on target on about the line of off stump, and Hamid is forwarded the most correct of forward defensives, and as if to give a second chance to anybody who might be here taking a photograph for a cricketing textbook, he replays the shot and does it just as neatly.
Well, whether opening or number 3, Hasib Hamid will know that this is his last chance to impress the selectors before they name their squad for the first test against South Africa on Sunday.
In comes Panay, passes umpire Cook and bowls outside the off stump to Hamid, who does not play a stroke. He hasn't been in the best of form, has he? For those who haven't followed Lancashire this season in great detail, as it must have been I hadn't until looking at this match, but I was quite surprised to see how few runs he'd made this season.
Yeah, no first class score in excess of 50 for Hasib Hamid this season.
Well, we know he's a big talent from what he's achieved in his short career so far, and he defends here against Panay. Of course, he's another youngster making his first appearance at this level, and that was a nice over settling back into the groove for Panay. So started with 2 maidens after tea, and Lancashire, if their intention was to come out and start this innings and try and inject some pace into the game, then understandably at the moment, after the early loss of Butler, they are going into their shell a little bit. At 11 for 1, 37 behind, in not the easiest conditions for anybody. It is rather gloomy and dark. Obviously we have the floodlights on to help, otherwise the light would barely be playable. And it is also windy and cold. Distinctly autumnal day.
Barker's back round the wicket to the right-handed Davis, who leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. There's 2 slips, a point, a cover that short straight mid off, big Boyd Rankin at mid on, a short mid wicket, a square leg and a long leg. As Mike says, it's been a grey old day. It's been a grey old match, really, here at Edgbaston. But we've been very lucky in that there's been not one single interruption for bad weather. As Barker pumps his arms towards us, Davis gets up tall to turn the ball on the onside, and there's no run. There's 5 sets of floodlights that beam down. There was overnight rain. The evidence of that is the white sheet at the far end of the ground that's been rolled back towards the white fence in front of the Wyatt stand. To its left is a tractor from having pulled equipment around, and then another little trailer to its left as well. Barker left arm round again. Davis working this off his pads. It was a full delivery. They'll pick up at least 2, just 2, because the outfield has been slow throughout, so there's never any question that the pink ball would trickle over the rope. 13 for 1 Lancashire. They trail by 35. The crowd is smaller than it has been for either of the first 2 days. I suspect that plenty of people have been put off by the weather in pretty grim conditions for watching cricket.
You might well have made other plans for today. Did you get down to the canteen at the break? I wonder.
I didn't know at the break.
Canteen. I'm not really doing it a disservice. I'll tell you what.
Barker and Davis just defends on the back foot from the crease.
I meant the restaurant. Canteen's not doing it a service at all. I'm sorry, folks.
Go on.
The reason I was going to say, because I bet it was heaving in there, because anybody who's come today, you would hide in this pavilion if you possibly could.
Certainly fewer people. I was in there before the start of play, and again, certainly fewer people in there than there have been on the first 2 days.
Without a doubt.
The slips go down as Barker is into Davis. That's a straight delivery that Davis defends on the walk into the onside. Over remaining, he is the successful bowler. He removed Joss Butler. He had Butler caught at mid-wicket by William Porterfield. Butler had scored only 1 when he departed in the second over of the innings. Barker's just wandering back. There's a small pile of sawdust behind him. And beyond that, 4 blue covers. He's got the ball in the left hand. That's straight to Davis, who again defends on the walk. So the end of the over, 2 runs from it. Lancashire are 13 for 1. They trail by 35. Davis has 7. Haseeb Hameed has 5.
But it really is a smaller crowd than you would expect today, simply because a lot of people who perhaps were going to come today will have made other plans, because if you looked at the forecast right up until late last night, and I shouldn't have been, but I was lurking in front of the even as late as the late weather forecast, the thing that used to precede pages from CFAX back in the day on BBC One during the night. And by the way, shouldn't they bring that back? But then they go to the news channel. It was saying even on going to be Panay starts a new over and bowls to Hameed, who defends into the offside. But my garden didn't sink as it normally does, so when you think, it's obviously still coming, but it isn't, or hasn't, as yet.
There was certainly rain overnight. I was out on the canal behind the mailbox.
Oh yes.
And there were puddles on the path this morning.
But nowhere near as much as they were suggesting there was going to be. And that's good. But it's not a nice day by any stretch, as Panay bowls shorter outside off stump, and there are going to be 4 runs here probably for Hameed, notwithstanding the slow outfit, or actually maybe not. He guided it, a very careful late cut, and it's splendidly chased down by Hayne, who really did get over the ground quickly just as the ball hauls it back, and it's only 2 runs. So Hameed will feel a bit short-changed there, 15 for 1.
Yeah, ordinarily that's 4. And I think that cut shot is probably the most certain I've seen Haseeb Hameed in the whole match.
And it was a well-played stroke as well. It was, and I think Scott made the comparison earlier with Ian Bell sort of shot, a late cut, not a shot you see a lot of players play very well these days, but he played that well, Hameed, carefully, and this one he plays well as well, but in a defensive fashion. He's well forward, decisively so, and blocks back to Panay. And this is good cricket now, because I must admit, Panay looks, for a 19-year-old making his first appearance at this level, first-class debut, he really looks the part, doesn't he? And he's done well in the game so far. He picked up 3 wickets at fairly minimal cost in the first innings. He was dropped on naught, but he didn't look like the most disorganised tailing you've ever seen, and he made a handy partnership with Rankin. And now he's running him really hard and bowls to Umeed. That was a little bit wider, and Umeed pushes away from his body but plays it securely, and this time he will get 4 to third man because the ball is very nearly fielded by a small tractor that's been parked beyond the boundary rope there. And it does run away to third man, so Umeed's second boundary. He's 19 for 1, and Panay's just a little bit wide there.
But picking up what you said about Panay, firstly, he looks older than 19. Physically, he's very well built. He's tall. The thing I like about him is his approach to the crease. It's very easy, easily paced, lots of rhythm, and he's got an action that's very repeatable.
Yes, he does. As he bowls again to Umeed, who's forward defending away into the offside. It looks, and I'm not remotely of the technical skill to be able to say, but compared to many, it looks a simple, a straightforward action, as you say, repeatable. And you would hope, I gather he's had his reasonable share of back problems, as all young fast bowlers seem to do these days, but he looks the part, and as you say, big and strong. He's not as tall as the Overtons, but he's of similar sort of build. The young Overtons who do so well at Somerset. Here comes Umeed, forward, very correct in defence. End of the over, 19 for 1. Listeners to BBC Radio Manchester are now with us. Listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra are with us. And look, you're going to be with us for the duration now, which is great to have your company. And to all points on the website, good to have you with us at Edgbaston. We hope we're going to bring you uninterrupted cricket throughout the rest of the day. Interrupted only by local radio stations, for which I'm shortly to be summoned, but not for a few moments. 19 for 1, Lancs trained by 28.
If you're listening to Sports Extra and may have been expecting to hear South Africa women versus New Zealand women in the World Cup, well, that match was abandoned without a ball being bowled. 1 point each. Potentially a good result for England, who have won 1 and lost 1 of their first 2 games. Here comes Keith Barker for the start of a new over to Davis. Ball turned into the onside, no run. There's only cricket around the country here and at Chelmsford. Essex 239 without loss, replying to Middlesex's 246. So the Division 1 leaders will soon be to cook yet another century. But other than that, no play anywhere else. The Sports Extra game was set to be Yorkshire against Surrey from Headingley. Barker, left arm over, and again Davis defends. But no play at all on today at Headingley because of the rain. Kevin Howells and the team given an early cut by the inclement weather in Yorkshire. So for the rest of the evening, there'll be commentary, weather permitting, here from Edgbaston. This Division 1 game between Warwickshire, the bottom side, without a win, and Lancashire, who are in second place. And Lancashire are 19 for 1 in their second innings. Alex Davis facing Keith Barker, who's pulling, or hooking really, Davis at a short ball. He gets nothing on it. Ball goes through to the gloves of Tim Ambrose. And if you're not aware of the match situation, Lancashire made 273. Warwickshire replied with 321. And Lancashire are now 19 for 1. The man, a makeshift opener, if you will. He went in the second over of the innings for just 1.
Yeah, no business hooking that, Davis. It was a good line. It was right on the sort of line of his shoulder, and it got quite big on him. The pitch is not very fast, but it does respond. It's been quite bouncy, oddly.
2 slips Crouch. That's bounced again, though, from Barker. Just back of a length, and Davis, who's not a tall man, rides the bounce to take a single behind square on the leg side. 20 for 1. Alex Davis has 8 from 30 deliveries. It brings on strike Hasib Hamid, the England opener, desperately trying to find some form before the first test, before that squad is named. No 50 in first class cricket for Hamid so far this season. This is his last opportunity. Batting at number 3. It was a tactical decision for Butler to open the batting, even though well fielding. Keith Barker left arm round the wicket to Umeed, who defends so correctly with an elbow as high as his head and a back foot with toes pointing towards his own stumps.
Bell once again is in that straight, shortish mid-off position, and again so close to the bowler that if Barker doesn't stop quite quickly in his follow-through, even if Umeed were to push a drive back towards Bell, Barker would almost get in the way in his follow-through.
Barker to complete the over. Umeed tried to chop the ball down to third man, but only gets the ball to second slip. That's the end of the 10th over of Lancashire's second innings. They're 20 for 1. The deficit is 28 runs.
Stephen Shelton, Mike Taylor opening the commentary in this session. Phil Britt's going to replace Stephen shortly, and then Scott Reed from BBC Radio Manchester will do his update for local radio listeners here, when I've got all those words in the right order, and then Scott will come in and relieve me, so to speak. Yes, be you and Scott. Well, it's all very vague. Phil, you shouldn't take my cheaters anything too accurate. Panay starts a new over, and Davis defends out on the leg side. This just struck me. Somebody will know the answer, and if you do, get in touch with us. Drop us a line, or text us, or tweet us, whatever it is you do. Which was the last team to open the batting with 2 wicket keepers? Alex Davis and Josh Butler open the batting for Lancashire today. I'll do a local radio in a moment, then you can chime in on that. Panay bowls. Davis turns this away off his pads for 1. Out to Patel at square leg, 20 for 1. We've had 25 minutes of play in the second session this afternoon. Warwickshire enjoying the best of today's play, the unexpected amount of play we've had with the rain holding off. Lancashire 21 for 1, still trying to erase a first innings deficit of 48. Warwickshire's 321 built on Andy Umeed's well-judged century and added to with a last wicket stand of 36. An early wicket for Keith Barker, who the second over. Lancashire now 21 for 1, that's 27 runs behind. And Umeed defends the next one from Panay away into the offside. Phil Britt.
I'm still pondering your question, to be honest.
But yes, Davis and Butler came out as the opening partnership. Davis is the wicket keeper in this game, and Butler, of course, is at times an England wicket keeper, as well as for Lancashire. So they've opened with 2 wicket keepers.
Sure, there've been plenty, but
no doubt. But somebody will tell us that. I'm sure I'd like to have a Lancashire fan tell us, perhaps. Panay comes in and bowls, and defends out on the offside. Umeed defends on the offside. Maybe somebody can tell the last time Lancashire opened with 2 wicket keepers. Wonder when that might have been. Well, Scott's going to come in and join us in a minute, so I'll ask Scott to give a look at that. He thought I was going to ask him something really important as he burst through the door there. He could perhaps give out his contact details. If he doesn't know him, so did Lancashire last open the batting with 2 wicket keepers? I have these idle thoughts, you know. Panay runs away from us, floodlights casting a shadow as he approaches the stumps and has Umeed coming forward in defence. I'm sure there was a time, I'll just put it at the end of this over, there was certainly a time there was an England touring party to Australia where they picked 2 wicket keepers. They were both from Lancashire, and it was apparently, this is back before the war, but apparently it was much discussed around the country at the time as how awful it was that, you know, one county would dominate. With Duckworth and Farrimond, I think.
Duckworth would have been one of them, sure.
And Farrimond, the Lancashire second choice wicket, was picked as well for the England tour. Hey, this is Panay hitting Umeed in on the pad as he came forward, and umpire Cook turns down a very, very confident appeal. Ian Bell, who was standing very straight at mid-off, had hands on head, couldn't believe that wasn't out. Umeed got forward, but not all that far. and it wasn't a terrible shout. So Phil Britt can talk about that, and I will leave you, and Scott Reed will come in. He'll give out some content. Lancashire supporters, you can remind everybody of the Warwickshire email address, and I'll let Scott come and join you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, it was a good shout, and certainly Bell and Penai were all convinced that Umeed had gone, but Nick Cook had a long look at it and then decided no, he was going to stay. Barker starts a new over from the Birmingham end, and Davis up on his toes just turns this one to mid-wicket, and we are joined by Scott Reed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. I was given some really interesting information during the tea interval that Andrew Umeed's century is the slowest ever in the history of the county championship.
I quite like that. I'm glad I was here to watch it.
It is 14 minutes longer than the previous record, as this one is pulled but not timed by Davis and picks out mid-wicket.
And do we know who held the previous record?
Yes, it was one of the Denton twins from Northampton who set the record in 1914, I think against Derbyshire.
Brilliant. That's terrific.
You remember the Denton twins?
I don't remember the Denton
Thompson twins.
But I shall remember Umeed's innings for a long time.
There's Barker in, bowls, and then gives her another rap on the pad. But again, a little bit of inside edge, I think, because the appeal was stifled. Yeah, you see, you couldn't measure they didn't used to do the number of balls faced.
Ah.
So the only way they were able to do it is time, and time-wise, it's 14 minutes longer than the previous record.
Tremendous. I wonder at what point will someone inform, maybe already, Andrew Umeed, that he's a record holder.
I can send the message out to him. Parker in, bowls. Davis up on his toes, pushes it out into the offside. Ian Bell stoops down and picks up the ball, gives it a rub. 21 for 1. Had the crowd in the museum in the break, but I pretty much did actually. Mostly I think because I got the heaters on in there and they came in to warm themselves up.
Everyone could send some warmth and some fire on the ground.
Barker is in again and bowls, and Davis pulls this one away between deep backward square leg and long leg. He will get one as Penai does the fielding down there, single to him. Yes, I turned the heaters when I went in there. It was nice and warm when I went in, but I put the radiators up, and I don't know how people know I've done it, because they came in and stood by the radiators to get warm. It's one of these blowers, so you get this nice instant heat. I leave them on so that the moisture doesn't go in there, otherwise you're forever pulling condensation out of the air. It's amazing how much you can pull out with the dehumidifiers.
You should bring the heater up over here.
It's cold in here. This is the last ball of Barker's 6th over. He comes in. Umeed waits, and he leaves a ball which comes back, and now that didn't take the top of his off stump. Barker's hands go to his head, and there's a shout there. Well, terrific judgment by Umeed, but no shot offered, and it came back at him like a banana. 22 for 1, he survives it. Umeed's on 11, Davis is on 10, and 26 runs is what Lancashire trail by.
I think you get a real sense, just going back to Andy Umeed yesterday, just a real sense of something that you don't see all that often. And when you bring the information to us that it was indeed something we've not seen since the 1940s.
No, 1914.
1914, oh crikey, right. Well, I mean, whoever just left the ground, the people I was speaking to last night, saying how kind of refreshing it was to see something like that, as Penai starts a fresh over, bowls a little short, and Davis pulls with relative ease out towards deep square leg for 4 runs, and takes Davis up to 14, 26 for 1, because it's what Warwickshire needed at the time. It was a young man facing Anderson with under floodlights and a pink ball and a lot of things that were new about it. And he just kind of got his head down and battered and battered and battered some more. It was.
Yep, it was like one of the innings you used to see years ago. You don't see it so much these days, but well, obviously it was years ago.
But over the wicket balls, it's full. It's left by Davis, through to Ambrose. Remains on 14.
I don't think you'll see that innings on YouTube, shot by shot.
Well, if he's going to make a end of season highlights package, they have to select one of 304 defensives to include into that highlights package.
Shot of the day.
George Panay, pavilion end. He's bouncing back in and bowling to Davis. He just pops a little bit at Davis, and he's up onto his toes and he's able to steer the ball pretty safely and calmly into the offside. Sam Hain with the pads on comes up from point, and there is no run.
If anybody's saying, how did you find that information, by the way, I'm sure they're not that impressed with that piece of information. It's the longest ever.
I'm impressed.
It's come from very well-known cricket statistician Robert Brooke, who is very well known.
Panay bowling and Davis is going back and nudging the ball off his hip. It's a good stop at mid-wicket by Porterfield, just low down to his right-hand side, no run.
Yeah, he and another guy who's into all the stats and information, Steve Sheen, were in at lunchtime, in the break, lunchtime, and gave me the information. So it's not me, I haven't been searching the records, but the ACS, the cricket statisticians, that's where it's come from.
Well, Richard Wilford mentioned when he got to 50 yesterday that I wonder if this is some kind of record. There's Panay over the wicket bowling, and Davis flaps at this ball. He, in the end, sees it disappearing down towards the third man boundary. I'm not sure if he entirely wanted to plate it or not, but he's got bat on ball and steered it out towards the boundary for 4. It takes him to 18, 30 for 1.
Yeah, it was almost like he was trying to whip the bat out of the way, and it caught the bat rather than he was doing it intentionally, but it brought him the result which he would have hoped for. Lead down to just 18 now.
Yes, after that slightly unusual decision to open the batting with Jos Buttler, things just seem to have just settled back into a normal routine. The two genuine opening batsmen here, as Panay over the wicket to Davis, full on off stump, driven and stopped by Bell at short cover. And there's no run. That completes the over. 30 for 1. Umeed has 11 and Davis 18 not out. There's a theory come through on Twitter at BBC Likes Cricket. This has come from Phil, who says, my theory with regards to Buttler is that Lanks decided that the second session is the hardest time to bat and the ball goes soft quickly, so it gets harder to score runs. So Jos was sent in to gun it from the off. Pinch hitting, in effect, didn't work, but would be a valid thinking. That's Phil Halliwell's opinion.
Yep. He didn't look in any sort of shape at all, did he?
Not really.
In either innings, really.
He's faced 26 balls and got 3 runs in this game.
Barker starts the new over. Bowls and left outside the off stump by Umeed and goes through to the keeper. No, I that was the way we'd read it when we were. Stefan and I were on, that he'd come out to do a pinch hitting role. There was no other explanation particularly. Our original thought was they'd sent him in because Umeed wasn't going to bat till a bit later on, but then when Umeed replaces him straight away, that theory goes out the window. So then you're left with it's got to be a pinch hitting job, which somebody pinched his hitting, unfortunately, as Barker is in, and it's played out into the offside. It almost had the feel, watching it, and I don't see a lot of Jos Buttler in playing cricket for Lancashire. In fact, too many people don't see a lot of Jos Buttler playing championship cricket. But you've got the feel of a man who has become a white ball cricketer rather than a red ball cricketer. That's just an observation. As Barker in and bowls, ducked underneath by Umeed, and he ends up on his haunches as he goes down.
He just doesn't play that much.
No.
Well, pink ball this week, but red ball cricket for Lancashire because of the IPL commitments at the start of the year. Takes him out the first chunk of games, and then by the time the summer comes round, there's one-day series starting, and that takes him out of the next batch of games. You might see him towards the tail end of the season as Lancashire did last year for a couple of games.
Barker in, bowls. He again leaves outside the off stump, and again there's no run.
But I got the impression. I mean, he clearly, and he's spoken about this in interviews. His ambition is to play Test cricket for England. He doesn't want to be seen as just a white ball player in a T20. To play Test cricket for England. I kind of got the impression that he didn't think necessarily that he would have to play red ball cricket to prove he could play Test cricket for England.
Barker in down the leg side, a little fend, and then he pulls the bat away from it, Umeed, and didn't want to get nicked down the leg side and strangled down, but he walks away out towards square leg.
If you're scoring runs for England in one-day cricket or T20 cricket, then if you're Joss Butler, you're probably going to be in and around the thoughts of the selectors for the Test team. That, I think, is what his approach is. I think.
Yeah, I kind of see that. Barker in, bowls. I always feel with him that when he's good, he's very good. But there's too often he's not. That you get too many, yes, it's a terrific innings, but you don't get them regularly enough. It's not like 1 out of 2. It's probably 1 out of 4 or 5. I'd have to look at all the stats to actually prove that. That's my feeling on it. And to get then into the Test team on the back of it, you've got to be a lot more consistent to do it. Watching though, in these 2 innings, there was no way at all that you would think he was going to be playing Test cricket. If you went out playing Test cricket like that, you would only have 1 game.
Yes, but I agree. But let's just be hypothetical and say that Johnny Bairstow pulls up a hamstring injury and he's ruled out the first Test match. Who keeps wicket next week for England? Do you think they would look anywhere other than Butler?
Well, Ben Folkes might be.
Yeah, he's had a good season and he's got some runs playing for the England Lions.
Yeah. He's a definite. He's a good keeper, scoring runs. Definitely worth looking at.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went for Butler though.
Oh, I'm sure not, because he's in part of it. But I do think the application needs to be greater.
There's a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Boyd Rankin comes into the attack for the first time. Umeed on 12, over the wicket too, and that's a good ball. That beats him. He plays forward. That trusty forward defence that Umeed's got. But on that occasion, the ball just moved a fraction away from the outside edge and into the gloves of Tim Ambrose. Good start for Boyd Rankin. Umeed survives. He's on 12, 31 for 1.
Going to put the slip back in, having seen that delivery. Trott comes running over from extra cover and goes into slip. And, shuffle along, so got slip and second slip and then a gully.
Rankin bounds in and bowls, and Umeed's right forward in defence takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays it into the offside. There's no run. Of the 38 deliveries now that I've seen Umeed bat here, this has been so far, I've not seen him play the 2 innings for the England Lions, but this has been more like Haseeb Umeed of last season. This is defence first. This is careful. This is leave it when you don't need to play at it and defend it when you have to. And there's Rankin in and bowling, and again he's right forward in defence. Classic Umeed forward defensive, which he rehearses for a second and a third time and then walks out to square leg. Only 12 runs, but it's been a tough season for Umeed. He's not got a score. He's got a couple of 40s against Essex, but maybe just 1 or 2 early signs of defence coming back into play.
Well, he's a good player. He's not going to be out of form for that long, is he?
Rankin short ball And Umeed bends his knees. Allows the ball to disappear through to Tim Ambrose. No run.
See, just changing the subject completely. 257 for no wicket Essex against Middlesex. They now lead by 11 with all 10 wickets in hand. A century for Cook, obviously. He's now on to 146, and Brown's got 100 as well.
Tremendous start to the season for Essex. Rankin over the wicket, and Umeed is forward and defending once more. He picks out Bell, who we drove to in the first innings, a very short, straight mid-off, but this time all along the ground by Hasib Umeed.
And this is against the Middlesex side with Stephen Finn, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tim Murtagh, Ollie Rayner. They've got that's not a bad county attack that they're by.
We're now no longer at the point where we're saying it's a good early start from Essex. This is a genuine challenge, isn't it?
They're the side to beat, aren't they?
Rankin pushes Umeed a little back, but he's right up onto the tips of his toes to defend into the offside, right on top of the bounce. Safely played by Umeed. He remains on 12, Davis 18, and Lancashire 31 for 1 and trail by 17 runs.
It'll be interesting when Alistair Cook goes off to play for England, but then Varun Chopra, who we know well here at Edgbaston, who's rejoined them, will probably take his spot, you would think, at the top of the order. So, Varun has won county championships here at Edgbaston, so he's not a man who's unfamiliar with pushing for success, and a terrific batsman. Chopra, a big loss I thought here. Barker in and bowls. This is left outside the off stump by Davis. No shot offered, and ball just goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, they've recruited well, haven't they, Essex?
Yes, they have.
Kind of clever bowling signings too. Wagner and the Amir and the spinner Harmer.
Yeah. No, it's a strong-looking team they've got, and it's sort of crept up. They've sort of brought one or two players back, like ex-players who've been away and then come back again. They've overseas players, you're right, and they've developed one or two, and it's combined beautifully. Down the leg side, no shot offered. Ball just swings a bit late there, and Tim Ambrose has to go running across to his left to take it. And then they've got the experience in the Tender Scarters and people like that in the side. I think it's a really nice balanced team. But if somebody had said that to me, Essex would have been the side who everybody's got to beat at the beginning of the season, I would have thought, well, yeah, that's perhaps not. But they're proving it. Barker in, bowls. There's going to be runs for Davis, just turning it behind square on the onside. He'll get just the one. As Umeed comes running round and does the fielding.
Gives a lot of encouragement too, doesn't it, for sides in Division 2. We talk about the gap getting maybe bigger, and the standard in Division 1 I think is improving year on year, but you can be a side like Essex, who have been in Division 2 for a while, have been a good Division 2 team for a while, a little bit like Kent have been consistently good but just couldn't get over the line for promotion. It gives these sides encouragement quite well. You can compete.
Yeah. Well, we were saying, I think, on the first day that the division is overall probably as strong as it's ever been with all the teams. And if you are get adrift, then it's difficult to get back. This one outside the off stump. In the same way, if you get a side which is just that little bit better, which Essex appear to be at the moment. I thought Surrey, from their early season, were going to be very difficult to overlap, but I think they're probably still not quite the finished article, whereas I think Essex seem to have got just the blend right. And of course they're getting these wickets with the spinner, with Simon Harmer's you can't go wrong at the moment. Barker bowls, dug out by Umeed and played out to mid-wicket, where Umeed does the fielding. It'll be interesting because they've got one more game, then the break for the 2020. It'll be interesting to see how they come back to finish the season off. It does make it interesting though, rather than having the same sides doing it all the time. And we've had that period with Yorkshire and with Gillespie, and just finding it a little bit more difficult now as this one is turned fine by Umeed. He gets one. They'll come back for the second as Boyd Rankin has to go a bit of running round to do the fielding. He Gets the ball back in, but not before he comes back for 2. 34 for 1. Just 14 now, the difference on the arrears. And Davis 19, 14 to Umeed.
Really enjoyed the conversation that we had last night with Ashley Giles. He came up to join us for during the course of the final session.
Yeah.
And you end up going on slightly different tangents, don't you, when you're chatting, and conversation leads to different places. And he's talking about recruitment and the standard in Division 1, and I think he suggested that maybe some of it, in terms of the overall standard increasing, is a little artificial because of signings coming in, non-overseas, signings coming in, signing callback deals and such like. But he was saying that has brought everybody up a level. That has made it a lot tougher and a lot more competitive, and everyone's very similar now, as opposed to maybe one or two teams that are clearly better than everybody else. The ranking to Davis, who's forward and defending.
In fairness, though, that's been around a while. The play, you've had that Colpack aspect, or excuse me, some sides have got really top professionals in. Overseas players as the professionals, overseas players in, which have strengthened their side. So I think that's been around a little long. It's not just this season that's happened.
His ranking just drops a little short, and Davis tries to pull the ball, but he's played underneath it, and it was just drifting down the leg side. So Ambrose has to shuttle out to his left-hand side to stop the ball. Gets both gloves to it, and there's no run.
Lancashire had a couple. Certainly had one. Was it one or two? There last year?
Yeah, they had a couple, didn't they, last year? Yeah, they had...
under whose control was that? That was under
Mr. Giles. Yeah, his ranking here. Again, just short of the length. This time, this bat and ball by Davis. He's played it very nicely onto his back foot and just almost paddling the ball around the corner. To long leg for a single. Davis moves on to 20. Score 35 for 1.
I'm going to make way while you're talking, because Mike Taylor's got an update for his local radio in a second.
No problem. Thank you, Phil. Stefan will replace me shortly as well with various updates for different BBC local radio stations. All due, all imminent. We're halfway through this Boyd ranking, over his second. He's got Umeed on strike. He's 14 knots out. Umeed goes back and across and defends, pushes down into the offside, runs along the ground to point. And there is no run. 35 for 1. And Lancashire 13 runs behind.
I think Scott's going to head off at this point as well, to come up to the half hour. He's doing his cuckoo clock impression this week. Every half hour the door opens and out he goes. Rankin is running in and bowls to Umeed, who deflects this down very purposefully to on the bounce to short leg. Well, we've so often seen Ian Westwood over the years for Warwickshire, because alas we will no longer. I was very sad to hear of his retirement, but I know he was up here on the microphone yesterday, and I hope to run into him at some point in person to wish him well on his retirement. Ian Westwood, a very fine contributor to the county. I put some words on the BBC Sport website yesterday, reflecting on him. Rankin round the wicket, bowls to Umeed, who flinches slightly in defence but plays it securely enough. It's fielded in the gully. It's the end of the over, 35 for 1. Local radio updates coming in the next few moments as Stephen Schelt moves in alongside me. But I remembered, and I mentioned it in this little piece for the website, although he's not destined to be remembered as one of the most successful captains Warwickshire have ever had in terms of winning trophies, what he certainly did do was captain the side with a great deal of grit at a time when they were in desperate straits. And when they won their final 3 games of the season to survive in 2010, I very much remember being at the Rose Bowl on the last day when the others were celebrating. They'd had a magnificent win over Hampshire and relegated Hampshire and stayed up. At a for most of the season they'd looked absolutely doomed, then as now you might say. I'll fill it in a minute, Stefan.
Here comes Ricky Clark into Alex Davis, who defends on the front foot, back to the bowler.
Indeed he does. Actually, if you forgive me, it'll probably make sense if I take this over so I can do these two updates. It's probably going to come at about the same time, and then I'll stop hogging the microphone. I do apologise, but otherwise I'm going to talk across you in an even more untidy way than I would have. The Westwood captained his side to wins in the last 3 games to stay up in 2010, and then as Clark runs in again and bowls to Davies, who defends. And I remember them all celebrating after the last game, and he was absolutely spent by the effort. And it just showed how much he personally had put into that achievement. Well, Lancashire are 35 for 1. They're making very careful progress. It's the 18th over of their second innings. They still trail by 13. The early wicket claimed by Keith Barker, promoted to open the batting, flicking a drive to mid-wicket in only the second over. Since then, Alex Davis and Hasib Hameed, with the exception of one big LBW shout have proceeded without too many alarms, but certainly without too many flamboyant strokes. Earlier, Andrew Umeed's 8 1/4 hour 113, the mainstay of their first innings of 321. They gave them a first innings lead of 48, and Lancashire now 35 for 1, are 13 behind. I'll say all that again for BBC WM listeners in a few moments, but yes, I hope Ian Westwood will be well recognised by Warwickshire supporters, not just for having been a gritty opening batsman over the course of things, but having been a captain who really offered a great deal of leadership, and then after he to others, they really prospered and were runners-up and then champions in the county championship in the next 2 seasons. Davies defends into the offside against Ricky Clark, who is in his first over here, and having replaced Keith Barker, who bowled 8 overs. Rankin having taken over recently from George Panay. Really deeply dull grey skies still around Edgbaston. And windy. My friend Nigel on the City End tweets to say, a regular correspondent, who tweets to say it's not as cold on the City End as you might immediately think. 35 for 1 at the end of the over. I'm just standing by to quickly update BBC WM. Let Stefan Chibble talk, you're waiting very patiently. Boyd Rankin is just taking his jumper off. Giving it to umpire Cook, who is tying it to the back of his coat. Short leg has moved back a few paces, so it's actually sort of 2 pitch widths away from the batsman. There's also a wild short delivery from Rankin, and it's actually called wide. Right, let's do this finally. Lancashire are 36 for 1 in their second innings. That's 12 runs behind, so they are very slowly but steadily erasing the deficit that Warwickshire first innings of 321, which was finished shortly before the break. Andrew Umeed's 113 made over 8 1/4 hours really was an admirable effort of concentration. By a last wicket stand of 36 between George Panay and Boyd Rankin. That built up a useful lead, and it looks even more handy when Josh Butler flicked Keith Barker casually to mid-wicket in the second innings. Since then, Alex Davis and Hasib Hameed have proceeded with rather greater caution, and with the floodlights on in otherwise very gloomy and cold and windy conditions, not ideal for summer cricket, but Lancashire at 36 for 1, that's 12 behind. Right, Stefan, all yours.
Well, it's dark. I can report that.
Certainly.
If this wasn't a day-night game, I don't think with the plane, the light would be too poor as the tall figure of Boyd Rankins into Hasib Hameed, who defends on the back foot, standing tall on his tiptoes. If you're expecting to hear women's cricket, that game actually would have been finished by now, well, probably finished by now. Fact is, they didn't bowl a ball, South Africa and New Zealand, their World Cup game. A point each, match and that's why you're hearing cricket here from Edgbaston, day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Warwickshire and Lancashire. My name is Stephen Shemilton alongside Mike Taylor. Here comes Boyd Rankin, bouncer to Hasib Hameed, who ducks by dropping one knee to the floor. Hameed trying to find some form ahead of the first test, England's first test against South Africa next week. He's unbeaten on 14, batting at number 3 after Lancashire promoted Joss Butler to the top of the order. Butler made only 1 before he was caught at mid-wicket by William Porterfield off Keith Barker of the Lancashire innings. Rankin's got 30 on his back, that's on the hips of Hameed, turns the ball to long leg. He'll take a comfortable single, 37 for 1, and Lancashire's deficit now. Warwickshire just going through a plan that a few have tried against Hameed. There was maybe a feeling that he wasn't quite so comfortable against short pitch bowling. This surface is on the slow side, but nevertheless Warwickshire posted a short leg, a long leg and a deep square leg. Hameed has risen to the test so far. Davis waits with his bat raised. Again, that's on the hip, and Davis just turns the ball into the on. Just the 1 run from the over. Lancashire are 37 for 1 under a blanket of grey cloud at edge. The 5 floodlight pylons, 5 sets of floodlights beaming down brightly. All of the 15 figures on the lush green turf are casting shadows in 5 directions. The only sort of source of brightness is the strip of matting, which is about 5 pitches across from the one that we're playing on. It's a bright yellow colour, it's a beachy colour. Anyone who's fielding on that looks like they're fielding in the sand.
They do, don't they? It's brand new, that. Clark is making his gently curved approach. Oh, and that's a big call for LBW. I wondered whether it seems to duck in late, whether it might even come off an inside edge. But anyway, it's not out. As Hameed was groping forward with the second big confident shout for LBW that they've had against Hasib Hameed.
I think he's hit that. It just looked like the ball had squeezed between bat and pad as Hameed wasn't the most assured of defensive strokes. He was almost pushing at the ball, and he did leave a slight gap between bat and pad. If anything, he was lucky that the ball didn't go between bat and pad and threaten the stumps. 37 for 1. Clark runs into bowl. This time he's more correctly forward and meets it with the middle of the bat. It wasn't dissimilar to the shout that Panay had again. He looks good in defence, Hameed, and people who saw him play in the test matches he's played in saw plenty of this. He looks good when he's decisively forward, but he was a little slow getting forward and not quite in position was my impression. Maybe it was a little bit late on him, but anyway, he's still there. Umpire Lloyds has didn't answer Warwickshire's call. Clark's fairly bounding in, and that was shorter of a length and just offered to move away from Hameed, who wasn't playing at it anyway. We're now definitely in the realms of unplayable light, not even near, were it not for the fact that the floodlights are available. Speaking of unplayable, there's more cricket taking place around the country. At one point there was only this game and the game at Chelmsford and where they actually had play. They're on in Southampton, Hampshire against Somerset. Somerset 50 for 1, replying to Hampshire declared.
In comes Clark, bowls again, a similar ball to the last one that's shortish and well wide of the off stump.
Alistair Cook and Nick Brown continue on at Chelmsford. They've both made centuries. 272 for the first wicket against Middlesex, who made 246. Also cricket at Hove, Gloucestershire 52 without loss against Sussex, who were 358 for 9 declared. And in Northampton, That's to go with the 261 they made in their first innings. Leicestershire 157 all out. Everywhere else is off.
Well, certainly there's more starting now than there were earlier, as you say. This is also wide of the off stump, a little fuller than the last two, but again, Hamidi's not playing. Sorry for the folks in Derby who've lost their international game completely today. Of course, that's not very far from here. And it struck me, you mentioned the situation in England's group in the Women's World Cup, having lost to India in the first game and then won so handsomely yesterday. But they have had a bit of luck with the weather, because obviously got the game in Leicester, or enough of it yesterday to win. As Clark bowls and Hamidi's forward in defence, out on the offside. End of a maiden, second maiden in a row from Clark at the start of his spell. But England have been a bit fortunate, haven't they? Because if that's now taken a point off each of the other two teams in New Zealand, it's I would imagine, without having looked at it and done the math in my head, it's livened up England's prospects in that group. Won their second when it could easily have been a rain-off had the rain arrived earlier in Leicester yesterday, and obviously it's rained badly enough in Derby for them not to play at all, 40 miles away, and it's been okay.
Big Boyd Rankin, he played one test match for England, he might be playing more for Ireland. He's into Alex Davis down the leg side. Davis just clips the ball to long leg. Jetan Patel does the fielding in front of the illuminated scoreboard. Single taken, 38 for 1. The one big group scenario of the Women's World Cup, the top 4 teams out of the 8 going through. Frankly, it'd be a disaster if. I'm certain they'll make it to the semi-finals.
Yes, I wasn't appreciating that entirely.
2 slips and a gully for Hamid, leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. The problem that England were potentially facing, and still may face, I mean, they're very early in the tournament. Some sides haven't played twice yet. That England would not want to face a semi-final against Australia, and by losing to India, they were already potentially thinking about the prospect of finishing 4th in the group. If Australia won it, it's Australia in the semi-final. Rankin, sweatband on his left wrist, straight to Hamid, who prods forward in defence. And so now, by the fact that South Africa and New Zealand have both, that is very helpful to England. There's 2 games tomorrow. The West Indies play India at Taunton. Sri Lanka play Australia in Bristol. And then England are back. 8 teams are playing at once, so there's 4 games going on at once. England play Sri Lanka at Taunton. You'll hear full commentary on Test Match Special as Rankin is in to Hamid, who just defends, and there's no run. 38 for 1. Hamid has 15 from 61 deliveries. It's been a very Hamid-like knock, and not at all like the way he found himself perishing in the first innings, which was a loose drive to silly mid-off. That's where Ian Bell stands at the moment, with his hands in his some pretty redundant sunglasses on the back of his cap. The only thing they're doing is reflecting the light of the floodlights. Rankin, straight, back of a length. Hamid, an elbow so high it's almost as if it's been controlled by an invisible puppeteer, just pulling it into the air. And now he takes a little walk towards short leg, and he's having a little, he was so close to, is that Sam Hain under the helmet? He could have chatted to Sam Hain. Once more he waits. 2 pigeons flutter past the commentary box. Last delivery of Rankin's over. Fair haired in, back of a length. Hamid just double jointedly almost just turns the ball into the gully area. William Porterfield picks up the ball. It's the end of the over. 38 for 1. Lancashire trail by 10 runs.
I was going to say, for those who haven't followed women's international cricket in as closely as others, and of course there's a great opportunity to get into it with the World Cup being around for the to avoid Australia in the semi-finals would be the big thing. Let me just say, if our Coventry and Warwickshire office can hear us, you've given us cue back rather unexpectedly, and if it's possible for you to take it away from us, we'd be really grateful. Thanks. To avoid Australia are by some margin the favourites, aren't they, for this tournament?
I think it'd almost be a surprise if Australia didn't win.
Yeah.
Didn't take the trophy home.
They're of that order of favourites as Clark starts a new over. In the 22nd over of this innings, 38 for 1, and bowls wide of Davies' off stump. I do like the one big group idea, and those of us who are seasoned enough to remember it, that I don't know, a lot of people's opinion, I think the best of the men's World Cup, certainly the ones I've enjoyed the most, the 92 World Cup in Australia and New Zealand was one big group, and that was a smashing competition to follow. And you can only really follow it on the radio, as I remember. Clark bowls, and forward came Davis and pushed it out on the leg side. I used to run home from school at lunchtime to listen to the end of games. I remember sprinting home, and I didn't do that a lot.
Well, you're talking about the one big group scenario. It's what will also be the case during the 2019 Men's World Cup, when that's in this country, being held in England and Wales. I didn't know that. So that'll be 10 teams. 8 will qualify by rights from the ICC World Ranking. Well, 7. England will qualify through a qualifier.
I didn't know that. Clark bowls shortish to Umeed, who turns this away into the leg side on the bounce, and there's no run. I'm not a great fan personally of it being whittled back down to 10 teams. I know that's been discussed at great length, and Ireland, I know among many, feel quite sore about that, and rightly so, I think. Many people would agree. But if it is going to be only 10 teams, I'm very much drawn to the one big group. That 92 World Cup was terrific. Clark runs in and bowls, and Umeed is forward, and Davis rather is forward in defence.
It's a slight double-edged sword, because it does raise the prospect that games towards the end of the group stage become meaningless if there are 2 teams playing. But I mean, even with India beating England in that opening game, I think that was quite good for the tournament and the competitiveness of the tournament. The top 6 women's teams are very, if you take Pakistan and Sri Lanka out of the equation, the top 6 that most of the games have something on them going through the group stage.
In comes Clark, and David, he very nearly plays on here as he's coming forward and looks to push out into the offside, and it came down off a thickish inside edge and was not far from the stumps as it bounced away. And the other thing that it does, of course, is gives teams time to settle into a tournament, and if you don't get off to a great start, there's time to recover. And those of you who remember the 92 Men's World Cup will know that that's exactly what happened, because Pakistan started similar, hardly, to the Champions Trophy just gone. They started dreadfully in that World Cup. Clark bowls and Davis guides away on the it's the end of the over. Another maiden from Clark, who's bowled 3 of them in a row to open his spell, and it's 38 for 1. They were all over the place in the early bowled out for 74 by England in a game that was then rained off, and supposedly were sort of cornered in the dressing room by Imran Khan, who gave them a famous cornered tiger speech, and after that, fabulously, and were absolutely brilliant in the semi-final and final. The semi-final was the most fantastic game when Pakistan knocked New Zealand out, and then they went on to win, and well done to them, a bit like they did in the Champions Trophy.
The tall figure of Boyd Rankin starts a new over into Hasib Umeed, ball into the onside, fielded by short leg Sam Hain. Talking about the Women's World Cup, you'll hear every one of England's games on Test Match Special, plus the best of the rest, live text commentary and in-play highlights on the BBC. As for today, it's Warwickshire versus Lancashire at Edgbaston, day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match. Lancashire 38 for 1. Rankin gets bounced to Umeed, who has to take his hand off the bat, his bottom hand off the bat, in order to control the ball. Bafflingly promoted to open the batting. He made only 1 before he was out in the second over. Alex Davis and Haseeb Hameed at the crease. My name is Stefan Schemmelt. I'm alongside Mike Taylor from BBC WM. Commentary online on the BBC Sport website. There's also live text commentary. BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire's media. And again, it's back of a length, and again Hameed has to take his bottom hand off the handle of the bat, and now he just comes down the track at the straw-coloured surface with his bat. It's a definite ploy, this is, from Rankin. He's bowling back of a length. I mean, that is Rankin's natural. Slam the ball into the pitch to get it rearing up high, to test batsmen on the back foot, to ask them to ride the bounce. He kicks up his heels as he's in once more, and again it's back of a length, and Hameed fends the ball towards gully all along the Waterfield, does the fielding. 38 for 1. Lancashire are still 10 runs in arrears, just approaching, well, past the midway point actually of this second session. Bearings in this new world of day-night first-class cricket. And Ranking beneath us, he sets off on his way with his trousers flapping around his shins, and Hameed this time angles the ball past gully. He thinks it's going to go for 4, but he's going to have this slow. Ordinarily that would have scooted towards a boundary. In fact, it does just reach the rope, but for a moment Haseeb Hameed thought he might have to run them. He picks up a boundary. Score goes on to 42 for 1, and Hameed. Such a grey old evening in Birmingham. The grey cloud just forming a blanket over our heads. Looks a little bit brighter towards the city, but the red lights that are on top of the tall buildings, the BT Tower and the Radisson, shining pretty brightly in the gloom as Boyd Rankin comes in to complete the over, and Hameed this time, mercifully for him, he gets a delivery the front foot. It is the end of the over. Lancashire are 42 for 1. They still trail by 6 runs. Alex Davis, who opened the batting, has 21 from 63 delivered. Has 19 from 69. They've added 40. Lancashire were reduced to 2 for 1 when Butler was out, but since then Davis and reasonably comfortable. They've been tested by Keith Barker and the debutant George Panay swinging the ball slightly. Boyd Rankin banging it. Here comes Ricky Clark with an angled approach into Davis, who defends on the front foot. Clark's got 2 slips, a point, a man at cover. That's Jetan Patel, who may be into the with his off breaks. Ian Bell, the Warwickshire captain, he's at a shortish straight mid off. There's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket. I think that's Andy Umeed, who's just actually having a little chat with the square leg umpire Nick Cook. There's a deep square leg and a long leg.
Thanks. I think we're back to normal now in our connections. 42 for 1. Clark bowls. Oh, yes, he draws Davies forward. Davies looks a bit uncomfortable in the last few minutes. I've got to stop getting out of this. I keep looking up and thinking it's really dark. And it doesn't matter, because that's been the whole point of this game, is it's going to get dark at some point. But I don't think it was expected to get this dark this early. But I don't think it's easy conditions for either batting or bowling at the moment.
But I do think it's actually benefited the game in that we've had a genuine day-nighter rather than a day-dayer.
Yeah. Here is the ball turned away into the leg side by Davies for 1. 43 for 1. Hameed has got Davies is on 22.
You know, when this round of fixtures was announced, it almost seemed a little bit ludicrous that we were going to play cricket under floodlights in the week after the. But what we've actually had in this game at Edgbaston, because it's been so grey and murky and the floodlights have been needed and it's genuinely gone. We've had a true reflection of what day-night cricket is like.
Yes, that's a fair point. As Clark bowls again, and he's right on target. Hameed's coming forward, and once more, he was just a little bit tentative on that, and Clark for a moment thought that was going to break through, but it didn't. It's gone away into the leg side. He doesn't look entirely secure, Hameed. 43 for 1. yes, I'm sure you're right about that. I did see quite a bit of chuntering about that in various places last week. You know, what a time to have it. But I imagine I wanted all the England players to play in this round because they've got the Test match. Well, they're not only the West Indies one, but the one in Australia later in the year. Clark bowls and Umeed is forward defending. So they wanted him to have a 4-day, a first-class fixture under lights, which is fair enough. And you know there aren't that many opportunities during the course of the season, the way that these things are done. Now the fixtures being as they are, to get all the England players out at one point. So, yeah, okay. The other thing I would bear in mind is that there was a floodlit game here, a second 11 game here that was done as a tester between Warwickshire and Worcestershire last August, and obviously it didn't get as much publicity as this has done. Clark runs in and bowls, and it's a wild bouncer down the offside, so it has nothing to do with that. It's the end of another over. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 1. Clark, 43 for 1. So there has been a fixture at that time of year, because I know people were saying, what's the point? You got the Test match in August. It's not going to be similar conditions to for the lights as it is going to be, you know, for this round of matches in June, as you say, because for the reasons you were saying. But all right, the players won't necessarily have experienced it because it was only a second 11 game. But they have at least tested how the ball reacts and what the floodlights will be like and so on.
3 spectators are just making their way out of the Wyatt stand in the distance as Rankin is in and Davis is cutting for 4. And Promotus lost the pink ball on the green turf, but it was an incredible shot from Davis, really, who almost premeditated the fact that Rankin was going to be bowling back of a length. He cleared his front leg side and scythed the ball behind point for a boundary. 47 for 1 Lancashire. Davis has 26. They now only trail by 1 run.
That's precisely what he did. He set himself up early for that, which was an unusual thing to do. It was a very effective thing to do because he fairly walloped it, having got himself into position, into big space to aim at.
Let's see if Rankin changes his length. This time Davis ducks under what is a pretty harmless bouncer. He really is a tall man, Boyd Rankin. Is he 6'8"-ish?
Thereabouts, I believe, yes.
Yeah.
Good man to have if you need to set your runner bean canes up for the summer.
He's on his way back to his mark. He has to adjust the sleeve, his left sleeve, short sleeve. On his left arm he's got a sweatband and a watch. As he's in again to Davis, again that's back of a length, and Davis turns the ball off his hip towards a long leg. That brings the scores level, the single, 48 for 1. Just watching Rankin make his way back towards us. Really tall man, broad-shouldered, fair hair. He's a traditional man when it comes to his cricket spikes. None of this luminous nonsense or colours on the heels. They're white with just a little bit of trim. Very lanky figure. Grey socks showing as he runs in, and Umeed forces this ball towards gully, 1 bounce, and Will Porterfield dives to his left to do the fielding. 2 deliveries of the over remaining.
They'll be disappointed they haven't got another wicket before the scores have got level, obviously, Warwickshire, but I don't think they've bowled badly. They've been right on target. There isn't that much happening, but they have, to some degree, ruffled the batsman's feathers a little bit.
Rankin to Umeed once more. Again, that's back of a length, and Umeed just stands up to defend it onto the onside. It's been a pattern of the game that no one has really scored freely.
No.
I mean, it says Patel is the man who's probably found scoring runs most easy. I mean, he's a man who plays a lot of shots anyway. There's 2 reasons, I think, for that. One, the surface is slow, and secondly, the pink ball, we're told, loses its hardness and therefore becomes more difficult for stroke play as the innings wears on. Ranking to finish the over. Umeed cutting a short delivery. That's a lovely stroke. Wasn't really a and played a back foot punch, almost a la Sachin Tendulkar. It trickles into the point boundary, dead square on the offside, and that boundary takes Lancashire into the lead. They're 52 for 1. They lead by 4. Davis has 27, and Hasib Hamid, in this search for form, is 23 not out.
It's probably his stroke of greatest authority so far, and it has also raised a 50 partnership between Davis and Hamid, which is of some notable value, and as Stefan says, has put them in front. Stefan is giving way. Phil Britt is going to, I think, come in and replace him just now. Indeed he is. Here comes Clark and starts another new over. He's been very tight so far, but there are going to be runs here for Davis, guiding a shortish delivery down to third man. Tremendous chase. Has pulled the ball up, and they've taken 3. So it's 55 for 1. Phil Britt is back. And Scott Reed will join him in a few minutes. I've got a couple of quick local radio updates to do in the next few minutes, but I think Warwickshire bowled badly here in the last hour.
No.
Well, accurately.
I think the Lancashire batsmen have settled in well. I'm glad to see Hamid's beginning to look as though he's got a little bit of form.
Clark bowls to him now, and he comes forward, Hamid, and that hit the bat quite hard. And almost looks like it was going to rattle it from his grasp. But see, he pushed it securely enough away into the covers. Patel is doing some warming up, so I think we might see him quite soon. But I liked giving Panay the new ball. I thought that was a nice move from Ian Bell. A real confidence builder, I would think.
Well, they gave him the second new ball on the opening day, and he did the job. He got finished off the tail with the second new ball. So I think he deserved that chance.
Clark bowls full and straight to Hamid, who defends back to him. And he looks the part to me. It's the first time I've seen him, he looks the part.
I think he'll get a run in the side, and he's nicely balanced. He's quite a big lad. He's not lightning fast, but what I do like about him, he does keep the ball up to the bat, and he bowled very little sort of short outside off stump. It was noticeable how the batsmen were having to play rather than getting some free hits off him. So
ran in nice and hard. I liked it. Clark bowls, and he hits Hamid. He's LBW. Hamid trying to turn that to the leg side. He was just slightly outside his crease, but not very well forward, and pushing across the line. He's done that very rarely so far, and he looked right in front from here. So Clark, who's been pretty full and straight with his bowling so far, has reward. Hamid LBW to Clark for 23, and Lancashire 55 for 2.
Bit sorry there. I think I put the finger on Hamid, just saying how well he was beginning to look and how much more like the Hamid of last season, and then within 2 balls he's gone. So
forgive me butting in. Warwickshire in the ascendant in this game at the moment, having just taken the wicket of Hasim Hamid, who was pushing across the line to Ricky Clark, and LBW for 23. That makes Lancashire 55 for 2 in their second innings. That's just 7 runs ahead.
Big wicket, that one, though.
Yes.
Big wicket for Warwickshire, and it was...
Well, you're quite right, because Hamid, whose name I mangled terribly just now, I appreciate, had started to settle in. They had a couple of quite big LBW shots to get him, but he played a stroke, his first real stroke of authority in the last over.
Yep. Well, I just thought there his touch was coming, and, it looked...
I'm just going to do another update very briefly, and then I'll stop interrupting. Yes, Warwickshire on top at the moment. The bowls have been working very hard. Scoring continues to be quite awkward, with Lancashire edging on at barely 2 and over in their second innings. They've just erased the deficit, but a second wicket claimed for Warwickshire by Ricky Clark, who's been given very little away so far, and has had Hasib Hamid LBW just now. was the first time he hadn't really looked to play straight. He pushed across the line at Clark and looked pretty much banging. LBW 423. To read what else has gone on briefly earlier today as Stephen Croft gets off the mark. Trying to erase a deficit of 48, Lancashire lost, promoted Josh Butler to open and lost rather airily at Keith Barker and caught at mid-wicket by Porterfield for 1. Alex Davis remains unbeaten with 30 as he pushes out end of Clark's over, 56 for 2. Earlier, Warwickshire built their first innings lead to 48, mainly of course on the back of an 8 1/4 hour 100 or a century for 113 from Andrew Umeed, which has been the slowest championship century ever in terms of time taken to reach 3 figures. He went on to make 113 before he was 9. He had a century stand for the 8th wicket with Jetan Patel, who made 50, and then as a real bonus, George Panay and Boyd Ram wicket to take Warwickshire to 321. Lancashire now 56 for 2, which means they're 8 runs ahead. So, listeners to BBC Commentary in Warwickshire leave us, listen to Radio Manchester are still with us, as indeed listeners to Sports Extra are. Phil Britt is going to carry on for now. In a moment, when he comes through, having talked to his local listeners, Scott Reed will join him. But Phil,
it is ranking continuing from the pavilion end. This first ball was just played by Croft into the offside. Yes, it was me who started that report on being the slowest ever.
Well, I hope you were right then.
Well, I only just threw it in. You're reporting it to the good folks.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Just threw the pot.
What are you on about the record of some twin Northampton?
Yes, that's right, Denton. The Denton twins who opened for Northamptonshire.
Mm.
You've heard of those, haven't you?
Oh, but both of them.
Yeah. This one is ducked under and goes through to the keeper. It's a no run.
I actually heard the name. I couldn't tell you what their first.
I tell you where we used to have a photograph of the Stevens twins when the year Warwickshire won the championship in 1911, shaking hands with the Denton twins after Warwickshire had played Northamptonshire. This ranking is in, and the ball goes through outside the off stump, and there's no shot offered. And it's not very often the pair of twins are mentioned on the radio together.
No.
Often separately, but not together.
Oh, there we are.
56 for 2. Effectively, that's really 8 for 2 because of the 48 run first innings lead. Bit of work to do here now for Lancashire, having lost Josh Butler and Umeed, as in comes Rankin again to bowl full, and this one just gets Croft turning on that one. The ball just bobbled up in the air off the pad. He comes down and has a little look at the wicket. Stephen Croft went cheaply in the first innings for just 3. He'll be looking to make an impact. He's got a good record against Warwickshire, particularly in white ball cricket. He's been really effective in the games over the years here at Edgbaston. He is a good player, as Rankin bowls, and back he goes, as if to sort of just take his first move was take a step backwards and then plays it off the back foot and just fends it down.
Strikes me as he'd be rather well qualified as captain as well, from the way I've seen him in the past, and I went and he'll talk more about it. I'm interested to hear. Lancashire listeners will already know, of course, but to hear how he's going as captain, because he strikes me as the way he plays as if he might be rather a good leader of men. So interested in what Scott's got to say about that.
Making bowls, and this one is a quick delivery outside the off stump. It has Croft snatching the bat out of the way to finish the over off. It's Rankin 7th over. He's 0 for 17 from those 7s. Lancashire of 56 for 2, and Mike Taylor is...
Yes, I'll just say this will be 11 overs to go until the teen to won't it? So I shall pop back up a 6, or I should probably be on the radio again. But yes, that's going to be another 45 minutes worth, isn't it?
Yes, it's a lot of overs left in the day. 43 still remain. Here comes Ricky Clark to start a new over from the Birmingham end. And Davis goes across and pushes this one up to Keith Barker at mid-on, and there's no run. It's still grey overhead here at Edgbaston. It has been all day, but we have been incredibly fortunate that so far we've not had a ball lost in this game. They're playing cricket everywhere else now except that Durham, which there's no play today, and at Headingley, where also no play on the day. Clark comes in and bowls, and this is played into the mid-wicket area where Umeed does the fielding. Essex still going on. Their opening partnership is now over 300. It's 315. It's very close to the all-time Essex opening partnership record, I think, which Graham Gooch holds with, and I'm trying to think who it's with, but I think it's 316.
You were a man of stats today, Phil Britt.
No,
you're right on your game.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, but nobody's actually proven whether they're right or wrong. Here comes Clark in and bowls, and Davis plays it back down the wicket, and there's no run. Let's have a look at this and see. 316. It was Gooch and Pritchard. Yeah, 316. So I got the figure right, but not the. I couldn't remember the other batsman. So they've done it. They're 317 for no wickets. So there they go. Even as we speak, Essex establish a new all-time record to go with the all-time record we've seen. Yes, so this pink ball cricket's bringing all sorts of all-time records. The history of the game. In comes Clark again, bowls outside the off stump. Now, should this go down as red ball cricket, or should it go down in its own, as everything we're setting is pink ball records?
Oh, I see. Right, yeah, I'm with you.
So you can't read because it's the same competition.
Yeah,
with a different coloured ball, isn't it?
Still obviously first class cricket, still county championship. Here's nice to have a separate pink ball bracket.
Another interesting one for you. If this is successful to play under floodlights with a pink ball, I'll expand on this after this next ball from Clark. It's driven and Clark feels off his own bowling. In a game which starts off at 11 o'clock with a red ball, the light deteriorates. They put the floodlights on, and then the umpire says, "Oh, the natural light is being taken over." Why not bring out of the pocket a pink ball?
Pink ball.
Keep playing. When the light gets better, you go back to the red ball.
So this could eliminate
losing time in
bad light.
People sitting around saying, "Why are they not playing?"
Well, I mean, it's a good.
Now there would be a use for the pink ball. We might actually have found the raison d'etre, as in comes Clark, and this one is played by Davis into the onside. You change a red ball around if you lose it, or it goes out of shape.
Yeah, true.
Just have a box full of balls.
So we start at 11 o'clock and it gets to 4 o'clock. It gets a bit dark,
and then they get so dark that the floodlights now are predominantly dominating the game, and the umpires turn around and say, "No, light's not good enough. You bring out a pink ball and you can play all the way through with the lights on, because here's the evidence that it's safe to play."
I like it.
And they get plenty of practice with the pink ball, so that when they go to Adelaide in very similar conditions to these, that I'm sure it's going to be, the floodlights will be on in Adelaide from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 10 at night, and they'll be playing under a heavy sky at about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It's perfect comparison. It'll be all perfect. They'll have it all the time.
You may have stumbled across a solution to bad light in cricket.
It's just an idea.
I like it.
Well, there's plenty of other ideas which could dash which we're doing.
We're going to see some spin, some Jetan Patel for the first time in Lancashire's second innings, and he's bowling to Lancashire's captain, Stephen Croft, and he defends out to short mid-wicket, and Andy Umeed fields, and there is no run. 56 for 2, and Croft on 1, slipping a short leg, and Patel over the wicket to him, and he goes back and just dabs the ball down to the ground. It's gathered by Sam Hain, who wears the helmet and the pads at a forward short leg position. There's a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. Patel skipping in and bowling, and Croft is forward again, just pushing into the onside, and there's no run.
It's gone just a little quiet again, this, doesn't it, at the moment? We're sort of going through a period here where Lancashire just re-establishing. I thought with when just before Umeed was out that they were beginning to get a bit of a move on there, and Umeed was looking in decent touch.
Lead of 8 runs. I suppose Lancashire could easily find themselves in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here. Yeah, I agree.
There is Patel skipping in and bowling to Croft, who's back and defending, and there's no run. We're told that this is now that the tricky part of the day to bat. This session now and then, straight after the second interval, is the hardest part under the lights. Lancashire's top order have not been stacked full of runs this season, Davis apart. As Croft defends again, no run, end of the over, 56 for 2. So I suppose a degree of caution is required from Lancashire's point of view.
Yeah, if they lose another couple of wickets, then it becomes a real battle. Somebody then has really got. We've still got Jetan Patel to come in, of course, who in the first innings looked in no trouble at all, and that's a terrific batsman to have in the locker. Vilas as well can do it. There's still plenty of batting to come for Lancashire, but it is one of those things they just need to establish again and get themselves back on. Ricky Clark comes chasing in and bowls, and Alex Davis plays this one carefully back and just evades Clark's outstretched right hand.
It's what that slender lead, I think, had Lancashire got obviously a big lead, then that's really significant, but had Lancashire got a similar lead to what Warwickshire have got, just even that 48 runs just puts a different complexion, doesn't it, on the third innings of the match, because a team can find themselves under, especially with unfamiliar surroundings with a pink ball and floodlights.
Yep. Clark bowls, this is left, just a little bit of shape away from the right-handed batsman as it went through to Tim Ambrose, but there's been no real significant swing or anything with that ball. It's not done some of the things which people suspected it might.
Well, Tom Bailey last night, the Lancashire bowler, I spoke to him and he said, look, I'm not a massive fan of this pink ball, I much prefer the red ball. And so I said, what's the reason behind that? And he said that after 15 to 20 overs, it goes pretty dead.
Clark bowls, and this one is turned away through mid-wicket. That's a nicely timed and shot. It crosses the boundary, and Davis played that one beautifully away through the vacant mid-wicket area, it has to be said, but even so, he timed it nicely off his legs, and it raced away to the boundary for 4. 60 for 2. Why would it go soft? There is absolutely no reason at all. Presumably, it's made in exactly the same way. All it is that the leather is coloured pink instead of red.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to make any logic at all.
And the seam is black, isn't it? Instead
the stitching's black instead of white.
Yeah.
No idea. It's Clark bowls and outside the off stump, and there's no run.
I think that may have, again, Tom Bailey was saying that probably attributed to the way that Andy Umeed batted and the way that Warwickshire actually batted in their first innings, that he felt when the ball got soft, the batsman found it difficult to pierce the infield, which again kind of goes back to the point where Lancashire want a bottler to open when the ball's hard and new. I suppose everyone's just kind of getting a little bit used to it, and maybe it's getting to this stage, third day, where teams have got an idea of what it's about.
Yeah. Clark bowls, and Davis is a little bit of bat and pad there. This one runs away just onto the onside, and single. They scamper through for the single, quickly called through by Stephen Croft. 61 for 2. Yeah, you wouldn't really think though that the colour would, it's not like say Smarties where you don't have the blue ones. You got to eat the red ones because the blue ones aren't very good for you seemingly. But you wouldn't think it would happen with a cricket ball. But not that I'm intending you eat the cricket ball, but I'm using it for pure comparative purposes.
It's a good A good little analogy that. Blue Smartie.
Well, they say you mustn't give the kids too many of them, don't they?
Yeah,
for some
said
reason.
that to me. Yeah, could have any colour Smartie apart from blue.
Blue, yeah, exactly. It's Clark, he's in, he bowls, and forward comes Croft and runs it up to Jetan Patel at short, extra cover. End of another over from Clark, it's 61 for 2, Croft's on 1, and 35 to Davis.
Yeah, steady enough, isn't it? Davis has been in good form this season with the bat. He's done so far what he's done for the majority of the season. Umeed, as we know, has been scratching around trying to get himself back into nick and batted for a decent while, over an hour, and faced 90, almost 80 balls rather for that 23. And Croft has not had mega volume of runs so far this season, so these two just trying to bed in a little bit here, and just if it means a period of where it's pretty quiet and there's not so many runs, then so be it, as Davis just shuffles forward, defends this next delivery from Jetan Patel, and there's no run.
Still a bit of a stretch, 8 overs to go. What is that, -3 Warwickshire on the over 8?
Oh yes it is, yeah.
Need to get a few overs from Jetan Patel in quick then.
Well, he was in, twirling his arms around, and Davis is getting forward and defending. There's an appeal from the bowler as Davis brings his bat down. It may have hit the pad, I'm sure it hit the bat. And it bounces down into the onside. As soon as Jetan started to that appeal, it quickly died away. It wasn't a full-on Jetan jig,
no,
which he gets into when he's convinced. This is short and wide and cut. That's 4 from the bat of Alex Davis.
It got what it deserved, and it was short outside the off stump and thumped away square on the offside. It was exactly what was that delivery. It was a long hop effectively. You don't see that very often from Jetan Patel.
It's a rare bad ball. Well, he's Mr. Consistent, isn't he? He's the definition of a player that what you're going to get season in, season out.
Yeah,
with bat and with ball.
Well, he's done it's a huge bonus with the bat for Warwickshire over the years.
Lancashire lead by 17 as Davis is maybe pushed back a little bit, but deliberately steering the ball down to the third man boundary, and comes back for 2. Not a massive amount of pace on the outfield. And Davis ticks along to 41 not out, and Lancashire 67 for 2. Lead pushed up to 19 runs. We're in the latter stages of the middle session of the third day of this county championship fixture. Lancashire batting second time round, and Davis is forward and nudging the ball down to the onside. A little dangerous. There's 3 players all within catching distance, but he gets the ball down into the ground. And there's no run.
Nick Brown's on to 143, and Alistair Cook 176. Nick Brown, may not be it might come into some people's thoughts.
As Davis is back and strikes it firmly and pretty cleanly, but straight to Keith Barker at cover. And there's no run. 67 for 2. Davis 41. Croft on 1. Yeah, he started his career impressively, didn't he, for Essex, and scoring runs consistently, but in Division 2. But now, if you can translate that to Division 1 and got a big score here.
Just on the basis that the two people you thought would be competing to open with Cook, who would be Umeed and Jennings. Neither of them can buy a run at the moment, really, can they?
No, it's been a struggle, hasn't it, for them both this season.
It may be that somebody else just comes along and perhaps give them a look. Stoneman, of course, is always another one who you'd have to say probably is ahead of Brown. Stoneman must get his chance at some stage, you would think.
Well, you look at that England Lions squad from last week.
Here's Clark starts a new over. He's in bowls, and Croft just pushes this one up to Barker and sets off straight away, and Barker has to make a bit of ground to it, can't pick the ball up cleanly, and Stephen Croft's home safely.
There's effectively kind of 4 opening batsmen, weren't in that squad. There's Jennings, Umeed, Gubbins and Stoneman.
Gubbins and Robson are other ones, aren't they?
Yeah, Robson's got some runs.
You see, the one thing in Division 1 cricket at the moment, there are a lot of younger batsmen scoring runs for fun at the moment, and it does make, I suppose, it perhaps makes it a bit more difficult for the selectors. This one is driven, and Clark fields up his own bowling. This is where a player, if they're out of form, there's so many others who are, that you've only got to let them in. And, do you get your place back?
That's true, very true. I mean, it is really interesting and unfortunate if it's the case for Umeed that he doesn't make the squad on Sunday, but I'd be staggered if anybody left India at the end of last year and thought that Hasib Umeed would not play in the first test match of the following summer.
Absolutely agree. Clark bowls. And, this one turned by Davis down through that mid-wicket area, but this time we've got a man being posted out there on the mid-wicket boundary, and he comes in, does the fielding, just restricts to a single this time. Now he comes in for back to orthodox mid-wicket for Stephen Croft. 69 for 2.
Yeah, worth a second slip in and a gully when Croft's on strike. I mentioned he has struggled for runs this season as the Lancashire captain.
There's Clark, comes charging in, bowls. Ooh, and that's a good ball, which has Croft just fishing at that one a little bit. Just wanted to have a little dab at it as it went past, but pulled the bat just inside the line. It goes through to Tim Ambrose. No run. Croft is on 2. Davis at the moment is the one who's scoring most of the runs. He's on 42 and has looked pretty good. He's played some nice shots along the way. Clark turns and comes racing in and bowls, and Croft's going to get. He's going to have to be quick, but not able to pick up there and throw the wickets down. That was George Panay coming in from mid-wicket. Croft had set off and got a little bit stranded up the wicket. Tim Ambrose wasn't able to get up to the stumps, but it was all to none avail anyway, because George Panay was not able to pick it up cleanly and get a good throw or a shot shy at the stumps. And Stephen Croft was back, but possible chance there, just with a little misunderstanding. Croft sort of played and ran, whereas Davis at the other end wasn't responding at all to his skipper. But all is well. There's a little self-induced problem, but they've survived it as Clark comes in and bowls, and Croft is across his stumps and just running it up to Barker at mid-on. It's the end of the over. It's 69 for 2. It's 42 to Davis and 2 to Croft.
A couple of games are back underway actually, Phil, but not. It's not just this game in Essex now. The match down at Hove has restarted.
I think they're all on now, apart from the 2 which were abandoned for the day at Headingley and at
Chester Street. So Gloucestershire 84 for 1, trail Sussex by 274. Kent are 130 for 4 in their second innings, and they have a 61-run deficit to make up against Nottinghamshire. Northamptonshire lead Leicestershire by 231 at 127 for 3. As Jetan Patel starts a new over, Davis muscles the ball through mid-wicket, gets through for a single, takes him to 43, 70 for 2 here, Lancashire. Derbyshire 27 for 2 against Glamorgan in Cardiff, and lead by 78 runs. And as Phil mentioned, nothing between Durham and Worcestershire today, and Surrey against Yorkshire again falling foul of the rain and a wet outfield. Jetan Patel balls, Croft down on one knee, attempts a sweep, bottom edge into the ground, and it deflects down towards the keeper. Somerset 103 for 4 against Hampshire, who actually declared their first innings in that evening session on 211. And Somerset are 107 runs behind with 7 wickets remaining, and that mammoth partnership between Cook and Brown continues for Essex. 300 without loss. There's Patel to Croft, who's back and defends, and there's no run. Cook on 180 and Brown 150 not out. So Essex lead Middlesex by 92 runs. 70 for 2 here. Jetan Patel, pavilion end bowls, and Croft is back and turns the ball around the corner. Run for Trott here down towards fine leg. He's got to the ball pretty quickly, and Croft gets a single. Takes him to 3. Lancashire 71 1 for 2, and now 23 runs ahead. And Phil Britt has left us, and Mike Taylor's back alongside him.
Yes, I shall have to interrupt rudely just now, if you'll forgive me.
Forgiven.
To talk to our local radio listeners. Yeah, Lancashire making careful progress to be now 71 for 2, a lead of 23. Alex Davis, the most assured batsman so far, has made 43. A slightly skittish start for Stephen Croft, the Lancashire captain, who has made 3 wickets for Ricky Clark, and for Keith Barker. Opened a first innings lead of 48 early on the back of Andrew Umeed's century. So Lancashire edging along. 5 overs to go before the tea interval. 71 for 2, a lead for Lancashire now.
Yeah, it has been edging, isn't it? Lancashire edging along, but I think they're just kind of playing kind of situational cricket a little bit here, a little like Warwickshire did yesterday. That, you know, if the ball's gone soft and the pitch is slow, it's difficult to try and get the ball through the infield and try and score quickly. And having lost a very, very early wicket, and now 2 down, and only 23 in front, can't really afford to gamble, I don't think, at this stage.
They can't. Davies is playing rather well, isn't he? Looks good. Clark starts the new over, and this is defended by Croft. It's the offside.
Look at Davis's stats for the season. His century last week against Hampshire was his 3rd of the campaign. He is averaging 51 for the season, with 561 runs. So he's Lancashire's leading run scorer, just a fraction ahead of Shivnarine Chanderpaul and a little ahead of Dane Villas.
No bad thing if you've got yourself ahead of Chanderpaul. Croft is coming forward a little bit late in so doing, and Clark, who's been absolutely bang on target throughout this spell, thought he might be in business again there. He's into his 9th over, 1 for 12.
He's bowled very, very well, hasn't he? He's offered nothing at all.
He's still got something, you know. Ricky Clark, he still finds a bit of pace even at this relatively advanced stage of his career.
He's consistent line and length, isn't he? There's no options to score, really.
Not giving anybody peace, still running in hard, and Croft, he's dabbing this down. He's going to get runs to 3rd man here. He's found a gap in the cordon, and again, Umeed, with a very spirited chase, wins the race with Porterfield. That's not done by many. And they're back for 2. 73 for 2, and Crofty's up to 5, but he looks very much like a man who's in search of the tea break. It'd be no bad thing for his team if he's still there with Davis when they reach it.
Absolutely. Must be good for the Warwickshire bowlers here, likes of Clark at that far end to have something to bowl with.
Yeah, a better match position they've had for much of the season. Forward comes Croft. That's a more neat defensive stroke away into the offside. Bell fields, no run. Davis now established as first choice wicketkeeper, is he as well?
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, he is. Dane Villas is a wicketkeeper. I think he was brought in during the winter because Lancashire weren't quite sure when Davis would be back, whether we'd make the start of the season or not. But and this was further enhanced this week, the fact that Butler plays but didn't keep wicket.
He's having a pretty good season. In comes Clark, bowls outside the off stump, and Croft plays no stroke. I think I might be doing an update for BBC WM listeners in just a few moments. One to come from Clark in this over. Yes, there are 4 overs to go until the tea interval now. It's been really dark, which I know is not an issue for this round of games. Obviously, that's the point. But even so, we had it not been for the floodlights, we may not have had playable light all day, and certainly we wouldn't have for the last hour and a half. Ricky Clark's now coming to the end of the 9th over of a very accurate spell. Umeed, LBW, but no further reward, although he has been nagging away, especially in the Lancashire captain, who spent half an hour painstakingly making 5. Alex Davis on display today in making 43 and leading the way for Lancashire to deficit of 48, for which Warwickshire were grateful, of course, in no small part to Andrew Umeed for his century, 113, and Jetan, who accompanied him in an 8th wicket stand worth 100. Davis now 43, Croft has 5. There'll be this over and 3 more to go before the tea. Looks like we're going to get through with no further interruption. 73 for 2, Lancashire lead by 25. I beg your pardon, Scott, do go on.
Not at all. As Patel will continue. Davis 43, over the wicket, Patel to him. He goes back, turns the ball behind square leg. He calls his captain through for at least a single. In fact, just a single. Trotter's got around the ground very quickly to get to the ball. Croft turned almost blindly to come back for another, but sensibly decided against it. 74 for 2. I sense, Mike, and this you've come into this game 2 days in.
I have.
That you're really having to fight back the urge to say, I wonder if bad light might stop playing.
Look, since I turned 40, I give up on fighting my urges. I just let them go with it.
Jetan Patel balls and Stephen Croft goes back and turns the ball down into the onside. There's no run.
I don't get that many. Look, no, but it is odd, isn't it? You do have to change some of the things you think about.
There's Jetan Patel to Stephen Croft, and he goes back and slices the ball behind point, and there's no run. As I said to you this afternoon, the previous 2 mornings, the previous 2 days, I've said good at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just old habits. Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I gather they were officially calling the break still lunch and tea,
I think so, yeah. Jetan Patel to Stephen Croft, quicker ball, flatter, and just dabs it down to forward short leg, and Sam Hain gathers with the helmet on and hands it back to Patel, and he'll drift back to his bowling mark, spins the ball from one hand to the other. Squad number 5, only off 5 or 6 paces maybe, and then Croft is back into his crease again and just nudging it down to the Warwickshire captain, Ian Bell, at mid-wicket. It's the end of Patel's 4th over. Croft on 5, Davis on 44, 74 for 2. That's a lead of 26 runs, 35 overs remaining in the day's play.
There's not a lot of spin there for Jetan Patel at the moment. I wondered in his early overs if the thing that he might get to help him would be a little bit of bounce, but there's not even a lot of that. Just lately, I don't know whether that is a symptom of what we were talking about earlier, this suggestion that the ball goes soft quite early. Now, I saw one theory. Panay is going to come back and take over from Clark, by the way. He's going to change ends to the Birmingham end. He bowled a lively spell earlier from the Pavilion end. It was something about the... I know Phil was saying a few minutes ago to you about why should the leather be any different, because it's only a different colour. But now, was it on Cricinfo, I think I was reading last night, in George de Bell's piece about... It's something to do with this colour leather has a different amount of grease in it or something. This has got a first ball from Panay of a new spell was a little bit of a long hop outside the off stump, and Davis fished it and guided it a little airily through the gap between slip and gully and away for 4, and that it wasn't the greatest ball, but it wasn't the neatest stroke from Davis, but it's brought him 4 runs and he goes to 48.
Right, that's something to research.
I'm sure it was in George de Bell's, but it may not have been. But it was something to do with the fact that, and whether this was the explanation for it going softer quicker, or whether it's just one of these theories that people come up with, but something that the grease comes out of the leather quicker in the pink leather, and it goes into the ball, and so, and I don't know, I was starting to get lost at that. But I thought, well, you see, I've heard it all now. Grease and the pink ball. Davies is 48, and he gets that one, nips back from Panay, and they shout loudly for LBW. I wonder whether, judging by the way Davies is bending over and catching his breath for a moment, I wonder whether it might have been a tad. But it was that one did move, and not many balls have.
No, that's true. He's got that one just to come back in a fraction, hasn't he? He bowled really well, George Panay, in the first innings. I was impressed with him on debut. A majority of his wickets, I think, came from this end, but replacing that wonderful spell from Ricky Clark from the Birmingham end, that will encourage him, I'm sure.
Doesn't look like a kid in his first game, does he, Panay? Runs in again, bowls to Davis. Good stroke, and Davis is going to get to his half century here from 98 balls with a confident, without flourish, but it was very efficiently delivered off drive that went between the bowler and Bell at his fairly straight mid-off position. It was well timed. His 7th boundary, and in 98 balls, a decent clip for this game, the standards of this game. Davis has brought up a very handy half century. He's 52 out of 82 for 2.
Yeah, he's in good form, isn't he? He's had such a good start to the season. He's pretty no-nonsense stuff from Davis so far.
Good shot that was, and he's up on his toes here to defend a short ball from Panay out into the offside.
Off 98 balls?
98 balls and 7 fours for Alex Davis. So yeah, the 52 of 98. So it's a little bit better than 3 and over, and that would be on the high side for the general scoring rate in this match. So he's playing very well and hasn't looked in a great deal of trouble at any stage since he started batting shortly before 4 o'clock, and he leaves the next one from Panay, which goes past outside the off stump. 3 overs after this one. No, is that right? No, 2 overs after this one, until we get to the break, and then it'll be 20 minutes. Sports Extra listeners will be joining our friend Kevin Howells for some tea time entertainment. Got time for a couple of numbers, I think. Davis drives. He's going to get quite possibly 4 more here up to the extra cover boundary. Patel is giving chase. I see what, nobody's made the ball go over the outfield today as well as Davis has. 3 boundaries in the over, propelling Lancashire to 86 for 2 at the end of it, a lead of 38. 56 Davis now and 5 to Croft.
Yeah, interesting really, Jetan Patel, when he came out to bat, found it seemed pretty, or certainly easier than the previous batsman that we saw, with the exception maybe of Trott. Trott played well for his 50 odd. But even Chandapal's century for Lancashire in the first inning was pretty hard work. But Davis looks in very, very good nick, and his record and runs and stats from this season would back that up. Playing very well, Alex Davis. His captain's slightly more becalmed. He's 5 off 31 balls faced, but certainly with the tea interval in mind now for these two. Jetan Patel will continue. 2 overs left until that break. 38 runs in front Lancashire. Patel over the wicket to Croft. He goes back, plays the ball through the offside. Barker comes round from cover. A couple of paces to his left hand side to field the ball. Plenty of men kind of close in to the Lancashire captain. The forward short leg and a short mid wicket. A slip and a backward point. A short backward square leg. A deeper mid wicket. He's off his back foot. Nice shot. Slice through the offside square through the ground up towards the boundary and beyond the reach of the fielder, scampering after it towards deep point. 4 runs for Croft. He moves to 9, and Lancashire 90 for 2.
Quick burst of scoring here from Lancashire, and this could be a good game tomorrow. So 200 would be an interesting chase, wouldn't it?
Yep. Forecast is okay as well, isn't it?
It's not too bad.
Patel in and Croft back and defends. Leads 42 with 8 wickets remaining. Still 33 overs left today.
It's not wet, is the main thing about the forecast for tomorrow. You want to bring a coat and another one if you're looking to stay potentially until 9 o'clock or so.
And a flask.
Yeah, I'll say.
Patel to Croft. Croft whips the ball off his pads. There's a quicker ball by Jetan Patel. And he's got it through the onside and moves into double figures, moves to 10. 91 for 2. There are a few brave souls in the stand opposite where we are. I'm sure there's plenty more inside, watching from behind glass in the members' lounge.
Not all that warm in here, is it? I must say.
Patel to Davis, and Davis down into the ground, stopped by Sam Hain, short leg.
I don't know when we last did a commentary in this box in June without having a crack in the window there. Should we have really opened the window today?
Last ball for Jetan Patel of this session. Davis rocks back, slaps it through the offside, 4 more. Takes a horrible little divot at the edge of the square. It's hit something, that ball, but it's not taken any real pace off it, and it races out towards the boundary. And Davis, with that, moves to 60, and Lancashire 95 for 2, and lead by 47 runs. And this the final over of the second session of day 3.
Yeah, they've just got away, haven't they, Lancashire? In the last few minutes, 21 from the last 2 overs, 5 boundaries, and in a moderate scoring game, even things like that make a bit of a difference. First time Warwickshire have allowed them to get off the leash. I just felt Jetan Patel was just a little bit short in that over. He's trying to make something happen because there's not much happening off the pitch for him right now. Panay's going to bowl the last over before tea, before it should still be called so. Mind you, it's sort of tea time, or at least, unless you're the sort of folks who call it dinner. Croft goes back and plays from the crease, plays out on the offside. I saw on the BBC Sport website last week the idea of what to name the intervals this week was much discussed. The one that I most liked was that the 2 intervals should be called T brackets Northern and T brackets Southern. I wasn't sure which was which. Is it tea or dinner where you're from, Scott? In comes Panay, and it's pushed back by Croft.
Well, it's tea.
Yeah, it's always been tea.
It's tea. But if it's like...
I've never had a dinner in my life. I've only ever had tea. You only don't tell me I've had dinner. I'm from a Birmingham family. Well, Sunday dinner. Or then you call it Sunday lunch or Sunday
lunch, yeah.
Sunday dinner. You have it at lunchtime.
Yeah.
And then when I married a Scot, she couldn't get the idea. You had your big meal on Sunday in the evening. I couldn't get my head around that. This comes back a bit from Panay and goes over the top of off stump, and Croft lets it go. But your evening meal is tea.
Yeah, it's tea. But I just would say that if it's anything kind of later than 8 o'clock,
yeah,
it's then dinner. So if I've got a reservation at a restaurant or something for 8:30, comes dinner for me then.
Yeah, no, I see what you are there.
Yeah.
Because I've never understood people who have supper. I don't think I've ever had a supper.
No, I've never had
I mean, even when I've got home really late from cover, I've just had another tea. Croft defends, and the next one from Panay out on the onside. Do send us your dinner names. Why don't you do that in the last session? See the usual outlets. Scott with some exciting gesticulating. Briefly rowing an invisible boat, but I think that means he's gone off to guide friends on Radio Manchester into whatever you're for your tea time entertainment. As Croft defends from the crease. There's 1 ball to come before the tea interval. Listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra will be in the company of Kevin Howells for the interval of 20 minutes. Scott Reed will look after those of you listening on Radio Manchester. We were on Radio Manchester medium wave. I think we won't be on FM as well now, are we? On FM as well. Oh, goodness. All over Lancashire in every sense. And here's Croft defending the last ball of the session from Panay. Umpire Colquitt square legs already on his way to he knows where his tee is. So the players are going to leave us at 10 to 7. So it'll be a 10 past 7 resumption for the final 32 overs. Somewhere around 9:15. So we'll be with you until then. Listeners online will get just the ambient sounds of Edgbaston. Listeners to Radio Manchester will now be with Scott Reed. and listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra. For the next 20 minutes you will be with Kevin Howells with the news that it's 95-4-2 here. Lancashire leading by 47. Kevin Howells on Sports Extra. Right. Now, online listeners will hear a quick sum of that session for BBC Commentary in Warwickshire before we give you peace for 20 minutes. Is that right? Well, I'm reassured to hear that, but I'm just greedy I have another tea. Anyway, it is tea, whichever way you carve it. This is the tea, which doesn't feel so out of place as lunch at 4 o'clock did, but I'm getting off the point. The main point here is that Lancashire 95-2, it does feel in the last half an hour. Stephen Croft, the Lancashire captain, has been very careful in making 10. Alex Davis, who opened the innings there, as good form as anybody. He's unbeaten with 60, and he's certainly timing the ball better than anybody else today. He hit 3 boundaries off George Panay in an over shortly before tea when Panay came back for another short. Tight 9-over spell from Ricky Clark, which brought in the wicket of Umeed. Earlier, Keith Barker had Josh Butler caught at mid-wicket in his first over. This after Warwickshire had built a first innings lead. I think we might be in for rather a good game tomorrow. I think 200 would be a gettable but somewhat awkward target for Warwickshire. Lancashire are building their lead nicely. There are 4 sessions left in the game. Somehow, where a lot of the planned cricket around the country, time has been lost. Yet been lost in this game in the 2 2/3 days so far, even though it is by no means, and the forecast is dry but cloudy and cool, to say the least, for tomorrow. But it will be worth getting wrapped on coming, I think, because we could see rather interesting to see how it pans out in the last session today. But Lancashire have gone to tea with 8 by 47 with the score 95-2.
Overnight score, Surrey 516 for 7 declared, Yorkshire 27-1. In the Specsavers County Championship Division 2 match being played at the Riverside Ground, Chester Street. Once again, there was no play at all today. The overnight score.
It is certainly an argument that has been made, and I know that the Lancashire coaching staff have certainly suggested that is one of the reasons. However, there are runs to be scored out here, and Davies is showing them that you can time the ball well. And also, I think the outfield has been quite slow. It's looked quite slow by Edgbaston and Sanders, but then there's been a certain amount of dampness and rain on it as well. But that is the theory that's being expanded, that for whatever reason, and I would suggest it's because the pink leather, for some reason, has the grease come out of it quicker and affects the ball or something. So no doubt there are as many theories as there are players. But yeah, that has been a suggestion that this ball is going softer after, say, 15 or 20 overs, and that he's not aiding the run scoring. I wondered if that might have been the reason Josh Butler, a fast-scoring batsman, up to open the innings, in that it might favour a stroke maker if he was playing against the ball brand. I think it's what, again, as we saw with 2020 cricket or any new development, all sorts of theories out in their head and on the field in these early pink ball games, but be thought to be an issue after these games are completed. request is up.
Please welcome back our two umpires, Nick Cook and Jeremy Lawrence. Together with the Warwickshire team led by captain Ian Bell.
Well, the players are making their way out to the centre, so listeners to BBC Radio Manchester will be joining us shortly. Listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra will be joining us shortly if they've not already done so. With the news that after what seemed a very brief interval indeed, but it was the full 20 minutes, or will have been by the time we resume, Lancashire 95 for 2. So they have a lead of 48. I think what we're going to do is Phil Britt and I will open the commentary for now after tea, and then Scott Reed and Stefan Schemmel will come together afterwards for a little spell, and we'll keep rotating it like that through this final session. So 95 for 2. Alex Davis, who's looked really good, I must say, in making 60, very impressed. And Stephen Croft, who's been rather more cautious in getting 10. But any player who hangs around in this match, Phil, he's doing his side a good service, I think.
He is, yeah, and I think that Alex Davis, before the tea interval, was very impressive.
Keith Barker is going to bowl from the pavilion end, the first ball after tea, and he pulls it full and angled in from round the wicket. He's the left armour into the right-hander's patch. Davis, and he's moving straight away, flicking this off his toes down to long leg for 1. So 96 for 2, a lead of 48. I'm just going to welcome listeners to BBC Radio Manchester, who are now with us on both medium wave and FM. There's no escape. And not FM, I beg your pardon, on medium wave anyway. Well, that's alright, you can get medium wave alright. And well, hello to you wherever you are in Lancashire. Barker, a man of Lancashire himself, of course, playing for Warwickshire, runs away from us at the pavilion end, bowls to Croft, who's turned it away into the leg side. Just a recap for you, I don't know if Scott will have done so, but for our new joiners back in the commentary, as it were, 96 for 2 Lancashire, 48 they lead, having to raise a deficit of 48. And Croft, the Lancashire captain, defends this away into the leg side. He's got 10. So this is Phil Britt and Mike Taylor with it for a moment, and then we'll cycle it through in a little while. It'll be Scott Reed and Stefan Schemmel to take you through the early evening. I'm sure when they drew up this fixture list, they were hoping it would be the sort of innings that we had last week. Sunny and warm. It's neither of those things, I might tell you, in Birmingham at the moment. Barker has hit the pads here of Croft, and they're going to get a leg bye. 97 for 2. It would be more pleasant for spectating if it was a sunny and warm evening like last week. It is quite frankly not at all very pleasant for spectating at the moment, except for the fact this is rather an engrossing game.
I think there are more people on the field than there are on the stands opposite us watching it.
The ones that we can see anyway. Barker bowls short, and he's pulled by Davis, and it's right, I couldn't see the ball at all there, but it's run away for 4 through square leg. So raising the 100, and Davis playing with real confidence and authority now, raises the Lancashire 100 and goes to 65 with a very confident pull.
Good shot. It whipped it away off the bat. I didn't see the ball go at all anywhere.
No.
In this semi-dark, it's not been bright here at Edgbaston all day, but it's difficult to pick this ball up in this sort of light.
101 for 2. Barker bowls goes back to over the wicket for the last ball of the over, and angles it across. Davis and through to the wicket-keeper. The scoreboard's already got them switched around. Scoreboard has been very, very prompt indeed today. I don't know who's been doing it, but they've been right on the ball today. Either that or I've been watching on a satellite delay, because every time I look, 101 for 2 in 39 overs. What was I saying? I lost thread about the. It happens a lot.
I'm not going to help you here, Mike. We'll leave you to it. You're on about the scoreboard and how fast it had been.
I was on about that. I was on about something else as well. But yeah, it's not pleasant for spectating. But I suspect most of the spectators are out of our view here. Anyway,
this first ball is after tea from the Birmingham end. It's from Jetan Patel, and it's turned by Stephen Croft to Sam Hayen at short leg, who can't field it quite cleanly, but it was along the floor, so it didn't really matter too much. Patel in again, bowls. Croft just lances this round the corner. Barker comes in from sort of short, long leg and does the fielding. Again, no run. Croft thought about the single, but Alex Davis wasn't going to go for that one. This next one is just pushed back by Croft, and Patel fields off his own bowling.
Change of ends for Patel, who bowled 5 overs before tea from the Pavilion end, now going from the Birmingham end.
In comes Patel, and Croft just leans into this one and runs it back down the wicket, and there's again no run. 101 for 2. Remember, 48 Warwickshire led on first innings, so effectively Lancashire 53 for 2. As Patel comes in and bowls, and this one is turned away past Hayen at short leg, and Umeed comes in, running in from deep square leg, picks the ball up, fires it in, but not before. But run has been complete. Take it on to 102 for 2, and just leaves Alex Davis the one ball of Jetan Patel's first over after tea to face. A little hop as Patel is in, and Davis gets himself a really awkward looking shot in defence as he pushes this one out to finish the over off. It stays on 102 for 2, and just having a look across to see over the other side. There are a few people down below us, but just looking across to the members area, it's not particularly full, but it's certainly very thin, the crowd, I have to say, tonight for this final session. It's not been great for any of the evenings, but tonight is particularly thin.
Barker is going to start a new over. They're not hanging about here, Warwickshire, and forward comes Croft to defend out into the offside. No, I mean, I was going to say earlier that this is what I was going to say, that it's probably not a great day for judging the crowd from our view, because in this pavilion in which we now commentate, we're sort of lucky enough to be in this. It really is a terrific commentary position. It's high up, right in the centre of the pavilion, 3rd floor. Barker bowls and Croft defends onto the onside. But what you can't do is see all the people who sit in this stand. You can hardly see any of them, and there are quite a lot of places within this building to watch from a sheltered position or behind glass, and you could easily lose a large number of people from your view you wouldn't see at all. So as Barker comes round the wicket and bowls again, and Croft is defending from the crease, and there's no run. On days like this, where it is cold and chilly, like early or late season days, or just one where it's particularly like this, obviously most of the crowd grow or even watch from the big restaurant downstairs, and I couldn't blame them for doing so. Barker round the wicket bowls, and Croft allows or offers no stroke. But I haven't actually been down there today, but quite often you go down there on days where it doesn't look very busy and it's actually very crowded, but today maybe not so much, because a lot of people will surely have made plans to do something else when they saw the forecast. This is Fuller from Barker, outside off stump, and Croft plays his best stroke of his innings so far to take him to 15. He's driven through the covers for 4 runs, 106 for 2.
Lovely shot from Croft. It just given a little bit of width and fuller delivery from Barker, which Croft was onto in a flash and hammered that one away.
But it's certainly a small crowd today. But as I say, if you'd seen the forecast last night, as Barker bowls again, it's been a real hurry in this over. And Croft turns this off his pads into square leg. 106 for 2 at the end of the over. You were probably, if you were looking to earlier in the week, thinking, "I'll come to the cricket," you'd have looked at the forecast today and said, "Well, I'm going to arrange to do." Probably you'd be surprised now to put the radio on and find out that it's actually playing all day.
Well, you wouldn't. We looked at the forecast yesterday when we were going through, and it just had horrendous, sort of all day heavy rain.
I think I said earlier on, I bought a load of other work to do with me today, assuming that I wouldn't be doing any commentating. But anyway, I'm glad to be doing so.
Starting a new over, and this is turned by Davis to Hayne, who again can't field it cleanly. He just blocks it, and Ambrose does the tidying up, and it's no run.
I know Warwickshire have been a couple behind on the over rate, but there is an unmistakable
acceleration
giddy-up gone on since tea, no doubt about it.
This one is flicked away nicely between Keith Barker at deep back with square leg and the mid-wicket and down to the boundary, and Davis gets 4 more. Nicely played, nicely placed, and Jetan Patel just drifting there onto the just outside the leg stump, and Davis was on it in a flash. 110 for 2. That was played. Not only Warwickshire getting through the overs quickly, Lancashire keeping up that little bit of pace they'd shown just before tea.
This is a bit troubling for Warwickshire at the moment.
Patel in, bowls back, and across his stumps goes Davis. He plays that shot in rather awkward looking fashion. It's almost like he digs it out late, but he survives, and it's just another dot ball as Patel in, bowls. Davis bat held high, is again running this just down into the onside where Hayne does the fielding at short leg. There's no run.
Lead up to 62. 200 might take a bit of chasing.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, to put 200 I think would be a really good game.
This is a little lap shot, sort of just round the corner. He'll get a couple of runs for this one, Davis, as Barker has to come down to fine leg to pick it up. He just fetched it from just outside off stump and swept it down to fine on the onside. He goes on to 71 with that shot, and the total on to 112 for 2.
I would suggest that would be about an even money shot. 180 to 200 target. I'd struggle to pick a winner then.
Down the wicket again comes Davis, just using his feet well to play the last ball of Patel's 7th over. He's just played into the onside, end of another over, 112 for 2. Warwickshire have a definite spring around them for trying to get through this a bit quicker, so they want to get that negative off the board.
But they don't want to get too cold as well.
Well, I think that's something to they don't want to be out there too late.
Seriously, you could easily get pretty cold out there in the field on an evening like this, and that's not great. 38 from the last 7 overs, so a sudden clip for Lancashire as well in their run scoring as Barker starts a new over, and this is Croft coming forward and defends into the offside. But no doubt about it, the first 4 overs after tea were bowled in 11 minutes. So, yeah, without a doubt, they've got a real hustle on. Whether it's the over rate thing or whatever it is. And here's Barker again, wasting no time, running away from the pile of sawdust, and bowls straight to Croft, but they're causing no alarms for the batsman in this little session at the moment.
One thing with Stephen Croft, if he's at the wicket for any length of time, I know he's not been in great form this season, but if he does spend time at the wicket, he does score quickly. And we've seen Alex Davis is in nice touch. Important part of the game here now for Lancashire.
Round the wicket, Barker, and forward comes Croft, secure in defence, playing it up to Bell, who's maintained throughout most of the innings this very straight, short mid-off position, more or less standing on the batting crease at the non-striker's end, literally virtually on it. He's almost to where the whitewash stops. He's so straight. It's one pitch width away from the edge of the cut strip, and this is driven well by Croft through the covers on the up. Second one of those he's played in two. Chase by Porterfield has hauled it in on the extra cover boundary, and it looked for all the world as though it was going to be another 4. It's actually only 3. What a fabulous piece of fielding from the captain of Ireland.
Well, I thought I'd given that one up, to be perfectly honest. I thought that was going to be a 4 because it was timed so sweetly through the offside. But he's out there at extra cover. He chased that one down and just about pulled it back in. And I think a legitimate save there. I really think he got to it and pulled it back. So well done to him.
Fantastic piece of fielding. Round the wicket comes Barker, and Davis therefore is on strike, and he lets this pass outside the off. Saved only 1 run, but my goodness, what a fine example he sets in the field, Porterfield.
Somerset in all sorts of problems under the lights against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl. They've gone from 101 for 1 to 135 for 8.
Oh gosh, it's a nasty collapse. Barker comes round the wicket and defends into the offside, and he's going to take 1 actually. He got it just enough wide of the gully fieldsman to get a single. It's the end of the over, 4 runs from it. Warwickshire are running round to their fielding positions. 116 for 2, lead of 68 now to Lancashire. Of course, if Hampshire are well placed, they're the only team other than Warwickshire in the first division without a win, aren't they? I think I am.
Somerset.
Oh, yeah. Somerset. Oh no, Somerset I meant. Sorry, no, so it's the other way around. So Warwickshire won't be too upset to see Somerset stumbling.
No, that's right.
Is what I in fact should have said.
Yeah, and obviously Middlesex, who, although they got the win, are still probably one of those Warwickshire would hope to put pressure on. They're struggling against Essex.
Yes, aren't they just?
As Patel starts new over, he's in and bowls, and Davis pulls this down to backward square leg where Barker does the fielding. Although Essex are in trouble themselves, they've lost a wicket. They're 380 for 1 now.
1 in a row. I tell you what, there was the couple of days I spent in Chelmsford last week, and I've experienced it before when it's been with Warwickshire or wherever I've been going, and I wonder if Lancashire second. There's a real buzz about Chelmsford. They think they're onto something.
Yeah.
And they are.
Yeah,
I mean, look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
They feel like they're going to win the championship.
There's Patel in. Davis just pushing at this one. Croft pushing at this one. It was in the air for just a little while, but in the end bounces back a couple of times to Patel, and there's no run. 117 for 2.
Leg slip now in for the first time.
Yes, he's come out of that short leg position, Hayne, as the ball's turned through where he was, and there's no run. Ian Bell does the fielding. He's sort of moved into that short mid-wicket position. 117 for 2 as Patel is in again, bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Croft leans forward and runs it to mid-wicket where Bell does the fielding once again.
But yeah, I mean, you feel it about teams in any sport, aren't they, when the team's doing well. But and of course Essex haven't won the championship for a generation, but I really got that buzz from the minute I went in at Chelmsford last week that fans there think something's happening.
This one clipped round the corner by Croft. He'll get a single. Barker again just at backward square leg comes running round and does the fielding. Restricts to a single. 118 for 2.
And I very much hope for our Lancashire listeners, because the county the greatest traditions everybody knows. They've been going well in the championship this season. I hope for their sake they're getting a similar sort of buzz that something's happening, but I certainly got it.
So in Davis turns straight to Barker this time at backward square leg. It's the end of another over from Patel. 118 for 2. Lancashire have moved on to a 70-run lead, so pushed on a little bit since tea, and just opening up, and Warwickshire will just be looking at this with a little bit of concerned because they really don't want Lancashire to get away from them. The partnership is already worth 63, and that's come off just over 18 overs.
It would be one thing if you weren't taking any wickets at the moment, because for most of the game the scoring rate has been quite slow for both teams. So you think, okay, we don't take any wickets, but let's keep it tight and hang in there, and there's not too much damage being done in the meantime. At the moment, there is a bit of damage being done by Davis and Croft. Barker straight away into his work again from the pavilion end, bowls full, and Croft drives well. He Porterfield, he's not going to catch this one. It's been hit straight through mid-off, and that was a fine stroke by Croft, who is playing well. He looked tentative before tea. He's starting to find some momentum now. He's 23 and it's 122 for 2.
Yeah, they've been going the last 10 overs. They've been going along at about 4.5 an over.
Yeah.
And that 4 just keeps them up with that rate. And that was a lovely shot from Croft.
Bell's just got a little bit less straight at mid-off as Barker is trying to curve the ball in here to Croft, but it's not happening. Croft lets it angle across. There's been very few better swing bowlers around the championship in recent years than Keith Barker, and he is not moving this ball one bit.
No. I think this has been something which has surprised a lot of people.
Yes.
I think everybody thought that this pink ball would swing, and it definitely hasn't.
No. No, that one's ramrod straight again as it comes in around middle and leg. Turns it away on the leg side. Quite a defensive field now. A single slip. As the third man is back. There is a cover point, extra cover, mid-off from Bell, as I say, not as straight as he has been. Patel's been called up from the third man boundary now, actually, to come in quite a deep set backward point, and they've moved the cover round a bit as Croft defends the next one from Barker. On the leg side there is a mid-on, mid-wicket, that's Umeed, reasonably close in, but not quite as close as he has been. Square leg and long leg, which looks like Rankin warming up again. I notice again Jeremy Lloyds is standing not at square leg but to square on the offside. I wonder if there's a particular reason why they're doing that, as Croft defends onto the offside and there's no run. I noticed that earlier from the other end, that the umpires were not standing at square leg, were always standing to
on the open side, for the right hander.
I wonder whether there's any particular reason. Barker runs away from us, bowls to Croft. Again, you can see he's bowling the sort of line he's looking for that to swing, but it's not moving at all. So he completes the over, just 4 runs from it. 122 for 2 in 45 overs.
I should make way for... Oh, where's he gone?
He's here.
It's Scott.
Well, we were doing... Yes, I'm since Scott. We're doing half hours. What did we start? 7:10?
Oh right. What is it? A bit, yes, I'm too early.
Hang on a bit.
Okay.
We'll give it another over.
There we go. You see, anxious to get away, Mike. Patel, despite the fact they're bowling quick overs, they're not still.
Yeah. So we've had 7-0. We started at 7:09. It's now 7:30. We've had 7 overs already.
As Patel starts a new over, and Davis goes back and ends up playing the ball from chest height as he's falling back towards the square leg umpire. He was first of all setting himself up to cut the ball, and then realised the ball was actually steepling more than he'd expected, and played it off his chest in the end down into the offside. Patel in again and bowls, and this one he clips behind wide of the diving Hayne at that leg slip position. Barker has to go chasing down from the backward square leg, and they get a couple down to the fine leg, so 2 more to the total. 124 for 2.
That didn't strike me as being all that far away from Hayne.
No, he'd sort of anticipated, but it was just pushed a little bit wider of him. rubs the ball on trousers and waits for Barker to get back in position. 124 for 2. It gives that air, and that one is hammered away through the offside. That's the shot that Davis was looking for earlier in the over. This one, it sat up nicely. He backed off, gave himself space, and crashed it away through the offside. 128 for 2, and Jetan Patel there again, just guilty, I suppose, a little bit of just being a touch short, and Davis onto it in a flash to crash it away.
Yeah, he's a lot of his boundaries have been nice timing, but that was all about power. He really went for that.
He's in again, Patel, and Davis using his feet well, looking to work it on the onside, but only as far as square leg, and ball fired back in. Iron prevents the run. Just get the sense here that Davis is looking to push this and take advantage of two batsmen who look to be in pretty good shape, as Patel is in and Davis defends out into the onside, where Bell at short mid-wicket does the fielding. There's no run. The lead is up to 80 and just beginning to stretch. Ian Bell just be hoping he can get the breakthrough, get a wicket, just pin them back as Patel is in, and down of wicket again comes Davis, plays it up to a deepish mid-on. It's the end of Patel's over. It's 128 for 2, and this time I shall...
Yes, let us have a double change now. And
I'll move first and you keep talking,
yes,
while Scott comes in.
Phil and I will come back about 5 past 8, something like that. Davis is playing very well now. He's unbeaten with 79, and since tea, it's all speeded up a bit, like sort of an old Benny Hill film, compared to what's gone on before, because Warwickshire have started rattling through their over rate. We had 8 overs in just 25 minutes, and the Lancashire scoring rate has been well over 4 and over in that time. So no wonder Scott Reeve is looking so pleased with himself.
I'm just trying to keep warm.
Yes.
There's Barker, left arm over the wicket, balls wide and cracked through the offside by Croft. That is raced out through the boundary, and that pink ball bobbling along the green outfield sometimes can be quite difficult to pick out from behind glass on the centre, but that raced away through the offside. There is quite a wideish mid-off and an extra cover, and Croft has clattered it off the front foot for 4. Moves to 27, 132 for 2, and the lead is 84 runs, and Barker's bounding in again, bowling once more to Croft. Oh, that's a good delivery, and Croft goes back, does well to keep it out. Actually, might get 3 for it in the end. And just a couple as he went right back, and it came off the face of the bat, and then disappeared down towards third man to take Croft up to 29. And Lancashire 134 for 2. So the lead is 86 runs, and we've got 23 overs remaining tonight. And Stefan Schemmeltz alongside me. Good evening.
We've got a lot to talk about.
There's Barker, is in again, slightly angled approach, arms pumping back and forth, over the wicket to Croft. He'll nudge it down into the onside, and there is no run. What's on the agenda?
I think you know what I'm getting at. Of the Edgbaston Media Centre.
Well, there's 2 mysteries.
Okay. Do you want to go with yours?
Well, as we discovered together when we popped upstairs for a cup of tea and a biscuit earlier on.
Yeah.
No, we raised this subject last night, didn't we?
We did, it came up.
Yeah. I don't think we got to the bottom of it then. There's Barker's in and bowling, and Croft cuts down, backward of point, and Jetan Patel fields, and there's no run.
So, usually at Edgbaston, we're very well looked after in the press centre. One of the reasons we're so well looked after was the monstrous biscuit barrel. Huge, help yourself, get a brew, biscuit, all sorts, chocolate ones go quickly. But when you raised the point last night that the biscuit barrel had gone to be replaced by a smaller one, I wasn't having it.
Barker around the wicket to Croft, short ball, he ignores it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
But when we both found ourselves in the little lounge behind the press box today, lo and behold, the big biscuit barrel had gone to be and also the fridge next to it had gone as well. And we were like, well, that's strange. The biscuit barrel must have been redeployed, maybe to like a more important place. Maybe it was in the chairman's lounge or the dressing room, not just with us media folk.
Barker to complete the over, ball's fallen off stump, and Croft defends to mid-wicket, end of the over, 134 for 2, with Croft on 29 and Davis on 79.
But the plot thickened when a member of the catering staff appeared and said, we don't know where it is either. And she even suggested, I wonder if someone's got a new house. They wanted a new biscuit barrel. So it's the mystery of the Edgbaston biscuit barrel.
And fridge,
which is a lot harder to hide than a biscuit barrel.
Well, because she said, the fridge is gone now as well. Who takes a biscuit barrel and a fridge?
So we're going to come tomorrow, and who knows what else will be missing. There's probably someone systematically going around Edgbaston stealing things. Biscuit barrel, fridge. We won't have a scoreboard tomorrow at the rate this is going.
Maybe he's just kind of relocating it to different parts of the ground just to be mischievous.
Well, if anyone knows, #BBC Cricket, find the biscuit barrel. Jetan Patel to bowl his off breaks. He's twinkling in towards us and Alex Davis, who defends on the front foot. The hunt for the biscuit barrel is being broadcast on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra online on the medium wave frequencies of BBC Radio Lancashire. Are we still on FM?
No, just on
the medium wave. Shermilton alongside Scott Reed as Lancashire 134 for 2, looking to build a lead. Davis goes back onto his stumps and defends as Patel bowls with a very through. It's a chilly, grey evening in Birmingham. There is a huddle of about 10 people directly opposite us in the Wyatt stand. But I think they've come together to share body warmth. They're all huddled under coats and hoods as Patel is in once more and Davis just turns onto the onside. 134 for 2, Lancashire lead by 86.
Like penguins, they all huddle together, don't they? When they're making a long journey, they all go in file and they all bed down together to keep warm. It's a cricketing version of a penguin party.
Patel, his off breaks right arm over. Davis goes back onto his stumps. Has that got a tickle through? It went down the leg side. Did he just brush a glove or a bit of bat? Don't think so. But the way that Tim Ambrose, the wicket keeper, the ball went to the ground. Yeah, and Tim Ambrose has just blasted the stumps. I think Davis got something on that. I think that might be a dropped catch.
Quite possibly. Yep. It's in a couple in this game.
Patel sets himself again and comes towards us, and Davis goes back onto his stumps and turned the ball into the onside. Yeah, the drop catch, it sort of spun sharply across Davis, bounced round about hip high. He was always trying to nurdle it off the hip, and did he get a bit of bat, the face of the bat, a bit of glove? It would have been a brilliant catch by Ambrose if he'd managed to hold on the wicket keeper. Patel's got one delivery of the over remaining. He throws his arms into the air as he delivers the ball, and Davis defends with the inside half of the bat. The maiden, Alex Davis remains on 79. Stephen Croft has 29. 134 for 2, Lancashire.
Went down into the members' lounge about 15 minutes ago just to see if there's a quite sort of decent number of people watching behind glass in the warmth. It wasn't particularly warm in there neither, because they have these sliding glass doors you can come in and out. So there are probably maybe 150, 200 people maybe downstairs behind glass watching it, still with jumpers and coats and clutching a hot cup of coffee or cup of tea.
You know how in the members' lounge they ran out of food on the first day?
They did.
I heard them describe it as teething problems for the new hours of play. Well, since then, around about the second interval, so first day, second interval in the members' lounge, no hot food left. Second day, hot dogs. Today, pulled pork sandwiches and chips.
Oh, nice.
I mean, tomorrow, what could it be?
Have you had a pulled pork sandwich?
Oh, yes. Of course I have.
I have my tuna salad, and you've gone straight in with your pulled pork sandwiches and chips.
Yeah, I had the roast pork at lunchtime.
Oh, this is outrageous. Boyd Rankin replaces Keith Barker from the pavilion end. He's over the wicket, back of the length, and Croft shapes to play, and then maybe will tell us he pulled the bat away at the last moment. I suspect he was beaten, and Rankin for a second thought he just found the face of the bat. Through to Ambrose, no run, but good start by Boyd Rankin.
So yeah, double pork for me today. Consuming a lot of pig.
Pork for lunch and then pulled pork sandwiches for...
I had sausages for breakfast as well.
It's a good job you do with it running around Birmingham before you come to the ground. Rankin to Croft, and he's back and pops it out towards the offside. It runs out to Sam Hain at point. No run. Croft 29, so Rankin back into the attack from the pavilion end, running in towards the city of Birmingham. We've got the floodlights on. It feels a little brighter perhaps than this time last night, but it may only be for the odd moment. There's a little bit of a break in the cloud, the darker cloud just trying to drift away. And Rankin's in again, and it's short, and Croft swats the ball off his tiptoes down to wide third man, and Jetan Patel and in the distance fields. Good throw into the gloves of Tim Ambrose, one bounce, and Croft gets a single. Takes him to 30, 135 for 2.
Yeah, Lancashire are just getting into a good position now. When they resumed 48 behind and lost Joss Butler in the second over, they could have found themselves 2 or 3 down without even getting to parity.
There's Rankin to Davis this time. Oh, and he's mistimed a pull shot up in the air, and Barker takes the catch, and Davis has gone for 79. It was a slightly unusual shot from Davis, attempting to pull through mid-wicket, but he never really committed to that shot, and almost kind of jabbed it into the onside, mistimed it. It came off thick leading edge and up towards the mid-on fielder, and Barker took a pretty routine catch, and Davis departs for 79. Lancashire lose their third wicket. They lead by 87 at 135 for 3.
It's a sort of dismissal that Boyd Rankin was looking for a couple of hours ago when he bangs away back of a length and he had the field say on the hook. He looked to test both Alex Davis and Hasib Hamid, and at one point Davis just said, I've had enough of this, I know it's going to be short. He just stepped back towards square leg and played a rasping cut shot for 4. The thing with Rankin is, because he's so tall, he actually gets the ball quite high from a length that isn't that short. And on this occasion, it looked like Davis just looked to pull a delivery that wasn't short enough. And like you said, it was an odd stroke, really. It wasn't really a pull. It wasn't really a force off the hip. It was just a pretty ugly leading edge that went straight up into the air. And we've seen a lot of dropped catches in this game. There were at least 6 in the Warwickshire innings. I think if Keith Barker had put that one down, it would have been the worst of the lot.
Yes, it was a pretty routine one for Barker to take, and it brings Sangakkara out to the middle to join his captain Stephen Croft. But I'm with you, Stefan. I think when Butler went so early and Lancashire was still in the thick end of 50 runs behind, he just kind of battened down the hatches a little bit, didn't he? And Hamid did his thing but couldn't take it on. And these two actually accelerated quite nicely before that tea interval, and it was a good end to the middle session for Lancashire. But now Warwickshire have got themselves an opening, but they'll know this man inside and out, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, and they witnessed him get a pretty routine century.
Look at the field for Chanderpaul straight away. We're talking about Rankin bowling back of a length. Well, Chanderpaul is going to have a short leg, a silly point, a leg gully, and 2 men back on the hook. It's a fair bet that this might not be in Chanderpaul's.
He takes guard from the umpire and settles into position. Rankin with a breakthrough round the wicket to Chanderpaul, right on his pads, and he goes into it and just pushes it into the offside. A fuller ball, which was fielded by Andy Umeed at silly point, and there's no run.
I think you call that the reverse Malachi. Expecting the short ball and pushed right up there.
And he's looking over his right shoulder, his Chanderpaul. He can see that leg slip and that short leg and the short mid-wicket and the deep square leg and the long leg. As Rankin bowls, he goes right across the stumps and just plays a defensive shot into the offside to complete the over. A wicket taking over for Boyd Rankin. Back into the attack. Gets a pat on the back from his captain. And a little ripple of applause from around the ground. 135 for 3 Lancashire. So a lead of 87, Croft on 30 and Shivnarine Chanderpaul on 0.
Elsewhere today, New Zealand and South Africa's Women's World Cup game was abandoned without a ball being bowled, a point apiece. At Chelmsford, Alistair Cook and Nick Brown have added 373 for the first wicket for Essex as an Essex record. Cook finally out for 193, Brown still there. Essex are 414 for 1, so they've scorched past Middlesex's 246, the county championship leaders. No play at Headingley between Yorkshire and Surrey. Hampshire and Somerset are off for rain again at South to Davis, who turns the ball at Croft who turns the ball onto the Sussex 358 for 9 declared against Gloucestershire 120 for 1, off for rain there. Nottinghamshire 371 all out, Kent 180 and 158 for 5. Patel once more, Croft turning the ball into the onside. Northamptonshire 230. Leicestershire by 317 runs with 7 second innings wickets remaining. Derbyshire 87 for 4, they lead Glamorgan by 130. Between Durham and Worcestershire, Patel is in again and Croft once more just turns the ball onto the onside. Lancashire 135 for 3, they lead by 87. It might be brightening up.
I think it's brighter than this time yesterday. Yeah, I agree.
It almost feels like it did around about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Patel with that skip to the crease and Croft 15 on his back prods forward in defence. For the first time it looks like it's brighter over Edgbaston than it is over the city centre. For so often we've looked at those tall buildings, those skyscrapers of Birmingham city centre, and thought that they were bathed in more light than we are. Well, now it's nice at Edgbaston as Patel just turns the ball, Croft turns Patel's delivery into the onside. I say it's nice, it's still grey and cold. And there's one chap to our right in the Holly stand, literally one fella in that entire stand, who looks pretty lonely and cold, and he's huddling warm. Patel with the beard is just into Croft, who once more, as he has done throughout the over, defends the ball into the onside. And that's a maiden from Jetan Patel. He's bowled 11 overs, no wicket for 33. It's 135 for 3 Lancashire. They lead 87. There are 20 overs remaining in the day, so let's think if Lancashire scored around about between 60 and 80 runs, their lead would be around about 150, 160. They would think maybe some good batting tomorrow and maybe pressuring Warwickshire for 2 sessions tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening.
Could be so good fun, this, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a good finish.
Could do with Lancashire being bowled out probably just either before or straight after that first interval to make it a nice tasty finish. Here's ranking into Chanderpaul. He goes back and clips the ball beyond the bowler down towards long on actually, and Bell's come round from mid off down towards the long on boundary to field. There isn't a mid on. Barker is at a short mid wicket instead. Chanderpaul's come back for 2. He's off the mark with that. 137 for 3, lead of 89.
I feel to complete a final bit of housekeeping, we're on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. If you tune to be live athletics, and then there's tennis from 8:30.
Nice.
Not live tennis.
No, just tennis. Rankin around the wicket, full of length, and off stump, and Chanderpaul strikes a ball through the offside, and Rankin's hopping about. That may have gone to the fielder at points on the full, as it's just brought in from the edge of the boundary rope, and Chanderpaul's actually come back for a third. Panay is at backward point. Well, I'm not sure if that ball reached him on the full or not, but just looking at the body language, Stefan, it may have done.
No, what happened was Chanderpaul got a leading edge. He was trying to play the ball through the onside. It was a leading edge and the ball went to point, who was diving in, sliding almost. But yeah, it was almost a chance to Panay, and that had been such a big wicket. I mean, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, 117 not out, moving him early on, and Warwickshire feel that they're back very much in the hunt.
Croft on 30. Here's Rankin running away from us over the wicket to Croft. Short ball, bends the knees and gets the bat out the way of that, looks back down the pitch towards the bowler. Short ball banged in by Rankin, as he has done actually throughout the course of his different spells in this second innings. Lancashire 140 for 3.
I can't decide if Rankin is a bowler for these conditions or not, because we know that the ball goes soft and doesn't necessarily do a great deal at this time. So is it good that he's banging it in halfway down?
In again, another short ball, and Croft cuts down backward of point where Sam Hain stops the ball. No run.
It's certainly an option, isn't it, to have your big, nasty, fast bowler testing the chest of a batsman. But I just wonder if, in these particular conditions, if the ball is a little too soft and the surface a little too slow.
That was the kind of the feedback that Tom Bailey gave us in his post end of day assessment last night about the ball going soft, and combine that with a pretty sluggish pitch. Rankin short again. Well, I mean, that might tell you the situation, because Croft pulled that behind back with square leg for 4. It was banged in short by Rankin, and Croft seemed to have plenty of time to swivel onto the back foot and drag it behind square leg for 4. He moves to 34, 144 for 3, and the lead is 96 runs now.
Yeah, Croft's had plenty of sighters from Boyd Rankin. He's ducked a few, he's defended a few, and this one just sat up and he could swivel on the pull shot that bisected the two men that are out there on the hook.
Last ball of Rankin's 9th over, and Croft pulls another short ball. Oh, he's pulled it straight to mid-wicket, and Croft departs and almost thumps his pads in frustration with his bat. He's picked out, I think that's Andy Umeed, at a very short mid-wicket. It is. He's getting plenty of applause and congratulations from his teammates, and Rankin's short ball theory pays dividends. He's picked up the Lancashire captain, Croft, who's pulled it straight to Andy Umeed at short mid-wicket, and Lancashire have lost another wicket. So 2 in relative succession, and Rankin strikes again, 144 for 4.
Well, it's a very sharp catch by Andy Umeed. He had the benefit of not having to move too far at all. Croft, actually, he played that hook shot better than the ball before. He was onto it much sooner. We know that because he was hitting it so far in front of square. He nailed it, really. Umeed's about 20 to 25 yards from the bat, and he just had to move his hands low to about ankle height to his right hand side, and he clung on, threw the ball up in the air and was mobbed by his teammates. It's a very, very sharp catch, not so much by the movement that he had to make, but because travelling. And Lancashire have gone from 135 for 2 to 144 for 4, and it's game on.
It is definitely game on, yeah. Lead is not quite 100 just yet, and now 2 new batsmen, albeit 2 of the side's most informed batsmen, Vilas and Chanderpaul, but Warwickshire will sense perhaps an opening here. If they can prize one of these, and ideally both out pretty quickly, then they're right back in it.
Well, Jetan Patel, the off-spinner, is going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Shivnarine Chanderpaul. There's a slip and a short leg in place, 3 men either side saving 1, and a cover sweeper. Here comes Patel towards us now, and Chanderpaul, inside-out defensive stroke into the offside. Chanderpaul, he just fiddles with his blue helmet with his right hand and then puts both hands on the bat handle. He's got luminous straps on his pads and an open-chested stance as he goes back into his stumps to defend Patel into the onside.
We might see a little bit more of that, what we saw this time last night when Umeed was batting for Warwickshire. These two now probably just going to have to close ranks a little bit once more for Lancashire.
Hop and a skip by Patel. He's in round the wicket again. Chanderpaul cutting. He'll get at least 1, definitely 2, as Keith Barker, the fielder, comes cover to a sort of backward point position. 2 taken, 146 for 4 Lancashire. The lead is 98. You say they have to close ranks, but there's still an hour of play to go today.
Yeah, I just mean just for a little period of time. Yeah, just for a period. I mean, Lancashire, having started 50 behind on first innings, they're going to make the game safe, haven't they? And having lost a couple of quick wickets, and just rein it in a fraction.
Patel twinkles in. Chanderpaul, not a convincing defensive stroke. Lone Seagull, possibly lost, just makes its way across Edgbaston from our pavilion end towards the city. Patel shines the ball on his right thigh, inspects it in his left hand, and then comes towards us as Chanderpaul, with very little foot movement, defends. Now we've got a pigeon flying across us. You see the video on the BBC Sport website today of a pigeon interrupting player T-spawn?
I didn't know.
He landed on the field to do some commentary.
Oh, he'd love that.
Patel's final ball of the over that Chanderpaul pushes up to mid-off. He wants a single, but it's not there. So the end of Patel's over, 46 for 4. They lead by 98, so effectively 98 for 4. And really, it's deliciously poised.
It is, yeah. 18 overs remaining tonight. Forecast is okay for tomorrow. I don't think it's changed. Well, not an hour ago when I checked last. Still similar today, cloudy and all a little bit dark and gloomy for most of the day. We might be playing under floodlights for the whole match or the whole day tomorrow. But yeah, set up very nice. Warwickshire right in this. Lancashire I suspect with Villas and Chanderpaul, and these two will be crucial because these two have been the form batsmen. So if Lancashire to get themselves a distance in front, if they're looking at getting a lead of way beyond 200, which I'm sure they are, these two you would suspect might have to do the bulk of that work for Lancashire. So an important period of the game now. These two are fresh to the crease. Can Warwickshire strike? Can Rankin pick up a third into Villas, who's right forward in defence? Solid front foot defence from Villas, and the ball deflects off the batting towards the onside, and Umeed, he's lurking around in a short mid-wicket position, took the catch to dismiss. Stephen Croft is there to field on this occasion, and the ball's back with Boyd Rankin, who's captain Ian Bell with his hands in his pockets at mid-off, just to his left-hand side. Past him, past the umpire, short. Villas ignores it, bends the knees, one knee to the ground, drops the hands, and the ball's through to the keeper. There's no run.
It's a tremendous effort really for Rankin to keep running in and banging the ball in halfway down on a surface that's pretty unresponsive and a ball that's probably about as soft as a tennis ball. He really is charging in and bending his back and making life reasonably uncomfortable for Villas.
Bell creeps in a little bit closer at mid-off, and Villas goes back, angled bat, which he plays out towards backward point. He's playing a fraction away from his body, but in control of the shot, steering it out to Sam Hain, who gathers the ball and lobs it in towards the captain Ian Bell. Chanderpaul comes down the pitch, bit of guarding.
I was just about to say that the length Boyd Rankin is bowling at Keith Barker at mid-on's pretty redundant, then I remember that Davis.
Rankin is in to Villas. He gets nicely in behind and plays it out into the offside. No run. 98 run lead at 146 for 4. A wintry feel to the day. It's been like this for most of the day, hasn't it? But when we all arrived at the ground today, we were expecting it to be raining. We all said the same thing. Oh, forecast is better than it was yesterday. We've got a full day in so far. Rankin to Villas, takes it off his hip, but straight to Umeed at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought at the beginning of this match that we'd be the only one of the 9 to so far not have a weather delay. You don't often get that in Birmingham, do you? Do you remember the summer last week?
Wasn't it beautiful?
Did you enjoy it?
It was lovely. I mean, I managed to top up the time, and it was Rankin to Villas, and Villas is defending, and there's no run. End of the over, 146 for 4. We've not had the T20s yet, Stefan. When it gets to T20s, the sun will re-emerge. It will be beautiful.
I'm not convinced. I think that was it for your summer. I hope you enjoyed it. If you're just joining us, Lancashire are 146 for 4. They lead Warwickshire by 98 runs. They're meant to go. Joss Butler caught the makeshift opener caught at mid-wicket by William Porterfield off the bowling of Keith Barker for 1. Hasib Hamid in that search for form was LB. Just now Alex Davis a leading edge off Boyd Rankin for 79, and Stephen Croft, who was brilliantly caught by Andy Umeed at short mid-wicket off Rankin for 34. Jetan Patel into Shivnarayan Chanderpaul, a crabby defence back up the pitch towards the bowler. Behind Patel are 4 triangular shaped covers all lined up they don't often get used because to the left is the hover cover that always comes onto the surface when there's rain about. Ricky Clark at slip has just waved to Patel with a double both hands and asked the man at backward square leg to come in to the ring to save one. Patel round the wicket once more. Chanderpaul plays the ball up to mid-on. To the left of those 4 blue covers is a white sheet which was employed overnight because we did have rain overnight. To the left of that is a small green tractor that's been pulling, and then round further still is like a little green quad, almost like a quad bike. Patel again to Chanderpaul. That's missed! I think he's missed stumping.
I think he may have done, yeah.
I think that's turned, and Chanderpaul just dragged his back foot, and Tim Ambrose couldn't quite gather the ball. I think even if he had gathered it, he would have been after being very sharp to get the ball back to the stumps to take the bails before Chanderpaul got back. As it was, Ambrose never gathered the ball, but Chanderpaul was certainly alarmed by the fact that the ball had beaten him and his back foot was not in his ground. Patel comes again. Chanderpaul prods forward in defence. Score remains 146 for 4. The lead 98. A nifty couple of overs, Tim Ambrose. 2 difficult chances, but he hasn't laid a glove really on either of them. Tough game for the wicketkeepers. Alex Davis had his problems too. Patel again. Chanderpaul to the bowler. There's 1 over, one delivery of the over remaining. Once again, when Chanderpaul moves his bat, just the floodlights catches the stickers on his bat and it reflects light in all directions. Chanderpaul again with that open-chested stance. Just a push into the offside. So the end of the over, one where Warwickshire may have had a chance to remove Lancashire's most obdurate obstacle. Instead, Chanderpaul survives on 7. Dane Villas yet to score, 146 for 4.
It's worth persisting with Jetan Patel, isn't he? We've not seen massive amount of spin for either Patel in the first dig or for when Lancashire were bowling for Stephen Parry. Just enough there, I reckon, for Ian Bell to look at that last over. Chanderpaul is really troubled or hurried. Well, he was a couple of times there, and he was beaten, and there was a missed-stumping opportunity. There's enough, isn't there, from them 6 deliveries to keep Jetan Patel into the attack just for a wee while longer, I think. It will be Rankin, because he's got the 2 breakthroughs for Warwickshire, and he's got Villas going back and defending, coming off the kind of shoulder of the bat, and deflected down to point, where Sam Hain fields, just backward of point, in fact. He's stood next to, I think it's umpire Jeremy Lloyds, who's at backward point. Arms folded, collar tucked up just below his ears. How many layers he's got on, I'm not quite sure, but he's huddled all together to keep himself warm as Rankin bowls, and Villas plays forward defensively, and the ball just goes past, just goes away from him, just only a fraction, but enough to beat the bat and through to the keeper. And there's no there's 1 slip, and there's a third man and a long leg and a deep square, and then as Lancashire did, and as Warwickshire did first time round, there's always at least 2 close in catching, either both on the on or both on the off, or on this occasion short extra and short mid wicket. Short ball by Rankin, Villas having to hop about and fends the ball off, and about chest height. Much bat on that? No, it's just flicked the padding protecting his ribs and down in towards the leg side. So a leg pie has been singled. So Villas remains on 0 yet to get his first run. Chanderpaul on 7 is back on strike, and Lancashire 147 for 4, and the lead is 99 runs. And now Rankin has a chance to bowl at Shivnarine Chanderpaul, and that field is set up again with a leg slip and a short leg, a deep square leg and a long leg. It's another fuller ball that Chanderpaul just tucks quite gently into the onside, and Barker picks it up, and there's no run. Stefan has gone for the time being, and Mike Taylor is back alongside.
Game's changed a bit again in the last 20 minutes, isn't it? Not just with the 2 wickets, but the scoring rate was reined in. Patel's bowled 3 maidens in his last 4 overs, having looked a bit leaky by his own standards in terms of runs being available off him. It's changed again.
intriguing game of cricket. Short ball by Rankin. Chanderpaul's probably expecting it at some point. He's not the tallest of men, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, and he just stood in the crease and then just dropped his hands and he mocked a pull shot and through to the keeper. No run.
They are giving it the old leg trap, aren't they, here? Rankin's coming round the wicket to the left-hander Chanderpaul. There's a leg slip, a short leg but quite deep set as it goes for the man under the helmet, and a long leg and a deep mid-wicket.
And it's full of ball onto the leg stump of Chanderpaul. That's meat and drink, isn't it, really, for the West Indian as he clips the ball through the onside. And once a third, Vilas backs him up. Throw comes in from the deep out towards our left-hand side. It was Porterfield with a throw in towards the keeper's end. Chanderpaul adds 3 to his total. Oh, he brings up Lancashire's 150 as well. Of 330 balls in 205 minutes. 150, but it's come at the expense of 4 wickets. And Lancashire's lead is now over 100.
Yes, and there's 15 overs to go, so I think we are not actually going to have very much overtime. I don't think.
It's been kind of 9:45 normally, last couple of nights, but yeah, looks like we're in decent time.
Phil's poised, I think.
He's got a tripod.
Oh, maybe he's going to film me. This is his first ball video over from Patel. It's a little bit short, and Chanderpaul's violently pulled it away to the mid-wicket boundary of 4. In fact, it's gone over the rope, the 10 further yards to the rail in front of the Holly stand. So Chanderpaul's gone to 14, and a little bit of a counter-attack. That wasn't very short, but my goodness, Chanderpaul clobbered it, and there's no leg side fielder, boundary fielder on the leg side. 154 for 4 round the wicket Patel, and back goes Chanderpaul, goes to cut. Oh, and Vilas was some way down the wicket there, setting off looking for a run. There was never going to be one, and has to scamper back into his ground. Phil has moved in alongside. I think he's warmer in the corridor than he is in these rooms.
I think what's happened, they've sorted the air conditioning out, which we've complained about.
God, I'll say they have. It was a Chanderpaul defence from the crease, and there's no run. I tried to turn.
You can't turn it off.
No, you can't. It's not warm in here, but in the corridor it's quite nice. I know it's sort of walking from one little.
I've had the heater on in the car going home the last 2 nights.
Oh, I think I need it. Round the wicket comes Patel, and Chanderpaul goes back and cuts away into deep into the covers. But Barker is on the cover boundary, but 107 for 4. If you haven't got anything else planned for tomorrow and you can get here, dig out your duvet, bring it with you. I'm not kidding. Or a car blanket or something, but you might be well rewarded with a jolly good game, I think.
And can you bring it up to the commentary box?
But seriously, bring a flask. Or, not joking. But you could see a really good game if you do. Lead of 107. Patel bowls, and Vilas still looking for his first run. Turns his 10th delivery into the leg side, and Umeed, I think that is, has come around and taken and picked it up from square leg. 155 for 4. One to come in this over from Patel. Very gloomy again overhead. It's changing the field here. The extra cover's coming out. They're moving mid-off up a bit, Rankin, and where is
he doesn't quite know where he's going to go.
No, he doesn't. He's going to add to the leg side field. There's quite a heavy leg side. 6-3 leg side field now. As Patel bowls, and Vilas wants a run. It's a short single to mid-on, and the throw is wide of the stumps. I think he was getting there anyway against Porterfield. You'd want to be sure against Porterfield, because you wouldn't want to take a chance to him. Anyway, Vilas, having been there for 5 overs, 156 for 4. Vilas is 1. Chanderpaul is 15. It does feel, both in the over rate that started off, and then the scoring rate, and now the wicket's starting to fall, there's a different different pace to the game altogether in this session, isn't there?
Oh yeah, it's definitely both with the bat and with the ball. It's speeded it up, but I think this is an important period now, because if Chanderpaul does get set, then he could just make things very awkward for Warwickshire. His Rankin starts a new over to Vilas, who pushes it away into the offside. He's not looked too comfortable in the time he's been at the wicket since Crofts fell, but at the other end, Chanderpaul has looked ominously good.
I still think, though, as I thought an hour ago, that an eventual target of 200, my feeling is that would give both sides about an even chance.
Yeah. His Rankin is full, and it's played away beautifully through mid-wicket by by Vilas. This is going to be pulled up just inside the ropes, and they will come back for a couple of runs. So Vilas just beginning to move. That was a really nicely timed push through. It just dissected the mid-wicket and the wideish mid-on.
It has looked as though the outfield's been quicker in the last 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they've just been timing the ball well, but that's how it's appeared.
His Rankin again comes in. Just waits. This one wraps him on the pad. Always looked to be going down the leg side, and Nick Cook's not interested in that one. It was a very hopeful LBW appeal, that one.
Yes, that was my impression too.
So he didn't get it, and it stays on 158. The lead 110. And Warwickshire picked up 4 wickets. Lancashire, I think the very minimum they'd need is 175 lead, and I think that's the minimum they'd probably need. As in comes Rankin, bowls. This is a shorter one, which just pulls the bat inside of, and it goes through to the keeper.
Good ball, that. Good carry. So I've been reading all for the last couple of days about how slow the pitch is, and the ball's going soft and whatever. But Rankin is still getting the odd one to carry through, and even Patel has made the odd ball bounce.
Well, I wasn't. I think today the pitch is playing a bit quicker than it certainly seemed at times yesterday, but that may have been the ball as Rankin's in, and again, Bill's not interested in playing that.
What I'll do in the next few moments, it's 8:15 on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, and the various bits of the BBC local websites and BBC Sport website. There's still quite a few games in progress, so I'll run through the latest scores. They're all at various stages with the weather. So I'll run through the scores around the country in the next few moments.
His Rankin in, bowls and beats the outside edge of it. Rankin just for a second, I think, thought he'd got a little nick on that one, but end of a good over from Rankin. It's 158 for 4 it remains. Rankin with those 2 wickets.
Yes, sorry, it looks though he was bowling with a bit of nip there as well, a bit of speed about Boyd Rankin. Here are the Division 1 scores. I should incidentally say the Women's World Cup game, which Sports Extra listeners were going to get today, South Africa and New Zealand at Derby, and bad luck for the folks at Derby, which of course, as I was saying earlier, is not that far from here, but they had the international game today washed out, and bad luck. In the First Division scores, there was no play at all today at Headingley. Surrey 516 for 7 declared, Yorkshire 20. It's now raining at the Rose Bowl. Hampshire 211 for 9 declared, and 35 for 8. So still 76 behind, but it's raining there. Forward comes Chanderpaul, defends the first ball of a new over from Patel into the offside. At Chelmsford, Middlesex 246, and Essex galloping now to 495 for 1. Chanderpaul drives into the offside, and he's going to get 1 out to Barker on the... So Essex leading by 249 at 495 for 1. Wow. Brown unbeaten with 221. Had that giant stand with Cook, who made 193. And now Varun Chopra, dipping his bread, has got very quickly to 70. Gosh.
In fact, 77 of 62 he's gone.
Well, by Varron really is cracking on then, isn't he, by standard? 502 for 1 there. Vilas having a dip here at Patel, attacking him for the first time and hits him for 4 over mid-on. 163 for 4. So that was a good stroke. The Division 2 scores. Raining now at Hove, Sussex 358 for 9 declared, and Gloucestershire 120 for 1. They'll inspect. But looks like rain on the south coast now, raining at Southampton and at Hove. But here's Vilas, and he turns with the spin here, and maybe there is a little bit of spin now. He plays it to Umeed coming in. At Trent Bridge, you're not going to get very far into the last day. Indeed, they may not get into it at all. I'll tell you why in a moment. 2 to come from Patel, and Vilas is getting a much quicker ball and defending to the offside. Notts 371, Kent 180 and 173 for 7. Notts march towards promotion. He's back. Kent with only 3 wickets to fall are still 18 behind. There are 3 more scores to come from the second division. Vilas shuffling out of his crease to defend. End of the over. Patel throws the ball back and shatters the stumps in front of Ambrose, which must have been rather an uncomfortable feeling for the Warwickshire wicket-keeper. But anyway, he grabs the ball on the run. 163 for 4 at the end of the over. Lancashire lead by 115. Just while they change it, building up a useful target now. 242 for 5 in the second innings, lead Leicester by 3-4-6. In Cardiff, Glamorgan Derbyshire 109 for 5, lead Glamorgan by 160 with 5 second innings wickets still to fall, and there was no play today in Chesterley Street. Durham 197 all out. So when Durham resume, they'll be 170 behind. Nick Brown's now finally out at Chelmsford, by the way, as Phil pointed out. So Essex 505 for 2, Brown out for 221.
Not a bad afternoon as well with a pink ball, is it?
See, it's black and blue, never mind pink.
Or brown.
Or brown, yes.
As Rankin in bowls, and this one, Jetan Patel pays late, but up to mid-on, and Barker does the field.
It's turning into a snooker commentary.
Yes. It's those figures for some of the Middlesex bowlers.
Oof.
They look horrendous. It's been a long time since you've seen Middlesex county champions being hammered round like this.
Well, I say Essex, when I was there last week, unmistakably they feel there's something happening.
This one's a bit shorter and pulled round down to deep backward square leg by Jetan Patel, just for a single. I'm not sure that Vilas actually really ran that one too quickly, that first one, but he settles in. Jetan Patel goes on to 17, 164 for 4.
They might think they're about due a title, Essex, aren't they?
Yeah,
I couldn't believe it's been so long, but when you remember when I was a kid, for a short spell, anyway.
They were the only side winning it.
They won something every year, didn't they, for a few years, Essex. Yeah. They were the top in the 80s.
It's funny how those teams go in these batches. As they get older and they have to replace the players.
What a team they had in the 80s, Essex, didn't they? My goodness.
Ranking in full. Vilas drives this one away into the offside, but not with any power at all, and it bounces up, and it's no run. Play is due to restart at 8:30 p.m. at the Aegeus Bowl, so it's stopped raining there by the look of it. So I'm sure Somerset 135 for 8 can't wait to get back out at 8:30 p.m. as Rankin Ian bowls, and Vilas turns this one away square on the upside. Umeed gets running across, sticks a hand out and does the fielding. And there's a single. 65 for 4.
Well, there might be one or two interesting games tomorrow, but I say I do mean it definitely. If you are available to come tomorrow, I think there's every likelihood you could see an interesting lap. For goodness sake, don't come dressed for June.
Chanderpaul virtually facing, with his stance facing Rankin, gets inside this one and whips it away down to deep mid-wicket. He has played that shot remarkably well, both in the first innings where he made his 100, and again today we're seeing him quickly getting into position to pull the shorter ball from Boyd Rankin. And he times it and gets in so well and plays it terrific range of shots there, which he's demonstrated pulling through the onside. 166 for 4. The lead has gone up to 118 as Rankin in, and that one is... Did that one come off his chest or his arm? Yeah. And runs away, just drops down into the gully. But Villas stands there and takes it. That one short ball from... He wears it on his chest, walks down, has a chat with Chanderpaul. It's the end of the over, 166 for 4. It really is dark overhead. There's a big black cloud which is right over the... How we've escaped any rain today, I don't know, because it's times it's looked absolutely as though if you had an arc you'd actually knock it off the blocks and get it down the slipway.
But the forecast is much the same tomorrow, but the dark cloud without the drip of rain on it on the BBC weather symbols. So, but if you like a good fourth day, then there's every reason to think we might see an exciting one. Patel round the wicket, starts a new over to Chanderpaul, who drives through the offside, through Parker, the deep fielder out there, is being kept busy. And they have a single. Patel is into his 16th over, no wicket for 47 at the moment. And Lancashire 167 for 4, so a lead of 119. But the game is really set up well. Right-handed Villas, again quite a heavily leg side field, 6-3 leg side field, so I'll run through it in a moment. Patel, can't believe that one didn't get through. He was played by Villas off his pads apparently safely enough into the leg side, and that leg side mid on, fairly close in, fairly close mid wicket as well, so he's quite square there, not all that far around from square leg. There is a wideish leg slip, it was leg gully almost, quite close in as Villas defends the next one. There's a backward square leg, so the field is, it's like an orthodox field but just moved round a bit at a few degrees. It's rather odd, but Villas goes back, hops in the crease and plays this with a horizontal bat up to mid-off. It was a rather ungainly stroke.
I think he was trying to give himself room to cut. The ball kept coming at him, didn't it? And in the end, as you say, he was going backwards when he actually played the shot.
Played it as if it's starting to turn quite a bit. There's also a long on and a deep mid-wicket. It's a rather peculiar field. That one turned and bounced for sure, and Villas went back and did force it away into the offside there, but he had to control it and takes one, and suddenly there is some turn and bounce unquestionably there.
That one certainly, it's the first one I can see which has actually done anything like that.
Well, it helped he caught the light, which helps. I'm intrigued. I don't know whether it's partly because we're behind glass. I'll talk more about this at the end of the over. Round the wicket comes Patel, and forward comes Chanderpaul, defends into the offside. It's the end of the over, 168 for 4. In 60 overs of their second innings, Lancashire. 19 Chanderpaul and 9 to Villas. The lead's 120. I don't know whether being behind glass makes a difference or not. I can't think why it should, because it's not tinted glass, but by the same token, maybe it does, who knows. I am struggling to see the pink ball now at this time, and I didn't think that would be the case. Whether it's gone particularly dark, I haven't heard that the pink ball has been losing its colour late in the innings, but it is in this light, and there's very little natural sunlight to our aid at the moment. It's neither dark, it's just a sort of a long gloom. And I don't know whether that is that strikes me as being quite difficult conditions to see it, but the ball against the grass, I personally am finding very difficult to pick up, harder than I assumed it would be. But again, I don't know whether because we're sitting inside looking out, might. If you've been sat outside and your eyes are acclimatised to that, maybe it's easier. I don't know.
I think this is something which people have been saying, but the ones I've spoken to have said that they're finding it quite difficult in the period before the floodlights really kick in. This is first ball of Ricky Clark's over from the pavilion end. He replaces Boyd Rankin, and Villas goes back and pushes it out to extra cover.
You may well be right, but
it is difficult.
Whether if you were outside all the time and without doing it, I'm not going. Not just because I'm talking at the moment, but whether it's easier if you've been sat outside all day and your eyes are climbing slightly differently, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. So maybe somebody who's listening outside will tweet us and tell us. This is force off the back foot in the air and just short, I think. Sorry, Phil, I'm barging in it.
It's alright, I agree with you. That one, Villas went back and cut. It's very difficult to pick up once he's played the shot where the ball has actually gone to, and once or twice I'm finding so can see from the shape of the shot, but you're actually having to search for where the ball is rather than being able to follow it.
I didn't think it would be like that.
It gets better when the lights are really effective when it goes dark. They'll find that when they play the test in Adelaide that it goes dark straight away.
Yes.
But not in this country. Clark in and bowls, and that's why. And there's no run, it's just run down, little defensive shot. This is why when they're using it'll get them ready for the tests in Adelaide and stuff, it's such a difference between the conditions they're going to be playing in. There's just no comparison at all.
Well, there's nothing we can do about that because no point in. I mean, it's one thing that people always say about the dew coming out of these late games, isn't it? That
you do not get
the
that.
Conditions in the UK, the light conditions are different to anywhere.
Clark bowls. Villas is forward to that one and runs it up to Boyd Rankin. It definitely does get better later on though. I've noticed in the very last sort of hour, 3/4 of an hour, when we played quite late the first 2 days, and it's been much easier to pick it up.
Warwickshire really picked up the over rate since tea, so we're not going to be playing very late today. There's only 9 overs to bowl after this one, so 1 o'clock, but not a great deal.
No. It's Clark in bowls. Cuts this one away beautifully. That's going to be 4 runs up through backward point, through the gully backward point area, down that crosses the ropes quickly, and it's just a question of going and fetch that one. 172 for 4, and Villas moves into double figures with that shot. The lead extends on to 124, and Warwickshire just got to be a little careful here, Mike, because they don't want to let this get away from them. They've been able to keep the pressure on Lancashire. One good partnership will give Lancashire a strong hand. It's in the balance, this game, completely. There's Clark in bowls. Villas plays nicely out into the offside at cover point. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 172 for 4. And we have 9 overs remaining in the day.
But scoring has looked easier in the last little while. I don't know whether the bowling has been particularly looser. It struck me as such. But certainly the scoring rate has picked up quite notably. As well as the over rate. We've had, since tea, we've had 23 overs in 81 minutes.
Yep.
So
that's going.
That is.
Yep.
That's 17 an hour.
Right, I'm going to make way for Stefan, who's come back on, and that'll do me for the day. I'll be back with you. I was going to say in the morning, but I'll be by myself. I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
You will be by yourself. I can assure you of that. Yes, I'll see these over from Patel, and then Scott will come in. Patel is bowling round the wicket from the Birmingham end into his 17th over now. 9:48. Now the scoreboard's going funny in front of my eyes. I think it's me. Patel bowls round the wicket to Chanderpaul. and there's no run. One of these days, these things will catch up with you, Schimmel. Well, I know my eyes are going. Stephen Schultz moved in alongside me. Patel round the wicket bowls to Chandapal, left-hander, who pushes away into the offside. It's been quite a watchable session of cricket the last half, even if I can't see the ball.
I think it's been a good match.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's got a little bit attritional.
But the pace has certainly picked up in everything. The scoring rate's picked up, the over rate's certainly picked up. Patel round the wicket, Chandapal playing this in a very compact fashion, pushing away from the crease into the offside.
When you talk about a scoreboard, because when it gets darker, if it's too bright, sometimes the numbers and the letters aren't quite so clear. I think maybe.
I thought it was just me. Maybe it is. Chandapal defends out on the offside and there's no run. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see now if, when it does start to get darker in the next 20 minutes, whether what Phil was saying to me just before he came in, it becomes a little easier to see again. But I did wonder whether us from here being in a darker room and behind glass makes a difference to the way we can see it compared to people sat outside. Anyway, Chandapal defends into the... I'm going to go and, if not talk about something else, at least talk about this to other people. And bother you folks slightly less. Scott Reed's going to come back in and join Stefan, and there are 8 overs to go. So 9 o'clock, we won't be far away from finishing on the chime of 9 o'clock, will we?
There's 2 ground staff who've just gone and sat on the hover cover away to our left. I don't know if that's because they think rain is imminent or because they're just readying themselves for the end of play. It's BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, live from Edgbaston. Lancashire 172 for 4. Last half hour of this third day County Championship Division 1 match. They're building a healthy lead over Warwickshire, for whom Ricky Clark is steaming into Dane Villas, who plays the most correct forward defensive stroke. You can tell that Lancashire are in the ascendancy because Warwickshire are just retreating ever so. Slip in place now. Third man and fine leg both in place. Deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover and point. Scott Reed is back.
Good evening.
Both hands wrapped around a cup of tea in order to keep himself warm.
It's the cameraman in front of me here. He must have about 3 layers of clothes on.
He has my sympathy. Clark throws his head back and runs into Villas, who again defends with a lunge. He's a bit concerned as the ball bounces up, as if it may just roll back onto his stumps. That's not the case. Even though it's cold, it's a fascinating scene to see cricket played in white still to be played at this time in this light, with the floodlights beaming down and the daylight fast disappearing. I mean, you could say it's fast disappearing, you could say it never really arrived.
Not really.
But the sunshine, or whatever sunshine there has just been blocked, repelled, denied by a blanket of cloud that has just sat over Edgbaston for the duration of this match, it seems. But mercifully, those clouds have never opened, and we have gone uninterrupted. Clark, 81 on his back, into Villas again. It's a straight delivery, lovely straight drive from Villas, but Keith Barker, the mid-on fielder, comes round to revenge. 172 for 4. The lead of Lancashire is 124. They are well placed to push on tomorrow morning.
I've enjoyed it, Stefan, the last three days. I mean, the idea of the day-night cricket as part of the county championship schedule, I wouldn't be against the idea of doing it, one game a season every year. But if the idea is to allow some of the international England players to play with the pink ball under floodlights, well, that's serving its purpose, isn't it?
Clark's got his shoulders thrown back as he's into Villas, pushes the ball into the offside defensively. 2 balls remain in Clark's over. Out on the deep square leg boundary, I can see that George Panyai is just getting loose. I just hesitated for a minute because I thought it might have been Andy Umeed who was going to bowl some of his off breaks, but Andy Umeed is actually dancing at mid-wicket, so it's definitely not him. There's a chap who's standing up at the back of the old press box stand. He's as high as the scoreboard. I wonder what he's doing. Is he taking photographs up there? Here comes Clark again, straight to Villas, who pushes the ball back in defence to Clark, the bowler. That chap has got his hands... I think he's standing on a seat. He wants to be careful because he could topple back over the back of that stand. He says, I'll tell you how high he is. Behind him is a house, and the roof of that house is just poking above the stand, so he must be as high as the roof of a two-storey house. What's he doing?
I think he was taking a picture, wasn't he? He had both hands above his head. Yeah, I think he's taking a picture.
Getting as high as possible. Clark to completely over, scurrying into Villas, works the ball on the onside, work for Andy Umeed to do, which he does complete successfully. No run, end of the over, 172 for 4 Lancashire, Chanderpaul on 19, Villas 13, 7 overs remaining in the day.
I mean, it's not got extra crowd in. I mean, don't get me wrong, on the evidence of this game here, for example, and from what we can gather elsewhere, it's not seemed like a surge of people coming in for the final session. But I don't think that should mean that you should knock it on the head and not do it again. I think it's worth persisting with, and if the benefit ultimately is Test cricket, because Test matches, we've got one in this country, in England we've got 2 abroad in the winter. I see nothing wrong with doing it. I've quite enjoyed it.
I wonder if it'll ever get to the stage where counties can choose whether they're going to play a day-night championship match or not. Because, well, you could say, well, it'd be unfair if one side is playing a day-night match and another team isn't.
It's Jetan Patel comes in and bowls to Shidnarayan Chanderpaul. Oh, that might just bounce a little bit on Chanderpaul. He presses forward.
But in one-day competitions, we see teams playing day-nighters and other teams just playing day games. So if and I've seen at Chelmsford particularly, where I think the crowd has been good, if Essex decide that they want to play day-night championship cricket, would they be allowed to want to play day-night championship cricket?
It's Jetan Patel bowling, and Chanderpaul is back and defends to the bowler, no run.
Might it be left to the home side to decide? One thing I'm definitely taking away from this week, I think all first-class cricket should now be played with a pink ball.
Well, see, that's the point that Phil Britt made a little earlier today, and I think it's intriguing that, as Patel is in and bowling to Chanderpaul, who defends out into the offside, there's no run. That start a county championship game, 11 o'clock start with a red ball, and then if it gets dark, and or to the point where the floodlights are on and they're replacing natural, use the pink ball just to stay out there. There's Patel to Chanderpaul, tries to take it off his pads and has clipped him on the pads, and there's a stifled appeal, but there's no movement from the umpire.
Presumably you'd have to have a stock of pink balls at the same age.
Similar age type thing, yeah.
I just think always play with a pink ball, then if you've got a ground with floodlights, you'll never go off for bad light.
Patel is in and bowling, and Chanderpaul goes back and defends into the offside, there's no run.
The problem with my theory is that if the pink ball does go softer than a red ball, then we might be in for a lot of dull cricket.
Yeah.
However, how can a pink ball be good to play in this round of matches but not be good enough to play in any other first class match?
Patel bowling, little flatter to Chanderpaul. He's trying to strike it through the covers and the ball squirts down backward of point, and that's the end of another over in which Jetan Patel is proving to be tricky to either defend or to get away. That's his 18th over. Lancashire 172 for 4. We have 6 overs remaining in the day's play. Our partnership is worth 28 and the lead 124, with Villas 13 and Chanderpaul on 19.
I think Patel being difficult to get away is just another sign that the ball is soft and it's difficult to score if there's no pace on the ball. Stephen Parry was only conceded 28 runs.
At this point of the game, with the ball old and the pitch being quite slow, it's what Tom Bailey was saying last night to us, that it seemed quite difficult to score and to press on and to score runs and get on with it.
Ricky Clark scurries into Villas, who defends from the crease. There is an element now that Lancashire are playing for the close. There are 5 overs remaining after this one. I wonder if we might even just get an extra 1 or 2 in, the way that Warwickshire are currently whipping through their overs.
Gareth Fletcher makes a point to me. He says they need to put the day-night games in the summer holidays, as families aren't going to go, as it will get too late for kids with school the next day.
Summer holidays are crowded though when it comes to cricket.
The schedule is busy.
The much sought after summer holiday slot. Ricky Clark's going to plant his front foot into a pile of sawdust as Villas forces off the back foot. There's a misfield by William Porterfield that allows Lancashire to scamper through for a single. Tell you what, that's the first run in a long time. 173 for 4.
Yeah, first run since the 52nd over.
52nd?
And there were 2 runs scored by Shivnarine Chandapal with the bowling of Jetan Patel.
That's 12 overs ago.
And it is 12 overs ago. Oh no, I need to hang on. Let me refresh that. Oh, my little scorecard has gone on go slow.
Let's disregard what Scott Reed has just told us as a factual information.
My scorecard has given up on me. It stopped with Lancashire on 146 for 4, and it's packed in. Cold's got to it.
Any news on the biscuit barrel?
No.
Could be gone forever, that.
Well, at least his replacement's there.
Yeah. 2 slips in place for Ricky Clark as Chandapal takes strike. It just angles this ball down to third man for a single. I half wondered then if that was an edge, but well, it was an edge really, but at least it was a safe edge that went down to third man. 1 run, 174 for 4. Chandapal has 20. The men out: Joss Butler for 1, Hasib Hamid for 23, Alex Davis for 79 and Stephen Croft for 34. Warwickshire earlier on were bowled out for 321. If you were expecting to hear women's cricket earlier on Sports Extra, you'd been disappointed. The World Cup game between New Zealand and South Africa was washed out. Ricky Clark into Dane Villas. Full ball, almost gets through Villas's defences. Did that inside edge onto pad? Just pad. It's a good ball from Clark, almost Yorker length.
It ended a run of 20 successive dot balls.
Excellent, thank you, Scott.
Pleasure.
Now if you could get back to the hunt for the biscuit barrel, it'd be much appreciated. If you were listening to us earlier on, you would have heard us explain that the huge biscuit barrel in the press lounge has gone missing to be replaced by a much smaller one, and even the catering staff are perplexed as to the big biscuit barrel's whereabouts. Clark's got a watch on his left wrist. He's in, and Villas leaves the ball outside the off stump. There is 1 delivery remaining in Clark's 12th over. He has figures of 1 for 20. Our 2 hoodied members of the ground staff continue to lazily lie on the hover cover. They're leaning back on the dome bit of the cover with their legs up on the sort of the side, the aerated inflatable side. I think they're just there because they know at some point they're going to have to drag the cover on, not because they think it's going to rain. Clark casts 5 shadows from each of the 5 floodlight pylons as he goes into Villas, who defends with a straight bat to end the over. 174 for 4.
I like the idea of a lazy lie. Can you have a non-lazy lie? I suppose you could. You could be a little bit fidgety, couldn't you?
Well, I'll tell you what, if that hover cover was on and you were lying on it, you wouldn't be lazy anymore because you'd be vibrating, you'd be bouncing up all over the place.
Be a good massage.
I'm sensing some sort of social media video.
I'm not.
Tweet. Scott Reed lies on the hover cover while it is turned on
and gets pushed out to the middle.
Yeah,
that will be against all health and safety. You have to sign a waiver form for that if I was going to post something like that on Twitter. What have we got left? Just the 5 overs left at 8:45. It's an early dart.
I've still got to write something for the website.
I've still got an interview someone, yeah. It was Jetan Patel to Chandapal, and he defends into the offside. There's no run. Not quite sure who today.
Alex Davis? Gordon Clark? 4 for?
Yeah. Options are there. I don't know if I need just to assess. That's going to injury-related questions. As Patel bowls, this is muscled out through the onside by Shiv Chandapal. I mean, he hits that so quickly out towards deep mid-wicket, flash of the blade, arms and legs everywhere, out towards the Hollis stand for 4 runs. It moves him to 24. Lancashire extend the lead to 130. 178 for 4.
Just every so often, Chanderpaul plays an un-Chanderpaul-like stroke, particularly against Jetan Patel. He did it in the first innings when he was hitting the ball aerially through mid-on. That's another one. He's been shotless for a little while, then he sort of explodes into action with a pretty ugly pull stroke.
It's Patel bowls to Chanderpaul. Goes back and cuts the ball down backward of point. There's no run. Yeah, he's not the most beautifully attractive strokesman at the best of times, is he, Chanderpaul? He gets his runs and large quantities of them in a slightly different way to that, but he's waiting for Patel. He's pressing forward defensive down to the offside, stopped by Sam Hain. There's 2 guys close on the offside, 2 short covers.
That's where Warwickshire may be hoping that Chanderpaul might play a sort of bottom-handed shovel into the offside. That's where those catches may come into play.
He's on 24, Shivnarayan Chanderpaul, as Jetan Patel brings him forward again, and it'll pop into the offside, and Sam Hain scoops the ball up with his right foot, catches it, and then it's fumbled by Ian Bell, who has to go bending down and picking the ball up. Hands it back to Jetan Patel. This is the last ball of his 19th over, and then 4 more to go tonight. He's around the wicket to Chanderpaul, who just nudged the ball down into the onside. And there's no run. That completes the over. 130 run lead, 6 wickets remaining. These two perhaps now just very much thinking of tomorrow and trying to build the lead further still for Lancashire. 178 for 4.
Jetan Patel, is that Jetan Patel who's just trotting off, or is it Sunny Singh? I think Sunny Singh is the 12th man, who was Boyd Rankin has just returned. So I don't know what Boyd Rankin was doing. Jetan Patel is going to his fielding position at 3rd man. The spectators that are huddled together in the Wyatt stand remain huddled together. Maybe at the end of the day we'll have to just head across there with some sort of pick or an axe or something, just to chisel the ice from them in order so they can go home without all being stuck together. There's some tremendously exciting goings on with the setting of the field. Jetan Patel was heading down towards 3rd man, but has been told not to bother. He's sort of lurking in a gully position. Ian Bell, the Warwickshire captain, who always seems to have his hands in his pockets, is now standing at a short mid-off. The wind is just blowing through his trousers. Bell only takes his hands out of his pockets when Clark begins his run-up. Clark's in now, full delivery. Villas driving to Bell, and there's no run.
Let's see what's happened elsewhere today. As Stefan mentioned a little earlier on, the game between South Africa was abandoned without a ball being bowled. Games have been affected by the rain up and down the country. There's been nothing at all today at Headingley between Yorkshire and Surrey, with Yorkshire 27 for 1 in reply to Surrey's declaration of 516 for 7.
Clark very carefully puts the pink ball in his hand, then scurries in to Villas, who, as he has done plenty of times in the past few overs, defends with the bat out in front of his front pad.
There's a close for the day down at the Aegeus Bowl, with Somerset 135 for 8, and they trail Hampshire by 76 runs. Essex have eventually declared they got to 542 for 3. This huge monster partnership between Nick Brown and Alistair Cook, a record-breaking partnership for Essex.
Clark, Warwickshire's number 81, again to Villas, who this time defends with the bat behind his pad. No run, 178 for 4.
Eventually Cook out for 193 and Brown for 221, and Chopra ended unbeaten on 100. And Middlesex are batting second time round. They're 5 without loss, trailed by 291 runs.
How quick was Varun Chopra's 100?
Let's have a look.
Clark scurries in. He's got a lengthy, angled run-up into Dane Villas, who defends once more.
Chopper got 100 in 80 minutes off 75 balls, with 2 fours and 6 sixes.
I'm fairly certain that he didn't even start in the Essex 11 for that match. I think he only came into it because Tom Wesley's gone off to play for the England Lions.
He's one of these replacement players.
Yeah, so he came in, wasn't in the side, came in to bat at number 3 and cracked a what? What do you say, 75 ball 100?
80 ball 100 I think it was.
Incredible. Wasn't even playing this morning. Clark's got a short sleeve shirt on, he's got flecks of grey in his hair, and he's into Villas, a straight delivery, and Villas once more just defends. I find it hard to believe that Warwickshire are going to prize a stroke out of Dane Villas between now and the end of the day's play. There are only 3 overs remaining after this one.
So there's just this and the Essex game in Division 1 that are currently underway, and there's 2 games in Division 2 that have got some cricket towards the end of the final session. It's Northamptonshire against Leicestershire. Northants have declared and have a lead of 393 against Leicestershire.
Clark runs in towards the city centre, slower ball that Villas almost is foxed by. He almost chips the ball into the offside, but in the end he has enough control to keep the ball grounded. 178 for 4 Lancashire. They lead by 130 runs. Chanderpaul has 24, Villas 14. There are 18 deliveries remaining in the day's play.
So Northants 289 for 7 declared. So that's set for an intriguing day tomorrow. 10 wickets for Northants, or 393 runs for Leicestershire, but I think there's still a little bit of time left for Leicestershire to try and negotiate this evening. Will be a whopping run chase for Leicestershire if they can get to it. And Glamorgan against Derbyshire is still going, with Derbyshire leading Glamorgan 82 runs at 131 for 8. But the games involving Durham against Worcestershire, that was been lost to the weather all day today. And Northants against Kent and Sussex against Gloucestershire have all come to an end as Jetan Patel is in and bowling, and Chanderpaul's forward and defending, and Stefan's pointing frantically.
I've never seen this. I've heard about it. Warwickshire have got the imaginary football out.
I beg your pardon? Do you need to have a lie down in the back of the commentary box?
No.
Just for a few minutes? I know what you mean. Here's Jetan Patel. Is no run. And just to finish these scores, Gloucestershire 120 for 1, Sussex 358 for 9 declared. So they'll start again. Nottinghamshire against Kent. Kent trailed Nottinghamshire by 5 runs with 3 wickets remaining. 186 for 7. Let's get back to the imaginary football.
When they trapped it with his left foot and knocked it to Boyd Rankin at mid-on, who then booted it off the pitch.
Here comes Jetan Patel into Shivnarine Chanderpaul and just nudged the ball down gently into the onside. No run.
If you don't know what the imaginary football is, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's an imaginary football that fielding sides kick around the field. I'd heard about it before, I'd never seen it in action. I can honestly say I'm very, very excited, as you can probably sound in my voice.
I hope we see it again.
Yeah.
But if he's been kicked off the field of play, someone has to come back and kick it back on, surely. As Patel is in to Chanderpaul, it's full and driven to mid-off, and there's no run. I want the 12th man to appear and then kick it back on.
Yeah. If you've ever seen the imaginary football, hashtag BBC Cricket.
2 balls left for Jetan Patel, and then 2 overs to go. Lancashire 130 in front as Chanderpaul bends his knees, chops the ball down to the ground. Straight to Andy Umeed, who's at backward point, and there is no run.
Presumably because of that rain, there'll only be here and Chelmsford where there's a realistic possibility of a result in Division 1 tomorrow.
As Patel skips in around the wicket to Chanderpaul. Oh, now then, a big appeal, and Chanderpaul caught in the crease, and Patel turned round straight away. It wasn't the full Jetan jig when he's absolutely convinced he's got the man. It was kind of a partial semi-Jetan jig, and the umpire wasn't convinced by it. End of the over, 178 for 4, the lead.
There's any sort of jiggery-pokery between sides at Headingley or in Southampton, you'd think that only here and Chelmsford, and that in itself could have quite an impact on the race for the Division 1 title, when you think that only the top two can win out of the chasing sides.
Yeah, it would be a massive result, wouldn't it, for Essex, the top of the table.
So Clark, in what will probably be his final over of the day, scurrying in to Dane Villas, who, as he has done so many times in the past half an hour, just defends with the highest of high front elbows, almost as if he's hiding his face behind his bat.
Yeah, they're right set on now, aren't they? Lancashire, just to see this through. A couple of overs left. The pair of these two have gone all Andy Umeed. They've all gone forward defence and leave outside off stump. It's all about tomorrow now.
There's a chap in the Wyatt stand who's had enough. He's just taking himself up the steps. He's just going to disappear from view, down into the concourse and away from the ground. Clark in, slip crouches. Villas again hides his face behind the straight bat as he defends the ball back to the bowler. There's a member of the ground staff, I presume he's a member of the ground staff, away at sort of third man, making his way around towards the dormant parked tractor and the big white sheet that will cover the bowler's run-ups.
And they fair battened down the hatches last night, didn't they? They knew that there was some horrible weather around. All the covers were on, protecting the entire square, and the big square sheets on the bowler's run-ups last night.
Ricky Clark, the man who was kicking the imaginary football, in once more to Villas. Short ball. I would have thought in ordinary circumstances Villas would have played a pull or a hook at that. And at this stage of the day, just watches it drift past his left shoulder. 178 for 4. Another spectator in the Wyatt stand has had enough. Judging by the size of the bag that he's carrying, he's off to do some sort of robbery.
That's had his lunch. He's like the rest of us. He's confused about when to eat and what to eat, and he's just packed a lunch and dinner for all possible outcomes,
and for all people in the ground. The umpire's at point. He takes a couple of steps towards the action as Clark bounces Villas, and Villas doesn't even need to duck as the ball goes over his head.
No, last time that you and I were on air, when Lancashire lost the wicket of Croft, we suggested that Villas and Chanderpaul would just bring it right back down for Lancashire. Another wicket quickly then, and especially one of these two, the two in-form batsmen for Lancashire. Very, very horrible final session. These two have just slogged it down. All their experience at the very highest level in international cricket coming to the fore here, just to make. Still a few balls left to make sure Lancashire get to the closest 4 down.
Villas has a little nibble at that one from Ricky Clark, and Villas is annoyed with himself because he's played within himself so much over the last half an hour or so, and this time Clark just hung one outside the off stump, and Villas couldn't resist drawing the curtain towards the ball, and he's even drawn Shivnarine Chanderpaul down for a little word.
He has, yeah. It's a good ball, wasn't it? He's bowled well, Clark. And I think both sides will be pretty happy with the day's play. And Warwickshire have come out and bowled well, fielded well, as they have done throughout the course of this game so far.
Clark's final delivery of the day to Villas, who this time does defend a ball that is outside the off stump. And that is the end of Ricky Clark's work. He's bowled 14 overs. He's taken 1 for 20, and I wonder if Mike Taylor is going to join me for the final bit of action of the day.
I will. Scott's going to go and finish off for Radio Manchester. We had an imaginary football when I was a kid. Kicked it over our garden fence. It made an imaginary break in next door's greenhouse.
Did you ever get the imaginary football back?
They sent us a real Glazier's bill. Wouldn't it be good if any of that was true? It all felt a bit otherworldly watching the old pink ball. Why was it freezing there? I've got to go outside and do an interview. Here's the what will almost certainly be the final over of the day, and it's Patel bowling it round the wicket to Chanderpaul, who he thought he had LBW in the last over. They have clamped down the score. He turns the first ball into the leg side. They've clamped down on the scoring rate as Lancashire got in sight of the close. No run for 3 overs, and now Chanderpaul, who won't mind, I suspect, if he plays Anna Maiden here to finish things off. and on time for the first time in this match. Warwickshire really have clipped on with the over rate in this last session. And Chanderpool defence, 4 balls to go. We started this last session with 32 overs still to bowl at 7:09. So that's the speed they've bowled it at. They'll have averaged 17 overs an hour. Chanderpool defend into the offside, because it's 81 minutes this final session, and this is the 32nd over. So I reckon if you do the maths, that will be more or less a 17 overs an hour.
Can be done when they want to.
And there's every incentive, because it's proper first or last week of the season parky today. Patel coming over the wicket to the left-handed Chanderpool with 3 balls to go and a leg slip coming in. It's really set up well tomorrow though, and I say, as I've already mentioned a few times, obviously if you can be with us tomorrow we'll be delighted, but if you can get here and wrap up warm for the purpose, then you might well see a really good day. Patel angles this across Chanderpool and through outside off stump, 1 ball to come. But it's been really good. It's been really good.
It's set up deliciously for tomorrow, and I mean, whichever way you look at it, Warwickshire will probably have a run chase at some point. I mean, I think for the neutral, I think we'd want Lancashire bowled out around about just before lunch.
Thereabouts. The thing is, whatever they're left, Warwickshire have got to chase it, given where they are in the table. Leg slips come out to silly point, Hayne, for the last. And Patel, and Chanderpool defends. It is the end of the over, and we're all done for the day, and a good day it has been. Flowing it, even within this final session, but it ends with maybe Lancashire slightly with their noses in front, leading by 130 at 178. Apply the brakes towards the end, because after the 2 wickets fell, and then there was but there were only 6 runs scored in the final 9 overs to just rein things back in a bit. So a lead of 130 with 6 wickets to fall tomorrow. Neither side clearly in front.
No, I think Lancashire will have the happier dressing room. They're effectively 130 for 4. So even if things go very badly for Lancashire tomorrow and they were to lose their last 6 wickets quickly, you would still expect that Warwickshire would probably have a chase of around about 200, which Lancashire will feel they would still be within a chance of bowling Warwickshire out.
Yeah.
So this is very interesting. They've just turned the floodlights off, so we get a true we get a true representation of how light it actually is out there.
It's not very.
It's not very light, but because we're so used to seeing day-night cricket with the floodlights on, you expect it to be pitch black, and it definitely isn't pitch black.
No, far from it.
It's incredibly strange to see that the floodlights have just been switched off so quickly. Probably tells you that Warwickshire